调整能力非常好吧，就是我们可能会在输的局里立马就学到东西，然后把我们那段时间练的东西，然后立马改变，所以我们比较跟得上版本嘛。我觉得这一点我们做的挺好。
说的太好了，确实取长补短很关键啊。那接下来这场对阵的 TT， 你觉得今天这场战火可能集中在哪个赛事阶段呢？
我觉得今天对阵 TT 的话，最重要的还是前期吧，因为
前期
目前游戏最重要的就是前面资源的那些抢夺嘛，包括潮虫啊，还有小龙，而且这版本其实小龙魂的概率特别高嘛，所以前面几条龙要比较关键。
我们要期待一下待会儿的表现了。那接下来待会儿我们的这个圣枪哥跟赛太也有一场 solo 赛嘛，对于这场 solo 有什么看法吗？
我们队伍一般 solo 不会有太大压力嘛，就到时候看着办就行。
个人能力在线的啊，我们也期待一下待会儿双方队伍给我们的一个表现了。我们待会儿见。好的，接下来我为大家采访到的是 TT 战队的一찬，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 T 的 AD 选手一찬。
欢迎李修南。那这段时间可能对于 TT 来说有点陷入小小的瓶颈期啊。那今天又对阵到势头正盛的 AL 战队，你们会以什么样的心态来面对这场比赛呢？
就其实大家也知道，现在成绩不是很理想吧。然后今天面对的还是 AL 也是很强劲的对手吧。然后我觉得今天打他们的话就尽自己最大能力打好就可以了。
尽自己最大的努力啊。那今天这场你觉得自己包括队伍在哪些方面也需要做出改善呢？
就是游戏里面的内容吧，就再尽量打得好一些。
尽量打得好一些。那赛前要不要给自己的队伍和兄弟们加油、鼓士气呢？
一起加油，终止连败吧就。
OK， 一起加油，也给我们的 TT 战队加油了。待会儿赛场上见喽。
Hello, welcome back everyone. And yeah, just repeating what I said before, just when we were live there. Yeah, sorry for going live a little bit late today. Well, I say we're not late to anything, I suppose. Yeah, so Sam and I kind of, yeah, I think the hours are catching up to us folks a bit. No, there was a lesson today, but I just needed like half the morning off. Camera's going to be off today, folks, because Sam and I are just so goddamn tired. And yeah, we'll see what we do about like we might have to drop a day or two to catch up on some sleep. We'll see at some point. We'll try and be what's I call it? We'll try and be good about it. But yeah, the hours are catching up to us a bit now, folks. We've been casting LPL for 2 weeks solid, just the two of us, which turns out is really, really difficult. And yeah, we love it. We do love it, but it's a lot of hours. It's a lot of hours. 6 to 9 hours a day. Alrighty, so first game, TT versus Anyone's Legend. TT still yet to find their identity. AL, one of our best teams in the league. Kind of hard to tell anything beyond that. Because, yeah, it's really hard to tell anything beyond that, because we have the circle of everything at the top of the table. I think our full cycle, let me go show it, let me go find you my full cycle I wrote the other day. So we have FPX beats JDG, beats BLG, beats IG, beats Top Esports, beats AL, beats Weibo, beats TT, beats FPX, and we have a cycle. But WE and NIP are not part of that. Thanks for the squad streak, sorry. Thanks to everyone who has been stopping by, of course. Yeah, we'll try and look after ourselves as best as possible. There is also like a chain, but it's not a cycle because W hasn't beaten anyone. So we do have AL beats BLG, beats IG, beats Top Esports, beats Weibo, beats TT, beats FPX, beats JDG, beats NIP, beats WE, but then we can't chain that or anything because WE haven't goddamn won anything yet. I will get hydrated, Angie, thank you. Appreciate it.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄
Flandre
联盟
versus
客
Seta
户
for the 1v1,
端，找
thank
上
you.
英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。全新纯电 G 级越野车，越野图腾，御电峡谷。微信搜索李宁官方小程序，即可定制队员专属 ID 队服，买酷睿 Ultra HX 新品上京东，领国家补贴立省20%。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
Ooh, cool intro. Alright, first series of the day, Anyone's Legend versus TTC.
欢迎来到
Welcome to
2025
everyone
英
who's
雄联盟职
joining
业
us.
联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
Weibo bringing in new support? Wow, they actually are just getting rid of Hung. Damn. I mean, they have to, right? They have to. Like, Hung's last game was generationally insane performance, you know?
首先欢迎 Anyone's Legend 上单 Flandre。
Anyone's Legend, one of our top teams. Only lost to Top Esports so far, I believe. Trying to remember my table. A lot of teams have lost to a lot of teams at the top of the table. Makes it pretty hard to track everything.
Next, 让我们欢迎 Thunder Talk Gaming 上单 Hoya 打野北川，中单 Seta 下路伊查恩，辅助 Feather。
Wait, clip of our cast is top post on the Reddit. Wait, which one? Oh, cool. Nice.
LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第3周第2日的第1场比赛，由 AL 对阵 TT 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Hey, thanks. No, I appreciate it. Nico, I mean, it was an insane play. Thank you for posting the clip. It actually makes an awful lot of difference to us. Genuinely, that's like probably the biggest way we get traction is by clips like that, so it makes a lot of difference. Thank you. Makes a lot of difference. Oh god, that is such a good fucking ult though, wasn't it? Was our sound quality bad? Or was it just a screen? It's not that bad. Did it just peak at the end? It's probably just because we're using this mic and it's a larger room. Okay, it is what it is. Balloons today? Maybe. Maybe we do balloons in the break. Can anyone's Legends 2-0? That's what I'm expecting. That's what I'm expecting today, folks. Flandre versus setup. Flandre has been the go-to for anyone's Legend in the 1v1s, I think. Him and Shanks obviously two very, very good players, so that TT. It does tend to be the solo laners that go for our 1v1s. And of course, for those of you who are less familiar with the LPL, we get a Z ban against setup. We use the 1v1 to determine side select for game 1 of the series. Jace for setup, easy lock-in. Do we go Gwen? Gwen for Flandre? Gwen, Jace, both very good. Alright, let's get ourselves into that 1v1 and see who gets side select for our first game here. I think I'm just going to pump the volume up to max. Let me know what the volume's like here. Winds howling. Place of power, gotta be. What's with the troll picks for the 1v1? I will say Heimerdinger is one of the most powerful 1v1 picks. It is one of the most powerful 1v1 picks. You'll never see this on Summoner's Rift because people don't practice it enough for that mode. Definitely has some power here. And of course the Jace is we know what Jace does in top lane. Law matchup, yes it is. We've got the student versus teacher. Student versus teacher. Jace versus Heimerdinger. See that Heimerdinger, really good wave control. That's a very good poke. Can often go for a bit of that all-in poke, and the Jace pops that Ignite. Ignite popped the other side as well, because Flandre doesn't be waiting around to be, you know, low HP. Setup really getting decked in this 1v1 actually. Heimerdinger, that old Yodel's got some brawn. Been hit in the gym. Can anyone think of a gym-related nickname for Heimerdinger? You know, like in Star Wars we have Qui-Gon Jinn, Emperor Palpatine, Obi-Way Kenobi. You know? What about Heimerdinger? Ben Swallow. What have we got for Heimerdinger? Heimerlifter. That's a good start. I feel like there's a better one out there. You know what I mean? I strive for perfection. I feel like there's something there. I like how Jace is in the Arcane Survivor skin and just Heimerdinger is at the beach. Heimer dumbbell? That's actually pretty good. Oh, that's good. Look, we haven't really had anything kind of happen that's important in 1v1 yet besides the summoner usage, even in CS. Just poking out again. Getting that scorch down when you can. J-Blood, by the way, I'm not sure if I called out the stream streak, but very welcome to have you here. Good to see you as one of the regulars next to the stream streak. Appreciate it. Wait, is that Prestige T1? I thought it was Arcane Survivor. Oh, damn. It's, alright. I thought the hammer looked like the thing. It is Prestige. You're actually right. It is the Prestige T1. Look, I'm not gonna lie, I've played like 2 games of Jace in my life and they've all been on Aero. One of the champions I never really got to pick up. Oh, there is actually just a T1. There's a goddamn T1 logo on it. I just, look, it's, this is why I need a break. This is why I need a break. I'm a baller. Nice. The beach is legit overrated. I'm trying to think what my favorite Heimerdinger skins are. I do like this one. Dragon Tame is the best, I think. I think Dragon Tame is adorable. It's going mad! More rockets. Oh yeah, I forget that people who are from different countries don't always go to the beach. Hang on, the sets does clear out those turrets. Doing a good job of clearing the turrets. We're gonna go towards a 1v1. Like the one, of course we're in a freaking 1v1, I'm saying. Probably gonna go towards the Ring of Fire. I don't think we're gonna get 2 towers before the ring comes through. Heimadon Gaming, HGG. That's our new team in the LPL. Alien for the green head. That is a pretty cool one. Oh, Miss Lessman. Or whatever. Wait, was that a cannon? Don't think it was. But yeah, because I grew up in the UK, everything's near the beach. There's nowhere further than like 150 miles or whatever from the beach, which is not that far. Maybe even 70. It's not long. We've got a lot of coastline we do. It's pretty much all coastline. Can they hit the rest of their team during the 1v1? They have their coaches stood behind them, so I'm going to imagine they can, which I actually kind of like. I don't know whether they can talk to them, but it does feel like a more kind of like... It feels like that atmosphere is really cool though, right? You can go surfing in the morning and skiing in the afternoon? Are you kidding me, Blade? That's insane. What? The UK's beaches, I thought you guys had gravel next to the sea. I'll have you know that one of the greatest surf schools in the world is in the UK. It's on Gwythian Beach in Cornwall. It's very nice. Now, do you want to get in the water? No, you don't. It's incredibly cold. A lot of the time. We don't exactly have warm beaches. Freaking hate it. But hey, it's nice. We do have seagulls, though. Trying to take a bite out of Heimerdinger is Jace. Gets a really good trade. Ignite traded. Hang on, no, Flandre didn't pop the Ignite. Has to pop it now, but I think the damage is already done. Well, is it? I don't know. Flandre now doesn't have... I mean, he's going to try and get one last Shock Blast. I guess. Set up, buddy. You got to be careful there. Because he all-ins just before the Ring of Fire spawns. See, it's Troll? Look, I'm selling here. Look, we're going to get towards the Ring of Fire. We're going to get that giant-ass turret come down with Leandries. And I don't think Heimerdinger is going to be really scary. You want real beaches come to Australia? Yeah, but then you have Irukandji. Look, I have been to Australia. I like Australia. They have beautiful beaches. I'm also terrified of everything that's in the water. That being said, in the UK, I did get stung by a weaver fish, which was really painful. Alright, so we get our 1v... We get our last recourse. Full more of Malmortius, full Leandries. I mean, there is a gold lead for Flandre. He has the CS lead. He'll have a little bit of time to go back before the ring starts to close in. What does he get? Does he get... he gets the pot? Yeah, he got himself a Sorcerer's Pot. That is actually kind of big here. Merc treads more Malmortius against Magic Pen and the Leandries. I wonder whether Flandre has made a mistake there. Setab. Does he use the Shock Blast onto Heimerdinger? No. Trying to just clear out the wave now is Flandre. No, like you used. Where's Big Bertha? What's the level? Level if you can. There you go. There's that level. Ah, Setup gets the extra heal. Flandre's going to camp out these bushes. There's going to be a Shock Blast or 2 thrown at him. Wave coming through. Setup will want to make sure he avoids those minions if he can. Good poke coming down. Where's the turret? We're getting to the point where we can use that big turret. There we go. Here it comes. Can you get those beams coming through? Oh, that damage is kind of insane. I don't know if he's got enough here. Has himself a shield, but is it going to be enough? Oh, it's so close. He flashes out and Jace wins the 1v1. My door's completely open, and why am I doing this like that? Ugh, okay, whatever. Very close, though. Very, very close. Wait a second. Hey, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Look, I understand the joke, but that's also... yeah. As a Welshie, you gotta be careful about me too. Don't you dare talk. So he says, I'm sorry, Veilbites. I'm sorry, but Heimerdinger is a good 1v1 pick. We've actually seen it win a lot. Ah, we're fine. Okay, I'm gonna put on just a 1-minute advert. Oh no, I can do that after the game. Whatever, it'll be fine. It's troll as fuck. Do you want to know how many times do you think Heimerdinger has been played in the 1v1s, Veilbites? How many times do you think it's been played? Let's have a look. So in this split, it's been played 3 times. Yeah, it's been played 3 times. How many times has it been banned? 1 there. Yeah, it's been played 3 times in a 1v1 so far. 6 times, damn, it's crazy. How do they choose side select for the 1v1? Now that I think is actually less important because it's blind pick, so it doesn't matter. You don't get to, yeah, it's blind pick either way. I think it might be a coin flip at best, but that one doesn't matter too much. He left while locked in. Flandre left while he locks everything in. Alright, get ourselves into the draft. First game of the day. Okay, it's got some jungle focus. The Lilia become a priority pick here in the LPL. It has always kind of stuck in. Who's the best player in TT? I would have said 1xN before, but I think it might be Beichuan right now. You know, the bot lane's been struggling a bit. Alright, Tristana banned away. We have definitely seen the LPL. The way that we go about our Fearless draft has changed a little bit in this split compared to the last one. Feels like we are letting through more OPs in the first game to allow some room for the second and the third. So, there's stuff like Gwen available. Of course, you can't get rid of all the OPs at the same time. Guess Skarner up and available too. Neferi. Neferi or Gwen? There's also Sejuani Yone, set up a very good Yone player. Beichuan is a very good Sejuani too. I actually think, yeah, I think if TT want their best comfort champions, I think they go Yone Sejuani on 2-3. And I think AL need to now actually consider going towards something like Silas Sejuani instead. And then also going towards Path. You could go Renekton as well for Flandre, but he's not necessarily been a Renekton pick at this split. And also, if they wanted to go towards the Yone first, maybe they wanted to ban the Tristana, which has been one of the better matchups into it. Tristana ban a little strange, I suppose. Flandre is an insane Gwen, though. That one's an easy lock-in. He had something like a 40 KDA on his first 2 games on this. Oh my god, going for towards the Gwen and the Neferi, so you just both to get to go untargetable. Oof. Gwen Sejuani's not good. It's okay. It's okay. But I don't think it's like that. I don't think it feels that good all the time. In the LPL every season there's a new team. There's a new team that's on top, not like the LCK. That's why I like this league more. Well, obviously we had we've had BLG, then JDG, and then we've had a couple of years of obviously different teams of dominance. So Neferi is locked in. Do you go Sejuani? I mean, Beitron was a Karthus player. It'd be very, very different though. Of course, again, the other team could just press W on the top jungle. I don't know about that one. I think you just go Sejuani, right? I think that this Karthus is very bad, even though Beitron is a good Karthus. We saw that last summer. TT needs Shaco here. Couldn't agree with you more, you know. Especially once he gets the Clown College Augment and basically doubles up his Deceive. Basically unstoppable, you know. Ooh, and the Galio for Hoya. Now this is good. This is about as good a composition for TT as you can hope for, I think. Shanks goes for Akali. Fun composition, actually. I think TT nullify the Gwen a little bit with the Galio. I think they have a strong mid jungle in the Sejuani Yone. On the other side, anyone's legend. They're a lot more about those kind of skirmish outplays. I think because you have like these hyper mobile triple carries, right? All 3 of these not bringing CC, not really. I mean, you got a bit of slows, right? But all of them bringing a lot of mobility and the ability to jump on someone and kill them. So at TT, they need to ban away hard CC. Well, I think they should ban away some of the tank supports, actually. Of course, Kyle being our best support in the LPL right now. I think you take away his best tools here now. Kai'Sa banned away from 1xn. Banning away the Kalista instead? Oh, I guess the Kalista gives you an extra engage option, doesn't it? Oh, It is not patch 14.10. I need to change that. Oops. It is definitely not that. Is this a Jinx game? For 1xn, I don't think Jinx feels good into triple diving threats, does it? I think this is Ezreal or Xayah. I think this is Ezreal or Xayah and FTT against triple melee topside. MF banned away from 1xn. He's been playing a lot of it. Huh. Ezreal banned away by TT instead. Guess maybe afraid of lane dominance. Nico locked in for Kyle. Right, that definitely helps in terms of your engage options, and it gives you lane dominance. Takes something away from Feather as well, potentially. Alright. Ashe Seraphine, that's a little bit different, isn't it? A little bit different. Now that's something that'll give you some anti-dive. 1xn, good Ashe player. Now you have engage from Sejuani, Yone, and Ashe, and Seraphine. You can peel back with the Seraphine ult and the Galio. I like this from TT. This is a good composition. TT, my biggest complaint about them has been the fact that they hadn't really been able to find an identity. And I think this is it. I think this is an identity. I think this is great. I think this is very good, actually. Anyone's Legend, though, on the other side, do have 5 mobile, or especially when you get the Proto Belt, they have 5 very scary playmakers. Look, I think AL are a much better team. Especially with TT losing some very important games recently. It has felt like they've potentially already got a loss that is a backlog to kind of catch up with, which is very hard to recoup. You know, I have a lot of faith in Beichuan and 1xN as feathers. I think, and 1xN and then Beichuan. I think that particularly 1xN and Feather could be something great someday. They are still at the start of their career, very early into it. And we'll see whether they can get there. We'll see whether they can get there. But I think on this team right now, they looked completely mental booms, and their last series felt like it could have been an email. Welcome, Tasley. Yeah, oh my god. Leslie Taff, I don't know how to... Look, I'm tired today, folks. It's been a long couple of weeks covering LPL here for you. Well, that's no Nivea on our own sites as well. And yeah, Anyone's Legend on the other side. One of our very top teams. One of our very, very top teams. We'll get into the game, and we'll discuss a little more there. The draft already happened? Yes, draft just happened. Maybe we'll hear some dryers as well for AL and for TT. There we go. Thank you, Montez. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a little over 2 weeks of doing non-stop LPL, and we are yet to miss a game. However, we're in week 3. Regular season does go on for 8 weeks. It's a lot of games, and we've already had our breaks, you know. So Sam and I will have to have a chat about how things are going with that. Starting the E for Hoya. Oh, he goes for the phase rush. That's very helpful. Flandre goes for the E, but honestly, Hoya not a bad trade though at level 1. Hoya doesn't have phase rush now. It's worth noting. That is a very long cooldown. Doesn't take a bad trade, but I mean, you have just walked to the Gwen without you. Oh my god, Hoya, you got to be so careful with this. Guess passive. Eesh. Oh, the double flash. Hoya, buddy, you got to be careful. This is one of the things that. Thank you so much. Sam's gone and bought me a cinnamon roll. You beautiful person. Sam also has got to be even more beautiful. This is one of the things I learned weirdly in the Quinn versus Nasus matchup, because what'll happen is Nasus will let you 3-hit him on one wave, because phase rush is such a long cooldown that he can run at you, wither you, and you don't have the slow resist at that point to escape on the second wave. No. I was basically just saying that it's a phase rush Galio top, and Hoya got the phase rush on the first hits, and then went in for a second trade, and then didn't have phase rush. You can't. Yeah, you need to play around phase rush cooldown like that. And the first trade was fine, the second one was not. Feather! I was just saying he's a newer player in the LPL. He's just played 100 games in the LPL. Hoya's in trouble. Oh, Hoya's in trouble. Hoya's in trouble. That bad trade might just cost him. No flash. Tarzan, how much damage is he going to get? He does have a little bit of mobility. Of course, the E gets some CC under turret. I mean, that Torn will too. And Tarzan dodges the turret because he has a W. He has a fizzy on a W. Why did they think that was good? Tarzan gets first blood, and Hoya, I'm sorry for you, buddy, but you shouldn't have taken that second trade. One bite was enough.
Look, it only accepts one fizz because it's carbonated, right? It's fizzy.
Oh my god, you're kidding. I'm going to leave Sam alone with the stream a little bit. I've got some other stuff got to do in the background. I've got to drink some coffee as well.
Go sort that. Right, so where are we at? We clearly see that TT won the side select by the looks of it.
They did. Yeah. Flandre locked in Heimerdinger. It was very close though, went down to the last bit. It was
fun.
It was a lore matchup, Arcane. It was Master versus Apprentice. It was Heimerdinger versus Jace. Student and Professor. Fight over the spot side Scuttle now. Well,
Alright then, Tarzan. Flash for flash. Beitron, we're looking to get that permafrost down again. For all we really play Beitron's Lilia, which is very potent right now. The other thing to remember is his Sejuani, also a long-time specialty of this player. All the while, though, I have got my eyes on Shanks on that Akali. The last time he had this out, he went absolutely nuclear. Let's see whether we can manage that one. Hello, Montes. Hello, Jeed. Hello, Jezebel. Good to see you. Official Wajid, also great to see you. Hey, Leslie. Nice to see you all in here. Also, I see Duo losing their mind about the Big Belveth not being available. Corky Nico versus Ash Seraphine. That's a very big shove bot lanes. And hang on, that was just a solo kill. I looked at chat for a second, come back, and Shanks has just killed off Setup. What? He's got flash up. What? I was not expecting that. I was looking at chat. I was saying hello. I turned back and realized, hang on, there's no setup. And Shanks now just gets a solo kill. Oh no. That's the Akali off to the races. I'm hoping we get a replay there, because I hate to see exactly how that one happened. What? TT hasn't been alive in a game since BLG 3 weeks ago. They do seem to be tilting, don't they? See you around, Trinity. Oh dearie me, that is the correct choice. Majid, I agree. Hey Lorendi, also good to see you. How on earth? How on earth did Shanks just get a solo kill like that? Didn't this team beat BLG last split? Yes, they did. And deservedly so, too. There have been some solo lane issues from that, and Feather's had some interesting moments, too. Towards the grubs we go. Tarzan at least trades out on the dragon there as well. Bastion has a smite. So can secure those grubs. I hit with the shuriken flip. Tries to taunt it out, and Shanks holds. Before reactivating. Sejuani is out farming the Fury, which is kind of hilarious. See where that turns into anything. Hello from Chicago. This is KJB, good to see you. What about TT and Elo having their ADCs? I mean, yeah. Not that it's fair to say that 1xN has been at his absolute best this split. But I think he's not been the primary issue, at least as far as I've been able to see. Morning, Curly. Good to see you. Nice slide out of the snips. Goes looking for the Q3, can't quite find it. Tarzan is around the bot side. And Flondre can keep up trading. This could be a very aggressive dive here from Tarzan. Another good snip. Needles come flying on through. Lands the R3. I think Setup is just dead here. Hound's Pursuit. Stays alive for a second or two longer. Misses the Darking Blades. Unbinds the soul. Goes back and Tarzan picks it up. Can now look to reset. Now going back forward with the Hound's Pursuit. Had to flash to avoid the Glacial Prison. Stays alive. Nicely executed dive. Flandre sets it up. Tarzan knocks him down. Setup can't outplay. The deal emote has been added, oh boy. Is one extend the AD that got a pen to an LPL debut a few years ago? I don't know whether he got a pen to his debut, but he did do some wild stuff on Aphelios versus Jackie Love, and did like a 1v5 Nexus defense on Aphelios with a 3-weapon switch of the guards. So this all starts off with Flandre getting some good chunks out before setting up for these needlework, but the R3 landing means that Setup is pretty much dead to rights here. R's away. I wonder whether you have to R through Tarzan there. It's a good flash to avoid the Glacial Prison. That's another kill onto AL. That gets them 3 overall and puts them at the Martial Mastery Mark of Strength. Hello, one Nymaera, who has returned.
I haven't this time. I've eaten, I've brushed my teeth and everything. I've even had some caffeine, so I feel slightly more human. Only slightly, you know, can't get too much. We are League of Legends casters after all.
That's very true. Degenerates, the lot of us. Tarzan got a really cool dive with Flandre onto Setup, where basically Flandre kept chunking out, landed a few needles, and Tarzan was waiting to press R, basically.
Oh, TT. I actually like this composition. I do like this composition, but they're, you know, down now in all key roles. Grub's getting started up from TT, but I don't really think that TT are going to be able to hit turrets that well. I'm quite worried about that because...
Well, at least you got the Yone, I suppose, but there was a solo kill from Shanks with the Setup.
This is my problem. We do have a teleport coming in for a contest, though.
Okay. Second grub secured, that's 5. Looking for the pop blossom lands from Kyle, and that means they're very dead. 1xN, who just can't flash far enough away. Great engage from Kyle, and TT just not ready to defend from a teleport and an eco flash.
And even though they have a good disengaged team, hang on a second, are we going to get anything more up here? I mean, you don't have the Neferi W. Again, Setup does manage to hit the bot lane turret, so in this case, actually, you do get to hit the turrets. That's nice. Obviously, cross maps are always your way to use grubs if nothing else works. 3-kill Neferi, though. Ash losing a flash. Dragon coming up and likely having to give that over. TT, they're in a tough spot.
Neferi will finish up that last grub by the looks of it. On the minimap at the very least, so Tarzan going to secure that within a moment or two, looking to hold on to the smite, I imagine, and save it for that dragon you mentioned. And there goes that singular grub towards anyone's legend. Let's have a look again. Basically, they see the clone come on through and go, cool, we're fine. Then they see the teleport and they go, well, I've got to go. I just can't flash far enough.
You can see that the horrible decision making that 1xN has to make there. I'm meant to retreat into my own side of the map. I can't retreat one way. If I go the other, Nico catches me. One's got a teleport on it as well. So you just can't go anywhere. At that point, I would actually save the flash. I think the only thing which saves you there is actually Feather just flinging an ult out, but then you can flash that too. So
yeah.
TT just didn't have the ward coverage to save them. And that is a problem. Losing kills like that and losing gold gives anyone's legends mobile assassins, of which
you have 2-3 of them, really. Yeah.
Even arguably Corki can be that too. Is a big problem for TT. If they got a lot of gold, you don't get to Deathfall without losing someone.
And again, AL have gone for one of these comps we've seen a few of from the LPL within the periods about going for target access and damage, but not necessarily the highest CC. Nico is your CC, and that's not bad, but you haven't got a Sejuani like you do on the other side, and so you're very reliant on getting far enough ahead that the damage you can do sticks real hard.
Is 1xN the AD that got a penta on his LPL debut a few years ago? He did debut in 24, maybe last year. Anyway, Hoya getting 1v1 by Flandre. A little bit scary here.
That's a lot of damage for you. Backs away. Use the phase rush to run on out. Needlework though. Forces Hoya down to about 20% HP. Dragon was secured, as you suggested it might be, by the side of everyone's legend. And they find themselves with a solid early game lead, all things said and done. Nearly at the 3k mark. Nice trade away there from Shanks, who returns to the shuriken he threw down in his miss just beforehand.
Okay. This is quite a lot of gold for this timestamp, folks. 3,000 gold lead at 13 minutes. It's quite a lot, especially when it is leading to, you know, your Ashe Seraphine not necessarily getting the lead, which they want. The Gwen becoming kind of unmanageable, the Neferi as well. Flandre is getting teleported, and the arrow is going to snipe him. All right, that's a good pick back.
Hallow missed either on cooldown or not used. Thought he could skip and slash out of it. Could not.
That's a great point. I mean, maybe afraid of the Sejuani if he used the W. Maybe that was thinking, oh, I can get out with the E, but the W. I think he was thinking about too many things. Had the flash, had W, had E. Goes down. Maybe should have lived. AL will get the mid lane turret, though, as a cross map.
It's good short order. Over we go. That's Vita strength skill with that first turret. Feather throwing down some beat drops, but Tarzan can do stuff on forward. He's in the hot dog skin, by the way.
It has been used in the LPL. It was not used in LTA. Apparently, it was kind of admin disabled there for competitive reasons or whatever. But I guess we don't give a damn about that here at LPL.
We had the Pengu Garen, remember, here, so.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
It was only in a 1v1, but it was there. Like, this is the scariest hot dog I think I've ever seen. Like, I've seen hot dogs made at Trafalgar Square at 3 in the morning.
About to say, like, if you're ever on the streets in London, do not get the street food. Now, there is great food in London. Just don't
buy the 3 AM hot dogs.
That is
the smell of fried onion is like a siren song summoning you to bowel disaster. With Beige Brand will Arctic Assault over the wall to avoid being part of the bowel disaster.
Bowel disaster. It does sound like some kind of, you know, death metal band.
It does.
Oh, having to galley ult away.
Gets one out. But does need to burn the alternate. First ult the game from Hoya there, at least as far as I've seen, is a defensively used one. There's some great street food, just don't buy the Trafalgar Square burgers, Monty. That's genuinely the long and short of it. There is great food in London. Do not, under any circumstances,
that's true.
Buy the burgers.
I will say kebabs are good. Kebabs are fine. Look, it's not Berlin kebab, which I think is very, very good. Even though I'm not a kebab enjoyer, really. I mean, I'm whatever, they're fine. But I'll have once every so often. Like, I can respect them in Berlin. London, you know, they're fine. They're good. Got some good ones. If I'm gonna go to London, though, you know, I'm gonna go to one of my. I'm gonna go to Soho. Or I'm going to go to Brick Lane. Or I'm going to go to Shoreditch. And if you've really got money in your pocket, you can go to some fancy sushi in Canary Wharf or something. Anyway, this one's going to be catch of the day. Our first catch of the day. Harold's done that.
Fire the boob nipple gun.
I swear to God. I swear to God. Oh, Harold's going to get taken. Let's move away from that topic very swiftly. Arrow comes through.
It doesn't land. It wasn't onto the clone. There's Herald secure. Teleports come flying on through. That's a good combo. Kyle's flashing away, though. Good setup, and Dendro gets out of the pop loss by rebinding the Soul Shanks on the other side. He's got the passive running, looking to get some stuff done with the hammer strike. He's got into 4 members and just dies. Now Kyle very low on the other side of Tarzan. Vegas and Dark and Daggers can't get that much value done. Feather in danger, though, as the needles will do so work. Hound's pursuit into the backside. Gets the kill onto the Seraphine. Hoya now dying, and they just bought enough time. Shanks may have died, but this has just left the Neferi and Flandre to hop all over everyone.
TT did not pay respect to the Hound, and the Hound takes its pound of flesh. Anyone's Legend come away with a 5-kill Neferi. Hope on a 3-kill Corki. He's now 2,000 gold up his own lane too. Anyone's Legend midway through that fight realized that they just had to throw themselves at TT because all of the skills have been used. As we go through this replay, let's track them. So we've got, that's the Ashe ult, one big tool. After this, we get the Sejuani and the Yone ults used not too quick in succession. And then, of course, the Seraphine too. The Yone ult doesn't get anything, neither does the Seraphine ult. That's three huge ults. You don't have the Galio ult from earlier. I don't mind Shanks going for this, knowing that the team will at least then be able to start the fight and you've committed TT to it. It's not the best execution for it, but the mindset I agree with. All the cooldowns are down, let's go in. See that Batron tries to stop it, Hope from getting damage onto the rest of the team, but at this point, you have nothing left in the tank.
Wellington tries to get one down, but it's just not that doable. I think the fact that they didn't pick off Kyle that fast, even though he's gone for Ionian Boots, not even Merc Treads there for the CC reduction, and he still survives. Maybe it's just that Chem Dragon timing. Maybe that's what it is.
Tara's going to go down. There's a setup for the highlights. But there's a common shout we've got to reply to. None of those fights are from England. Well, okay, get yourself sufficient chips, then get yourself a pot pie, get yourself a carvery, Victorious
scones.
Like, it turns out I like Asian food, and there's a lot
Chicken
of world-class
tikka masala.
Asian food within London, which is really good. Chicken tikka masala is legitimately made in Edinburgh, I'm pretty sure. Was it Glasgow?
It's Glasgow?
I really don't want to misattribute that because there's a rivalry between those two cities.
I think it's Glasgow.
And either way, why should you care where it comes from if it's good food and it's there and it's available? Because actually, it's come from the kitchen you've gone to visit. Yeah. Also, Koya in Soho, my favourite place in London, is so goddamn udon.
I still love the fact that there's an udon place near us that legitimately flew to London from Berlin to go to Koya to get advice on how to do udon, which is kind of wild. It's a Japanese udon place as well in Berlin. They went, actually, we're gonna learn from this other place. Great, love the casting so far. Thank you. We're also very protective of London's food. We love it there.
Yeah,
that's why.
London's pretty good. 3 dragons over towards Enemy's Legend. It's a Hextech Soul. They've got 3 dragons at 19 minutes. Hang on a second, actually, that could be some trouble there. Is Shanks going to go on the other side? He's pops that on. Yeah, he's going for it.
Way away. Setup's just dead under the turret. Flash away. Gorgeous, Shanks.
Setab unbinds the soul and sets the seeds of his demise. Shanks finds him on his return pad, and he doesn't have enough to get out of it at that point. Really well played by Shanks. TT, they have just been comprehensively outplayed. I like the composition, but AL gave themselves some individual ability to shine, and they've used that well.
London needs more Mexican food. You're not wrong, actually. Yeah. If there was an international food type that London does not do well, Mexican's got to be right up there. Soul rebound, Shanks, gorgeous. R1, shuriken into his mist to give him the escape route. Like, it's so smooth. He's got the Shadow Flame done now, as well as the Rocket Belt. The Dark Seal is stacking, looking to go towards some Merc Treads by the looks of it. And I think that makes sense considering you're trying to manage quite a lot of CC heroes of the Akali. And honestly, by itself, this is not an easy Akali game. Look how many tools there are to make your life really hellish if you go diving too far. Between the Galio, the Sejuani, Ashe Seraphine. If you ever overplay your hand here as the Akali, you will have a bad time, but moments like that, you can say, okay, I see exactly why Shanks got this pick.
You know, Sugos is laughing about, oh no, that's another laughing matter. The ult pop for free again. Hoya, ever since that level 1, which we talked about, he has a flash. You've just burned your ult for free, buddy. Please don't burn your flash too. Lucky there.
How far does Tarzan want to go? Okay, that's fine.
I say, you can dodge turret shots with the W, which is a bit scary. Hoya, ever since the level 1, looking out of sorts, and sadly, this is more of the TT which I thought might happen at the start of the year. Obviously, he had a great split one, but I think Hoya has fallen off. I think that Beitran has been doing fine. I think that Set has been very mercurial. 1xN's been okay, but he's not been able to take the game by the scruff of the neck in the same way. Atakan's going to go down. I don't think there's going to be a contest, especially without that Galio ult as well. But TT, for me, very sadly, just haven't been able to find consistent form on anyone. They haven't found an identity. This is better with that, finding something, but they haven't been able to play through it well at all.
No, for me, this feels like coaching's probably the wrong stand, but like there is a team morale issue. It feels like with TT at the minute. They look defeated every time they hit the rift, and that's not what you want to see. I understand that it's a tough group to be in Group Ascend, but I don't feel like TT are getting better. They feel to be regressing, which is always a bad thing to be witnessing. Hoya finds himself in a 1v3. Setup will now turn up. TT managed to defend this tier 2. All the while, of course, they did claim that turret down towards that bot side, so at least get something.
Right. I say right a lot. That's my reset phrase at the moment, where I figure we need to talk about something else, like potentially an all-in on the top side. Flandre does have flash, does have needle. He might just kill him.
Flash away will not be needed in the end as Flandre goes down. AL lose their top lane.
Yeah, he uses his ult, uses his flash, goes down, very close to killing Setup. A little overextended.
Tarzan.
Hang on, yeah, what's he going to do here?
I don't actually know whether Tarzan entirely wins that. It's a good W to avoid the Arctic Assault.
I think he does, because he has the Black Bleed. So if you hit 1Q, the bleed stack. That's cancelling out. Hang on, Tarzan, did you just ult there? He was in his ult animation. Maybe not. Okay, no, it didn't go on. So what it'll do, it goes on cooldown when the reset windows elapse. He did actually get his ult cancelled there. Setup would have died.
Important ult cancel. And it's important to note you can counter it as long as he's not in the air. While he's channeling up, you can interrupt it.
You can cancel it whilst in the air too. It's just that you can't block it like a Caitlyn ult anymore.
Sorry,
you can't.
I'm with you.
You can't body block it anymore, which was one of the more. I mean, it made her very unreliable as a assassin before. On the whole, I do think the idea for what she's had as a rework is fine. I just think they need... yeah. We talked about this. Cancelled. Sorry, I didn't order that hot dog.
Yeah, return to sender.
I know, it's from Trafalgar Square. That's not
I don't want the
worry.
Trafalgar Square hot dog.
I don't want the Trafalgar Square hot
No.
dog. That's
Sounds
the bad
awful.
stuff.
Resist the smell of fried onions. Give not in to the sirens of Trafalgar Square food.
It's like, what? If it's sold by Cut Me Own Throat Dibbler, it's not food you want to eat, folks.
Not be cutting my own throat, as Hoyer
Oh,
might be
dear.
cutting his own throat by walking in here, boss. Oh no, there's 4 people waiting to kill off the Galio. There's a redemption, but there's
swear to
nothing to
God.
redeem. The coupons are out of date. Cool, blimey.
words failed me, Sam. As apparently accents failed you. The Ode will bring back. And luckily, that's not a kill, so the poor people on the highlight video don't have to hear that.
The thing is, Anivia out there is just going to clip this in and just go, yes,
Yeah.
you do.
Yeah.
He's out there going, yeah, that was happening.
The things that we do for content. Satab does have flash, does have ult. Do you have a fight around what would be a Hextech Soul for anyone's legend? What tools don't we have available? Well, it's pretty much everything, actually. So, let's see what we've got. Without Flandre's flash, it's the one thing not there.
So, always believe in your soul. Hang on, Glacial Prison blind to the bush. Into the arrow! Base one! It's gorgeous! It's only on to Kyle. They'll get one of those. Hope it's down to half HP. Pulls back to center. Shanks on the back. Taunted up by that shield of Durand. And they kill off the Akali too. Base one in danger. Goes down. That's the reset now for Tarzan. He can look to hop around Hoyer. In danger, but 1xM looking to trade on out. The needle's out. The shield of Durand. Again, another Q3. And Flandre goes down. Tarzan picks up another though. This dog is so damn scary. Q3 goes one. How much damage?
But there's no
can the
smite.
dog
There's
do?
no smite.
There
That's
is
the
no
problem.
smite.
Yeah,
And they kill off
Setup.
Tarzan.
I mean, he has
Straight away.
enough ability to survive this Setup trying to stack up that Q. They cannot leash the dragon.
Trying to get the slows down, get another stun. Hopes return. Now they've got the Corki here as well. I think TT just to back away. Redemption's back. Over the wall goes Tarzan. How aggressively do they want to play this? They've got the ability to teleport Shanks back in 15.
Also, if Tarzan ends up going towards... Hang on a second, he's going to go over the wall. You see TT, they need to get picks. They need to get a fight.
Hope, he's in a bit of danger, does a lot of damage back with the Frost Bomb. Dark and Daggers land onto Hoyer, who then starts bleeding. Overcomes Shanks. Looking close on it. Kyle! There's a stun on top of the Hoyer. That's left to Onyx alone with one Tarzan! And he's dead as well. TT failed the extended pop quiz. They don't get the right multi-choice answer.
Oh, the thunder is talking, but it's all Greek to me. They're not on the same page. They're not understood. It's a bit of a Tower of Babel, not on the same page. Anyone's legend, pick them apart, because they don't quite get what they need. The smite is up, though. Beitron could go for a steal.
Of course, it's the Hex Soul. You have to go and play for this. The Hound's pursuit over the wall. Shanks also following. Feather likely to fall now. They pick him off. There'll now be a reset. And Tarzan goes flying across. Hexol being taken by the rest of the team. While the mid-jungle run at Sejuani. It's ball hunting. And they have more than enough spears to gut that Horror Rider.
Hextech Soul, an 806 Neferi. I think in other regions, the Neferi has been not what I've expected. In the LPL, we found a way to really unlock this champion. LPL is so good at playing around this Neferi, and players like Tarzan shows exactly what you can do on the dog.
Oh, well, who let the dogs out? For
Tarzan.
free.
Yeah,
for free in this economy.
Damn. Insane. Well, if it wasn't over before, I think it is now. Going to the replay. So what goes here? Who goes there? Kyle, in the bush. This is a great Sejuani ult. I mean, this is great at the start. They see Hope and Kyle both in that side. They have it's kind of an educated guess that someone stood in that corner of the brush. Get the Yone ult after 2. Hope doesn't even get himself that great a fight. But once you've used all of your cooldowns, even though you get down the Nico without using the ult, the Akali doesn't impact this fight either. Where are the rest of your cooldowns now? No one's coming to save you after those are down. Boy tries to get some CC, but no. Neferi can solo carry at this point. Dip in and out of brushes. Wait for those second round of cooldowns while you hide out of vision. And because Sejuani's died in a very important kill, you can't go for the dragon secure yourself.
Tarzan plays this so masterfully. The Eviscerate cooldown at this point nearly non-existent. Brings the dogs back up. Hexgate's back over to the other side and they play out the fight from there. It's very smooth stuff. And, you know, for TT, that was a close fight. They got in that dragon. We might be having a different conversation, but they don't. They do go down Soul. They are now in a position where the 8,000 gold lead is only getting worse. There was an arrow in the picture-in-picture that flashed away from. They looked like they tried to pick off Kyle, who does actually fall at the end of that, so that's not bad, actually.
No, he has been picked off well. And, you know, Kyle's a support player, which we believe to be the best support in the LPL right now. It's not his cleanest game. TT have been putting a lot of focus onto him, as he is the sole engage. It makes sense, right? You're a squishy support, you are the only engaged. Flandre's going to find Beige One. You'll be able to do that much about it. Beige One is still, you know, even 2.5k down. Pretty tanky. Baron started on vision, wasn't caught by the sweeper. That all-seeing Baron gives you that extra terrain to work with.
Shanks has 5 knives to stab Hoya with and is running around with that. Kyle will body block Beige One out, keeps him out of the pit for now, tried to get into Beige One, not quite in time. Now Flandre on a flank will make sure that Beige One is likely going to die. They're galley-walting in on that!
I don't know about that one, son. Galio flies in just to mark the graves, and there's a giant statue as a headstone now. TT comprehensively outplayed. I like the composition, but they've just been torn apart, torn up from the soil, root and stem.
If you're mispronouncing the name, it's GG at this point. TT have got nothing left to say in this game.
What a good joke you say in chat.
Thank you.
It never goes down. Anyone's legend. They picked in 3 assassins and a Corki. Throw Nico in there, why don't you? And they've completely shredded this game.
Oh, damn. One extent drags Tarzan onto the fountain, but he gets to press W and send the dogs at him anyway. Cry Havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Tarzan just puts on a Neferi masterclass. He's one of the best in the region on it.
Game 1, not really in question. Early solo kills. Early pressure bled out by TT. And anyone's legend, just a better team. Just a better team. I was gonna like have no camera today, Sam, but I need to go get changed if we're gonna do it, because I'm currently just in an Udi.
That's fair. If you need to go get changed, I can hold on to chat for a second.
Good. Yeah.
Alex is by far the most comfy person you've ever seen right now.
Is it on? Right. Hello. I'm just in an Udi. Like.
Yeah, he's very comfy right now, guys.
I might need to go get changed a little bit, but anyway.
You go do that.
Yeah.
I'll look after chat.
Fun fact for Montes. It's a very good question, isn't it? It's a very good question. Many things. Many such cases. You think of a fun fact, Sam, and then I'll think of a fun fact.
Ooh.
That wasn't even close. That actually just wasn't close.
That's fair. Oh my, that was a blowout. It was a bit. Noted that. It was. Okay, so what's a good fun fact? Citizen Kane nearly got in a lot of trouble, and people got sued. Like a lot of the producers got sued by a number of media moguls for the accurate and disparaging characterization of Kane relative to a number of other media moguls at the time. In fact, certain newspapers then refused to cover the paper, basically, cover the movie as a result.
I do have a fun fact.
Yeah.
Disney almost killed Warhammer.
Really?
Disney almost killed Warhammer. Do you want to know how that happened? Has anyone told Sammy looks like Baby Nos?
Yeah.
I know it's Baby No Money. Yeah, he's a Baby No Caster.
And Baby No Caster, straight.
So, Disney almost killed Warhammer because Warhammer has a character called Malekith, who is the Witch King of the Dark Elves in Warhammer Fantasy. Not Warhammer 40k, they're two different things. Disney have Marvel, who has Malekith in the Thor comic series. And even though it's contentious as to whether they could have any legal grounds for like copyright of Malekith of a name, they were threatening it with so big lawyer money that Games Workshop ended up like losing like a lot of position in the industry, and it really forced them into a very difficult position.
Is that why they've renamed Malekith to Malarian?
Yes.
That's why?
Still called Malekith in Total War Warhammer, but that's okay, yeah. It's why they've had to rename a whole load of stuff because Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k were both made in an era before copyright was much more kind of stringent and stuff, which is why, you know, they have stuff like Space Marines and Imperial Guard and stuff like that. Very generic names. And Eldar, they're actually all, they're all very generic names. They have now tried to change like Eldari and Astra Militarum and Astartes and whatever because they can't copyright the other stuff.
So it's a way of getting, which in fairness makes sense. It's frustrating because obviously we know these things are certain things for a long time.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go put some adverts on, folks, just so we don't get some in the next game.
Tarzan.
I mean, Tarzan. I mean, the Neferi went wild, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's a surprise as to who gets the MVP there. TT, do you want to watch the Shy play versus NIP Smilers? Yes. That's who's going to be wild. Manaro, very good draft from TT. If they banned Nefiri, they would have given win game 1. Nefiri is very broken in the LPL. Yeah.
And the Tristana.
Yeah, I know. I think Nefiri had to go. And giving it to Tarzan of all people too. Him and Kanavi are probably our 2 best Nefiri players. Although I will say, John Howe and Shadow have also had some very good games.
So John Howard probably does deserve
I
Shadow.
mean, and as I said, Shadow ended up with like a 17-0-10 game. Like, you know, there are a few very good Nefiri players. I think Shun isn't that great. He won the other day with it, but I don't think it was with his active participation being the main catalyst for it.
A lot of words to say shit, so.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think it was shit. I just think it was mediocre. Which is what I was going to say. IG should win later. I think so. Raphael, we are talking about 2 of the most notoriously silly teams. And I used silly as the operative word. Not inconsistent. Not mercurial. Silly. They are 2 of the singularly most silly teams in all of esports. They are known to do peculiar things for no discernible reason, and therefore I hesitate to give strong sentiment on how things should play out in a series between NIP and IG. They are interesting, is the way we will phrase it. Hoya, a bit of a trash player. I mean, I know that's a really strong statement. I don't think he's been playing well. I think, unfortunately, we saw some really good things from him in Split 1. We've seen a good Rumble game from this split, but he has unfortunately devolved for me this split. And he's in a group full of a lot of very, very good top laners. And I don't think laning has ever been his strength. And if he ever falls behind, he has a habit of going to play make and cede even more resources as a result. And it makes it look worse. And I'm also like not that sold on a guy who, if it ever goes wrong, it tends to go really wrong for him. So, you know, I think that's a bit of a harsh statement, but he was always a bit of a fragile point in the squad for where me and Alex were looking, and that is feeling pretty true right now. MVP? Wow! I never could have guessed it would be Tarzan. This is such a surprise, guys. Back to the old-time DK Hoya. Yeah, I forget he played on down 1 for a bit. And again, Hoya is actually a pretty good playmaker from ahead. And we actually did see some really good game from him in spring. Like his Camille, his Rumble, took Bin to task. But how often do we get that out of 10 times? At the minute, maybe 1, 2 times out of 10. In spring, it felt like 6 or 7 times out of 10. Which is, or at least like, okay, 5 out of 10 it would be fine, 2 out of 10 it would be great, and the other 3 would be meh. But that's a lot better value than it is right now. Was TT stomped again? Unfortunately, Andrew Walker, yeah. And I say this as someone who has a lot of love for TT and a number of their members. This is unfortunately not looking very pretty right now. I was going to say pretty pretty. Which I feel is not a great sentence. And Tarzan is your MVP! Dramatic redoings of song.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买酷睿 Ultra HX 新品上京东领国家补贴，立省20%。逛京东搜赛事预测，参与预测赢好礼。
京东。
Yone has never looked so chibi in his life. Bit of a bossa nova bass line.
I'm like your favorite show you watch, but touch or not. This babe gonna mess with you and keep you satisfied. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want. Take a look at this, yeah. You know you wanna look, yeah. Make it for the love, yeah. All you want.
Oh, fabulous. I would love to. No, that's fine. I wasn't there for the 1v1 anyway because I wouldn't go buy coffee, so... Okay. All works out in the long run. Hello, you people. There was a question in chat from Raphael, and it was like, who's, IG should be favoured later, and I went, yes, but I basically then also had the conversation about the fact that probably the two silliest teams in the LPL. And I don't mean mercurial, I don't mean inconsistent, I mean silly. And I mean that in the operative sense of the word, because those teams do peculiar things at any given moment for no discernible reason. That could be from draft to play.
I only watched TT from the LPL and have been for 3 years. That is some commitment, and I appreciate that. I like TT a lot, but yeah.
I am a big 1xN fan from down in the LDL. He and Milky Way were my, well, that and Bulukaka were my guys.
Hoya's a trash player. I think Hoya is a player that when he falls behind, stays behind pretty bad.
Yeah.
Which is why I typically like seeing him on stuff like the Galleon, where it's like, well, you know, you can kind of survive and it'll be okay. But then, of course, the level 1 went very, very badly in this case, which was, you know, not great. I will do a posture check, and I did just get hydrated, so I'll count that. Did I miss anything? Has anyone not had this? I see compliments, I see roasts. Has anyone not had those? NIP and IG are both unstable, but IG is more on point this split. Yeah, I think that they have better individual laning strength, right, which helps. Danny is a pretty silly coach as well. He absolutely can be. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of our coaches have like some different, you know, very different records to them, right? You haven't, okay. Zero compliment. I appreciate you being so overtly trans rights because that is a very important thing, and I think it's very important, particularly in this day and age, when a lot of people are really kind of crap to pretty much anyone they can do, especially some of the most vulnerable in our society, and that's something which I really appreciate. So you keep at that. No, I know, but a lot of people just try and kind of, you know, but you don't have to put yourself on the line all the time, right? Especially online where you can kind of not mention it or whatever. But I appreciate it, for sure. Yeah, no, still, I think it's still very important, right? For instance, but IG is more important than split. So we talked about the laning strength, right? I think that lane swaps being removed really help. Because I think Gala's been very good in individual lane. I think that JJ has been very, very good. It's been very, very good. Hey, no, I could see. I'm so old I got an escape plan. Yeah, well, you know, given the way things are happening, better to plan and not need it than not plan and need it, right? Did anyone else not get their points redeems in the break? Just let me know in chat, we'll figure it out. Hey, Silscast, how's it going? Hey, long time no see, Sil, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Compliment for Harold. I appreciate your full willingness to throw yourself into stuff. I think that the way that you're going about your UKL Div 1 coaching right now, and the way that you throw yourself into broadcast roles and into new plans, you have a real kind of energy which you can't keep down. And I appreciate the passion and the force which you bring towards new ventures, which is very, very cool. You know, I think that effort, passion, and that motivation is very, very important. And I think it's very, very cool. I admire that. Everything which Amber just said about you, Vasu, I double up on. It's a freebie. Kinda out of anything esports right now because of education and work. Trying to watch some stuff from time to time. You doing good? I'm very tired. Might need to take a day off at some point because this schedule is so unforgiving, really. But I'm doing okay. Quite worried, quite overloaded because I've got visa stuff coming up in June, so I need to be prepared for that. And we have more LPL to cover now. So, game numero 2. Don't talk versus anyone's legend. I think TT came away with a good draft last game. Couldn't win with it, but it was a good draft. It's a good draft. Am I having to balance LPL and LEC? To an extent, because meetings on Wednesdays happen early enough, and I can't cover everything on the weekend if I'm at the studio. But Sam's obviously here to cover that as well. So Sam and I basically trade shifts with that. You know, if I'm on LEC, he does LPL, and he takes breaks at other times when he wants to, you know. Shin's out, banned away from Tarzan. I mean, he has been really, really prioritizing that. This is obviously 2-0. Yeah, I think TT look very mental boomed. I think individually, a lot of their players are not doing that well right now. What's made it through the draft this time? Jace has. Jace easy first lock-in. Alright. I think everyone's going towards that. The streaming time on you guys show is unreal though. Well, we're kind of reaching our end of it at that point, which is the problem. Oh, God. The German lessons in the morning are obviously very important, and we doing both of them at the same time is a real pain. TT is BBQ chicken. BBQ Olivers. Does everyone remember BBQ Olivers from LCK? Varus Poppy for AL. Oh, those are good picks. Hope is a very good Varus. I mean, we have seen it being played top lane in the LEC too. I mean, anyone a top lane Varus believer? But then Kyle is an incredibly good Poppy as well. German says, yes, Sam and I need to learn German for our visas, so we've got to do a lot of German in a very short amount of time. So, yeah, figure things out. Was game on a stomp? Yes, it was. MF Alistair, very lane dom. Well, the Alistair's not lane dominant, but the MF kind of allows the Alistair to get out of lane. Not gonna lie, the Alistair into the Poppy is a little bit suspect here. What else would you pick though, I guess? I mean, it's arguably worse. I mean, Rel at least you can Q. You could have gone Leona. I wonder if the... Oh, but then you've given up the Alistair for the Sylas. I think that Alistair pick is a big mistake, picking it that early. Shanks looks at that Alistair ultimate and says, right, it doesn't matter what else you lock in. I just steal that Alistair ultimate and I have a top tier ult to use. Good to see you, Zero, by the way. Meowin doesn't count as seeing it plays. What he plays top doesn't count. Yeah, but Genax also played it. But then again, Genax has also played that. Does some weird lane stuff. For what it's worth, I'm really glad you guys do have the time to come cast these games, even though it's a hard time-wise. You guys are my favorite LPL casters. Thank you. Not even because we met at Worlds. I appreciate it a lot. I've had some very kind fans come up and have chats and take photos and stuff. It's been very flattering. Someone actually on the way back from one of the Worlds days when we were in London, someone on the subway, someone on the underground, who was sat across from Sam and I, like, knew who we were, and I was like, what? You know it's from LPL? It's not even from like LEC or something like that? It was really sweet. That was really sweet. Oh, those connections, they make the world go around, folks. So yeah. Thanks for being part of the community and part of those connections. Yorick banned away from Flandre. He has been playing that a lot. Does he have any other Jace counters? LPL enjoyer in the world? Yeah. There was a person with an LPL tattoo at World Finals, which was insane. Are either of you going to MSI? I don't think so. I think we would have been asked for visas by now, and I didn't have plans to travel there myself, because money. This draft feels so lost for TT. As soon as I saw the Sylas locked into the Alistair, with the Poppy already being there, didn't feel great. And of course that Poppy can still go towards jungle, or even top lane actually. Can be completely fine in top lane. Block the Jace Hammer Q. It's not a winning matchup, but you know. They lock the Skarner, so they have a bit more tank front line. You can't lock in anything. Hang on, come on, that'd be so funny. Come on, Echo into Sylas is awful for him stealing your ult, but, you know, it'd be really good. It would be really cool. Is Shanks the new top tier melee mid specialist? He has been up there for a while. It was him and Cream coming up at the similar time, right? Brand comes in for Beichuan. I mean, don't get me wrong, he is a very good AP jungle player. And I suppose it's the least valuable ult for Shanks to steal, because you don't get the Brand passive easily with it. Because you don't apply Brand passive with your regular abilities and kind of get the passive burst. It still can be good, but it's not easy to get that kind of massive explosion down the line. And Talir locked in. So there's only the Alistair ult, which is good for Sylas to steal. However, actually, you know what? Triple melee comp? I mean, the Alistair ultimate to be stolen is really scary. That is really scary. I think that Brand is, I want to do an AP jungler that can carry, but I don't want to give Sylas a good enough ult to steal. I think that's the logic. I don't think it's great. I think you already have Alistair into Poppy and into Sylas, which is not good at all. Flandre will lock in the Aurora. We'll see how that works out. I like the YouTube stream the most, no ads. It definitely helps for the viewer experience, right? Beitron and Nidalee GT. I think he could have been on Nidalee GT. I think that would have been a better pick, actually, Narindy. I like that. I would have liked that. I suppose you would have had less setup, but I think it would have been fine there. The Brand, to me, it streams... I just got to go back to something comfortable, and it was comfort last summer. It's been a while since we've seen it, though. Alright, Beitron, show us what you got, because this is a rough game. TT might be going 1-5 here. Feeling like very much placeholders here in the group ascend. I don't think that Aurora is actually good into the Jace, by the way. I'm not a big fan of that. But hey, seen worse things in my life. Could Morgana have been a fringe option for TT? Again, not a great option for Shanks to go forward to, but it would have been okay, actually. It would have been okay. Oh, also you can Black Shield the Sylas trying to steal your ult. So you can actually play around that, which is very funny. Oh, you know what? Morgana could have been so big brain. Morgana jungle could have been so big brain because you could Black Shield the Alistair as Sylas goes to steal his ult in some situations, and it still puts his ult on cooldown. God damn, that'd be so insane. legitimately that could have, I mean, but that takes a lot of practice. If you haven't practiced it, a bit harder. There are definitely some moments where Morgana jungle is good though. Very good into Vi, of course. Saw that from Tarzan at Worlds. Dankeschön, mein Bruder. Ich habe einen Kaffee. Ja, no.
Is it
Ear is that's plural, isn't it? Oh, maybe not.
Ear is in like he.
Yeah.
He has a coffee.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah.
Er hat einen Kaffee. It's einen.
Oh yeah, einen. Because it. Look, by the way, folks, for those of you that missed our context from the last week or two, Sam and I are taking German lessons because we live in Germany and we need it for our visa. So we are learning German typically in the morning before LPL streams. Today was a bit too much though. We decided to catch up on notes later because we have been doing about, I don't know, 6, even upwards of like 8-hour streams on the weekends for LPL for 2 weeks solid. This is why I don't like the Aurora into the Jace. Flandre chose this matchup, and I'm not a big fan of it. Well, I mean, yes, but then also you don't win. Okay, there are 2 problems. You're too short range to bully melee auto attack range and blah blah blah, and you're not winning the melee fights either. Hope does blow the barrier early for level 1 control.
That he does, and we've obviously got some interesting drafts here with big wombo combo from anyone's legends between the Skarner, that's the name of the Scorpion, and Poppy setting up for the likes of this Silas and Aura to run rampant. But look at the other side, and Beige on that brand. It's been a while since we've seen that champion being really pulled out.
When it was locked in, I do feel like Nidalee was actually just a better pick. Yeah, Flandre, I don't know about this Aurora into the Jace. That could actually be a bit of a problem. But I think the reason why Beitron picked it is that they locked the Alistar, immediately got a Silas slammed into them, which I think is a problem, because that is one of, if not the best ults in the game for Silas. By the way, whatever, we can have a tangent about this. The best ults in the game for Silas, and it's not always... Oh, do we have to talk about that? Okay, we'll talk about that at some point. We might have to talk about a Skarner gang first, though.
Hoya might be not enjoying the experience of people available. Flash the weirding slow. We'll throw down the electric field and get out to safety. The boulder just wide, and Tarzan swing and a miss.
2 flashes for 1, but Flandre gets himself a frozen wave if he wants it. He probably will. Wait, can he? He has enough HP. Yeah, he can actually save this if he wants to. But of course, Sal's back on the screen. Let's talk about some of those ultimates, because Alistar is very, very good. Any kind of ultimate which makes you survivable is very good for Silas, because it means you get another cooldown of your W off, maybe even 2 or 3. So that's why Tryndamere, when he was mid lane, Silas was insanely good into that. Stuff like Mundo ultimate can be incredibly powerful too. And then of course you're looking for anything with very high AP ratios, and then of course it includes the abilities which have like their AD ratio kind of transformed into that. So there are some of that. Yeah. Gnarlt is insanely good with that. We'll leave that conversation. We will feel it. It's fun, and I want to talk about it, but we might get a dive here.
Looking for the damage. Pyrotasm comes on throws out the Seer. Doesn't find as much value as he's hoping for. Takes a couple turret shots and has to back away. Flandre mostly okay here. Still holding on to TP, by the way. Hasn't reset yet.
Yeah, I wanted to get a little bit more farm, I suppose. Get back to first times. I'll see what build they go towards. I hope it's a bursty one. There's basically no tanks besides that Alistar, who doesn't care if you put all the Andrews on him anyway, or when he's another ult. Of course, Silas ults. I want to keep talking about this.
Yes. Yeah, go on.
There was actually a tier list that C9 had. It's something like Season 8 World, the best things to put into there. It might be slightly later. Gangplank ult is the best. Fantastic AP ratio, global, very, very useful in team fights. Gangplank ultimate is largely Silas's best ultimate to steal.
I can see it.
Outside of that, this was in, this might have been Season 10 actually, I think that was the kind of time. There are things which are very, very best in the game for that, because it has an incredibly good AP ratio.
I remember that one being top tier.
And then, one of the very best ones is Seraphine. Seraphine Ultimate.
Really?
Because it has an incredible AP ratio. Of course, Seraphine was designed to be a mid lane mage, and they kind of buckled to the pressure of the community and put her in support and bot lane anyway, because they really liked her in that role. Yeah, and of course there are a bunch
I still think she's arguably a better mid lane or AP carry bot than she is a support anyway.
And then there's the one that was mentioned in the chat as well. We were getting there. There is an ultimate which is so good on Silas that it doesn't matter if Malphite is in the game or not, in any kind of role. It doesn't have to be in top lane to top lane, mid lane to mid lane, jungle to jungle. If Malphite is in the game and Sylas is on the other team, it is the largest win rate discrepancy of any champion matchup in the game.
That's rough.
It's the hardest counter matchup in the game because Sylas uses your ult so much better than you. That unstoppable force is not okay.
We had Gio Callis in chat earlier as well, wherever they are, saying, why are we not picking Velvet into Neferi? It's the highest win rate at Master Plus
That's
into
actually,
Neferi.
you know what? I thought it was a meme at first, but then
54% win rate.
But I actually think if people are going to blind pick the Neferi, practice the counters. There is a saying. I'm making it a saying. If something is blind picked for long enough, it is no longer a good blind pick. This happened with Aatrox in top lane. It's happened for stuff like Taliyah and Azir in mid lane. It will happen. It will eventually happen with Neferi if we keep blind picking it. It's happened with Jace in the past. So many different champions. Eventually, we will have these kind of answers. Dragon going to be started up on the bot side. Does look like this contest.
See what they can do.
Oh, Swain ult into making Sylas a better sit at Swain. Yes, because he has mobility and then kind of keeps getting
more sustain elsewhere.
Now, the thing is, he doesn't build Rylai's to get the biggest stuff out of Swain ult, but yes, that is...
He didn't before Swain was in the game.
You know, sometimes I think there are some ultimates which are so good on Sylas, you actually should change your build to get better value out of it. Yeah. Sometimes. It's not often, but because you obviously don't get the same kind of cooldown for it, but it can genuinely be game-changing like that.
I could see a third item Rylai's or something for Sylas. It makes him stickier anyway. Do you remember when things like Frozen Mallet were in the game for Yasuo? You'd be able to run at things like Gnar?
Yeah, but basically, if you get... Hang on a second, good W there. But basically, anything which gives damage or survivability or mobility, very, very good. Shanks, is he going to be able to... Well, none of these are actually very useful for him. Again, this mid-jungle does not have useful ultimates for the Sylas. Sometimes the Taliyah ult can be, because you used to pick Sylas into Twisted Fate, for instance, where you just follow his ult and use the Destiny against him. Yeah, I don't know, because you have Destiny Gate. Now, typically, one of my favorite things to do with Sylas is think about silly names to remember them by. So, my favorite matchup in the game is actually Azir versus Sylas. Because we get Macedonian warfare. Both of them cast their ultimates at the same time. It's like, I'm back in ancient Greece, baby. Alexander the Great, I'm there with you, man. Like, 256-man phalanx, peak of warfare.
Wonderful. I still think...
Give me a Sarissa.
I still think my favorite rename, though, is, of course, if Ivern's ultimate is Daisy, then it goes by logic that a stolen, hijacked Ivern ult is in fact Peach. So you have Peach v Daisy.
So this is an innovation from the brainworks of Nymaera again. Your ultimate is in another castle. You have Daisy. I have Peach.
Exactly. Genius.
And then of course my other favorite one is Ornal, which is being stolen, which is
the Forgery God.
The Call of the Forgery God.
So
I have spent a great amount of time thinking of stupid names.
We were on LGL figuring these ones out. Wasn't
Well,
it?
no, Sam, no, that was after actually. I did that in 2022. Nope, I did that one because I remember first calling that one when I was on cast with Quickshot. Funnily enough. Yeah.
I remember doing it in 21.
No, Sam, you were gaslighting yourself. I named this when I was on cast with Quickshot, and he was like, "Did you say that?" It's like, "Yes, I did." It's very funny. Yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about this, folks.
Over we go towards this minion wave bot side as 1xN. Down a fair amount of CS down here, actually. Been lots of good work from Hoke and crew to get some value down. Chains of Corruption,
no
the flash, heroic charge of the Wolf Feather, just about out to safety, but the Ignite finishes off what the rest of the team started, and that means this Misfortune is left to her lonesome under this tier 1. There's a wave crashing on in. A last pull 1xM, we knew thee well. Tries to clear out the wave, gets a decent knockup. Should be able to get one back at least. Tarzan flashes on out. They do kill off the Misfortune, but at least 1xN clears the majority of the wave and gets a kill.
That's insanely high roll for 1xN in terms of value there. Gets a kill, gets a couple of flashes out. Does blow both summoners. That's my worry here. Blowing both their summoners, is that something which AL can just punish immediately? Shanks has got himself that ultimate from the Taliyah, so he will be roaming around the map. That might be used to drop on top of 1xN's head, and now he doesn't have ult or both summoners.
Well, that was an experience for all the family.
Hoya jumping on top side. No. It's going to be the Rod of Ages Aurora. That is a build of all time. Hoya is here. Now being countered by Kyle, though. Does have that flash. Gets between worlds on him. We'll just walk out of the play.
Just slowly meander away. Jace goes, I cannot. For the attention of rabbit people. And leaves. I'm trying to get that Genshin Impact quote when you denied Timmy his pigeon feeding quest.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the one on in Mondstadt.
Yeah, I care not for the love of pigeons or whatever it is. It's like, who wrote this line?
I do kind of miss playing Genshin. It was very, very chill. It was like, it is basically anime waifu Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, it was.
Sometimes I'm about that life, folks. You know, saw Yai Miko was in the game like,
Fox Girl.
close enough to Ari. Good enough. Welcome back, Ari, League of Legends. Kyle trades his life for 1xn there. I actually think Kyle does the right thing trading the 1-for-1. You may as well kill off the misfortune, leave them a wave. You know one of my other favorite Silas names? This is not one which I invented. This one goes to Harold Hamhand, who's a regular in our Twitch chat, is the Hextech Ultimatum becomes the Chemtech Compromise.
The Chemtech Compromise.
It's so
wonderful.
fun. It's so fun to say. I actually really like that.
Oh, it's great.
Oh, and then of course, the one which we did invent, the villain's entrance.
That was so good.
Stealing the galley wall. There's a clip. By the way, you can go to the YouTube Shorts or onto TikTok. We had a really fun moment where we were just shouting the villain's entrance whenever it happened. Grub's gonna get taken. Anyone's legend trying to. Well, they'll get at least one. They wanted to stop the 6, which is what they've done.
We'll get on to the Grubs and claim at least 5 of them here, I think. We'll do just that. Of course, this game, you've got the Jace, you've got Talia to an extent as well with her ability to play the map pretty wide. A little bit easier, I think, this game, theoretically, to get a little value out of this transfer. You had the Yone last game.
I'm seeing some sacrilege in chat, but it's okay. We might have a fight, so we have to... Oh! Damn, full house ultimate. Hits 3 of them. For those of you who are saying that Hollow from Spice and Wolf is a Fox Girl, let me just remind you of the title, Spice and Wolf. It ain't the same. There are, I mean, whatever. You can figure it out for yourself. And that arrow hits, and it's the poke press can do a lot of damage.
Woo. Into the hail of arrows. That's the last shot, Ho! It's just styling on this game.
1xn had no summoners. We said, oh, it might get punished. It is right there. Hope is starting to pull ahead of this game in a serious way. Almost 1,000 gold up individually.
Mecca with the, I may be a tad exposed. I mean, yeah, look, you're a Code Geass enjoyer, so that was always, you know, the way it was going to be, wasn't it? I don't know why I decided to stick on this. Like, Code Geass is a bad anime.
It's actually very good. It's classic. So what happens here? Gets hit with the Comet first. He's on the slow field from the E, which means he can't dodge out. That's kind of rough. Also couldn't heal up enough while he's on the slow field as well, because he gives you that Grievous Wounds. It's a very clean combo from the Hope, but 1xn probably shouldn't stick around on that E.
Oh man, that's still now 25 CS down. It's nearly 1,000 gold. It's looking pretty dire there. Bot lane has not played out the way TT needed it to.
You know what? There's a great comment in chat as well talking about Silas stealing stuff like Aatrox ult for the healing, which is insane. Actually, that is a really good point. And then also Trundle ult for the shred. Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. You know, basically, you know, there are some times where even stuff like the Sejuani ult, we're like, really good AP scaling, by the way. That can be absolutely huge. Yeah, I do like thinking about the Silas ult steals. They can really change a game. It's like when every champion is released now, Silas mains on Reddit says, how's our new ultimate?
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot. Funnily enough, obviously in lore has a lot of interactions with Lux. Yep. Lux is one of his worst ultimates to steal because I'm pretty sure he doesn't get Lux passive. Whereas, for some goddamn reason, he does kind of get Ari passive when he steals Ari ultimate and uses that better than you do, which sucks. Now, the good thing is, you still play at range, so I think in the past there were points where Silas was just a better version of you. I think with Malignance giving you a shorter ult cooldown, you can trade ult for ult more effectively and you can still be okay at that point. You just have to play defensively versus Silas.
Fair enough. Alex, if you steal Nara ult, is it a Yar ult?
Oh.
Yar!
Isn't that Gangplank instead?
Yar!
Oh, man. I don't... Look, the thing is, though, sometimes the alt name, it comes easily, Sam. Comes easily.
If it's a Cannon Barrage, shouldn't it be a Legends Barrage? This is no longer canon.
That's really funny, but you need to be able to stand it out like... Oh, it's actually kind of good. Maybe, you know what? Probably not, because it just doesn't... It's not quite... You can't describe it easily enough. I mean, you can do the Daylight Vigil for Aphelios.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. Yeah. Daylight Vigil's pretty good. I don't know, what else have we got? Bullet Time? No.
Moonfall for Sunrise?
Yeah, or the Sunfall. Sunfall's probably better. You need to, like, it needs to be really easy to grasp what you're trying to make a joke out of.
Yeah.
Like, if it's the Call of the Forgery god, you're like, oh, that's really funny, because you understand it in one sentence. I think if you go Sunrise, it's like, yeah, that's just a normal word. If it's Sunfall, you're like, oh, I get it. It's Moonfall, but Sun. I'd say, like, Yasuo would be first breath instead of last breath, but then that makes you think that you're giving birth. which is probably not what you want to do in that situation.
There's a fan fiction about that.
No,
sure.
no, God, no. Charles, I'm going to hunt down Setup. Has used the ult. Can he force the flash out of him?
Setup is in a lot of danger here. Gets hit by an upheaval.
No. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. Teleport away. Setup safe.
Don't know what on earth you're thinking about.
Shut up, Sam. Shut up. No, just shut up. Silence on the boss side of the map. Maybe could steal himself that unbreakable. Will, haven't thought of a name for that one yet, but the Impale is a good enough for himself.
Bullet time afterwards. Make sure that Tarzan has to get out to safety. Beethoven finishes him off and will trade his life. Jungler for jungler. 1xn though. In a 2 versus 1 has to flash out to safety. Does still a flash for the arrow! Doesn't stay alive for long.
Shanks still has that unbreakable, Will. Perhaps could break them in half on the other side of it. Winning on both sides of the map. I mean, TT, you've just lost in top lane. You lost in the mid lane. You're not doing anything in the 1v2 on bot side. What are you doing on the map if you're losing everywhere?
Right then. How are we today? We're pretty good, Mr. Baneblade. It's glad to see you. We were trying to Warhammer earlier, actually. You missed it. There's Flandre. Actually feeling okay now on this Aurora. We've not seen too much of it. It's about half HP though, and Setup is looking to see whether there is a seismic shove available and forced to flash the Aurora. And I can only apologise for what will inevitably be called a caster curse.
I have to say, Flandre, looking at the Aurora and kind of getting bullied about just to turn up, do his job later, I kind of respect it. Patron, it's a decent flash away at first, but he does get the ultra ticking onto them. I mean, this is what the brand was meant to do into this match, which is why he was actually quite good against Skarner last year. Points 5 in the screen.
Flandre's got the Between Worlds running. Tarzan's still alive, and Beichuan is not feeling very Bay right now. He needs to go back and do his makeup again. As 1xn trying to find an angle. Shanks nearly found an abscond duck despite the headbutt coming on through. Feather down trading out with the Tarzan having a great time doing it. Flandre picks off Hoya. All the while Setup trying to run away with Blast Cone out to safety briefly, but now he's caught between a Rock Scorpion and a Poppy. Oh, place, but there's a wall away. He turns around. He could just skate away from his feelings.
Builds himself his own highway and skedaddles out of that, but TT still lose themselves the fight. It's 3 for none. Did AL pick up Herald as well? No, didn't die, so that didn't go down at least. I'd imagine that'll probably go down
pretty shortly,
in short order after that. I guess you got Silas to use the Alistar ultimate. Kind of sucks that you can't even force him to like use the Silas ultimate in a bad way and like be like, oh, I'm gonna struggle without that later. Shanks was doing just fine, folks. He is almost at 10 stack Rod of Age, is almost 1,000 build up. Starts a 1v3 pick onto Tarzan, then of course the cavalry comes in. Beetron used the flash the last time. Doesn't have his ult. I actually thought he had it in live. But I guess the indicators lied to us. Didn't get that ultimate. Shanks comes in. At this point, the fight's over, isn't it? And Alice is now dead.
Got a shove. The bullet time is pretty good. At least Kyle kind of split off, but there's just another arrow. Hope has been heat-seeking all the world on about 30,000 of the arrows. Hope lands another. Setup down about a third, but he gets another shove back. Hope, great barrier, keeps himself topped up. Aurora picks up the kill that his AD carry started. Flandre now on the other side, looking to see whether there's some damage to be done with the twofold hex, but will be happy enough clearing out the wave. And over the dragon and Soul Point AL go, having claimed the mid jungle again.
Anyone's legend. They're just outplaying every skirmish. I don't think there's been a single skirmish this series which TT have won. And that's saying something. Even with, I think, drafts from TT, I think in the first game the draft was much better for them. This one, I don't think so as much. What happens here? We didn't even see Feather die at first. Petron gets a stun, can't get the passive afterwards. Shanks steals Pyroclasm, and what does he get in terms of that? Because he actually managed to cast it in a good way. No. That's kind of funny, actually. Well, I guess he just lobs that at him, and then Hope takes the kill.
Fireball!
Fireball! Have you seen that one guy who plays COD Warzone and just uses quote-unquote spells? Yeah. It's like, Thor's Hammer, Wrath of Fire, Wrath of Fire.
My personal favorite is the Bella Ciao guy, who's the opera singer.
Oh yeah.
Who basically
sings at you when he runs at you.
Just start singing Bella Ciao down an octave at you in a 1v1.
Sorry, just as you say that, got jump scared by that on the south side.
Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao.
The things we do for content, folks. This series, if you hadn't guessed, folks, it's kind of over. Benoit looking to put off the finishing touches.
Beitron's having a bad time. Flandre's looking to go on forwards, and the Killer Bunny Rabbit with the sharp pointy teeth will be claiming one additional kill there onto Beitron. Feather has made his will unbreakable, but much like that one, was it the janitor from Futurama? Their will really was breakable under enough weight.
Scruffy loves this company. It wasn't him. No, it was a protester against Zoidberg's people. You can break my body, but you can't break my spirit. Ah, my spirit!
Exactly. That's basically what happens every time I see Alistair die.
Yeah.
But that's the line I'm going to use the next time he dies. Like, and then you can break his body, but you can't break his spirit. Oh God, his spirit!
I can do that second bit.
That's the way we do it. Okay,
that's
guys.
the way we do it.
All right,
so,
ready?
folks, next time that Alistair dies, preferably while he's ulting, that's the line we're going to work on. If this works its way into the highlights, they won't see this bit, so it's going to look.
Fine.
It's going to look like it's unprepared.
Yeah,
it's going to be really good.
We did remember to mute the mic while we were talking about this, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No one knows we planned this.
I wouldn't do a thing like that, you know. How can I say this bit later? I'm sorry. They are 6,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes. 1xn getting jumped on. He has summoners. I don't think it's going to help.
I think it's a 0xn right now. 0 did put the spot. All the while, TT will claim a bounty on that tier 1, and that's about it. As Beige1 having to flash away between worlds. Feather there in danger. Heads on forwards. Hasn't burned the ult quite yet. It's going to be knocked up and around and dies. A horrible, horrible death. Tries to run out and does finally do so. There is no breakable will to have a conversation.
Yeah.
So I hold on to the last.
My worry is he's gonna die and then the game's gonna end and we're gonna miss our chance. Hope on bot side does have
next game. It's fine. There will be an Alistair at some point.
There will be an Alistair at some point in the near future.
Well, you got on the wall. Maybe don't stand there as you have to flash away from abscond and an arrow. Well, tricky to the abducted because he already absconded.
Yeah, he had. For some reason, I used to think that abscond abduct had something to do with the loping, and I thought that's just not.
Well, usually if you abscond with someone.
Yeah, no, that one is a thing, and I thought, yeah, it is not. Hang on, Beige1, buddy, you don't have flash.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a problem. Shanks, what ultimates you got sealed? There's your unbreakable will.
There it is. Feather yet to pop his own. Will flash over the wall. Shanks begins to browse for those petrified bursts. Chain Lash comes on down, looking for another angle on in. Where is the abscond and that abduct? Abscond forward and ends up abducting onto Feather. Headbutted into the wall. Feather now breaks his will, and I don't think it's breaking his body. They'll get that one down. They get the knock up with the Keeper's Verdict. Damage comes on down. Arrow across. And they won't get that one.
That was our chance, Sam.
I know.
We practiced for this. We rehearsed it.
The phrasing wasn't there in the moment. I'm sorry.
I can tell, Sam.
Look, it's okay. Just wait for a better moment.
You know what, Sam? Next time you do it, just watch over your shoulder, Sam. I'm going to say it instead.
Okay.
Get it to the replay. Yeah. And Beige1 died. Didn't have flash. Had no rights going rough there. And TT, once again, have lost every single skirmish this series. They haven't won a single skirmish this entire series.
Yep, and there's absconsions and abductions and the deaths of people and the cow. Made his body slightly less breakable, but only momentarily, and that's actually a really nice keeper verdict.
It is, and obviously Shanks just knowing that he can keep walking forwards. I don't know if TT can do much about this.
Oh dear.
Yeah, he dies again, and Flandre flies into the backline.
Flandre gets out of the seismic shove. Tarzan throws a boulder. The Impale is turned around. That's not bad, Beige1. And the bullet time burn is enough to kill off the Skada. That's something. Shanks has stolen the Pirate Husband again. Not that great value here. Again, you get most value out of having a brand passive, by the way, Shanks, just so you know. Is burning down himself, does avoid that seer coming across the age there. Stay alive for now.
Dragon up in 30 seconds. Tarzan being dead for it doesn't mean there's no smite on table, but TT have lost their mid laner, which is kind of a yeah. We want control.
Assuming. Single bush.
Dude, this is like Mass Effect 2 all over again. Assuming direct control.
Bang. Headshot. Deal with it.
I was like, what do you mean by that? Yeah, if you've never played Mass Effect 2, folks, there's a character which just takes control of the enemy drones and turns them into like an avatar of this one kind of like, you know, alien general dude, the Reapers. But if you kill him midway through the transformation, the voice line just stops. It's just assuming direct headshot.
Yeah.
M98 Widow, man. What a sniper that was. Oh, I missed that gun, Sam. I missed it a lot. I missed my wife, Tails.
You were going towards that. This is a call out on Twitch.com.tv.
You know, I think .tv is actually that is actually the domain of some. I think it's a Caribbean island. It's got Soul for free. TT just decided to give up Infernal Soul, which is the thing. Yeah, Tuvalu, yeah, and it's where most of their GDP comes from now. Actually, those domains. It's absolutely insane how much value they've got now. That is genuinely their country's economy. Yep, Infernal Soul. That's some big damage. Oh, Feather's going in.
try and find the angle. Will look to try and stay alive. Will make his will unbreakable. The keeper's verdict comes on through, but doesn't really land onto anyone. Just shy of 1xM. Weaver walking to the cross. Leaves Kyle split off, and it's now a tool potential for Kyle to use, but it's Hope who's been left out to dry. Nice kill. It's Setup who gets that one. TP coming on it, but they're pretty damn deep, but they've already lost their AD carry.
I mean, AL so far ahead in the game with Infernal Soul, pushing across everywhere, kind of lose the plot a little bit, but TT maybe get themselves this kill. Can they go towards Baron? Of course, Brand, one of the better Baron takers in the game because of his passive and his burns.
There are so many control wards everywhere, and Setup's trying to
They're teleporting. Yeah, this is the last this is the last gap. Let's go for Baron.
To Baron we go, and TT will flip hard here. Tarzan in the river, looking to get on in. Shanks is stolen. No, the Hammerstrop does miss that abduction. Can look to do some more. Seismic shove onto Tarzan. Does a fair amount of work. Into the backhand, there goes Shanks trying to buy some time. Where is Feather? Who's made his will breakable enough for a second or two. Will not be able to do all that much damage, and everyone else is absolutely murdered. Thunder Talk grounded. This storm peters out into nothing at the hands of anyone's legends.
Anyone's legend. See them at the Baron and say, well, time to end the game. They'll teleport down towards the bot lane wave. They have one in mid lane too if they need it. This should, I mean, is it going to be the end of the game? We'll see. It's actually still quite early into the game. 10 seconds on Feather. We'll have his ultimate available. I think AL will at least take double in here.
It might be a bit bold, but we'll see what they can do. Shanks is now caught in the base. See whether they can get that double in here. Should be doable. 10 seconds now, 1xN and Beichuan. Relatively speaking, Hoyle will just find them too.
Made a mistake, by the way. Tuvalu, not Caribbean. It's Asia Pacific.
Oh, there you go.
But, I knew it was an island nation. I just didn't know which part of the world. But there you go. And that's where you get TV from for Twitch.tv. It's actually not for television. It's for Tuvalu, which is very cool.
Twitch.tuvalu. Tuvalu. Tuvalu.
That's great. I'm happy. Yeah, well, this was the ill-fated Baron experience. Shanks steals that Unbreakable Will, and Silas is not okay with that ultimate. Just not okay. Great E to the side. I mean, I love how Shanks is calculating. I kill with this auto attack. My next skill's going towards the next one, so I can just keep on the target. That's the sign of like really good Silas players, where they just get to, they know they can get that one kill, safely go on to the next target without wasting damage.
Feather had to pop his ultimate there to stay alive. Obviously, he was hit by the Chains of Corruption. And anyone's legend at this point, looking to set up around this Baron and really put a nail in the coffin of this game, where TT already residing. I don't know whether they're quite dead yet. I'm not dead!
Yes, he is. Oh,
we'll be soon enough.
Oh, man. Shanks has the Magi's, by the way. 10 stacks of that. Building towards the Zonias, so Shanks, you know, style points. Baron's going to go down, and it was a little too early in the game to finish earlier. It feels like it's harder to finish earlier nowadays. I feel like
Baron doesn't spawn as early as part of it.
You used to be able to get 20-minute Barons and just finish the game. That's Kyle going for a wall stun.
Jumps across the Unraveled Earth, but doesn't care all that much of the Merc Threads and the Negatron Cloak. And Feather just about out and alive, but Shanks looking! Will flash for the Chain Lash. Beichuan goes down as well, and TT crumble once more. Shanks just wide with that abduction. The Queen of Bilgewater survives a ransom price to be paid this time around, but the sole remaining member alongside Hoya have got to do absolute Herculean work here, but I think the 7 labors of Hercules might be easier than keeping this game running, all things said and done.
Wasn't it 12?
Might have been 12, actually, yes.
Oh no, there's even, there's even more! There's so many!
Oh my god, there's more to do! Oh, the work never ends. Hoya now in danger with one set aside. Love my mythological references. Oops, it's like my one thing! I have references and I can't even get them right. Anyone's legend will, though, end this game in confident fashion. 29 kills to 4. It was not close this series.
Anyone's legend basically didn't lose a fight the entire series. They lost like a pick against the run of play. Anyone's legend, I'll say it again, we have this for TT versus Top Esports. These series could have been emails, really. Top Esports, Anyone's Legend, IG, BLG, these teams at the top of the table really stomping down on TT, sadly for them. They did take a win. I believe it was over FPX. I think that's the one series that they have so far. Anyone's Legend only having lost to Top Esports still on their Ascension run. I'd like to delete this series from memory. I'm so sorry, Montez. Yeah, I also like TT. This is the thing. I like TT. They're a plucky team. They've had a great split one. I love them when they had UCal and they brought 1xN up onto the roster. This is a team which has gained a following from myself and others. However, there's something mentally not in place with this team. This team has mental boom. They are looking uncomfortable. And while I think that they had some good drafts, I don't think they're executing them well now. This team looks like it is just not on the same page, which sucks.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to put it, isn't it? And then we'll come put the cameras on, baby. Hey, I'm Initialise. This guy's Nymaera. He'd probably be on his Twitch channel, or maybe his YouTube channel, or maybe Anivia's YouTube channel, who's also helping him stream this. That's incredible. We're live in 3 different locations at once. Some crazy stuff out here. For those of you at home, thank you very much for sticking around and watching this, because of course there is no official LPL broadcast anymore. It's us, or LPL English, or some of the other co-streamers, basically trying to keep the LPL community alive and kicking with the support of you guys back home. So for those of you who can, follow, like, comment. If you've got that extra £5 to consider dropping a subscription, or if you are an Amazon Prime user, perhaps consider using your Prime subscription on the Twitch channel. Makes a huge deal. You can even use it on my channel if you really fancy it. I'm here as well, at Initialise Casts. You can come follow me on Twitch and YouTube, which can be a really cool deal. And thank you, Qatari, for the 5 community subs. I really do appreciate it. Alex, of course, really appreciates it too. This is how we keep doing it, guys. This is our day job, effectively. We cast League of Legends. It's what we do. So for those of you who can, in fact, give us a bit of a hand doing that, it means a huge, huge deal. So thank you very much for helping keep this community and this league in the English-speaking world alive.
Thanks for the Prime, no Optimus. Yeah, and if you do subscribe with a Prime, we'll give community gift bombs and stuff like that. Also know that you are depriving Mecha Fanboy of a very important part of his identity and his existence. Derives value from gifting out subs here. If you do it first, I feel like you're damaging them on a spiritual, physical level. To redeem the roast as well. Okay, folks, we'll be sitting around waiting for our second series today. Do you need a break for anything, Sam? Do you need a break for anything?
I know, I was thinking of a witty thing to say.
Wonderful.
Probably. Do you want a break first?
Can do. I mean, it's got a while to go before anything really happens, really. I don't have Bloons Tower Defense set up. Do I have a browser game I could play in the background? Oh, I could do Loldle. Maybe I could do that. Let me drag this out to the screen. I haven't done that in a while. We can do that in the break. Is that gonna work here? Can I put this up? Oh damn! Why did I put it to that? Huh? Could do Loldle while we're in the break. Oopsies, didn't want to move that as well. Just downsize it. Why did I crop it like this? This is so weird of me. I'm so strange. All right, let's go play some Loldle. I want to time it. Maybe I can do this. Okay, well, as always, start with Ari. Oh wait, hang on. We do actually like do the highlights and stuff. We'll do that first. Aw, thank you for the anonymous gift as well, by the way.
Oh.
Okay, we'll do Loldle. We'll do Loldle a little bit. We'll do that in a little bit, and maybe some other stuff.
Maybe we do a Nuzlocke in the background.
In the break.
Yeah, I'd be down to doing that.
Who do you reckon our MVP is? Sam, who do you reckon MVP is? Shanks? Shanks Silas? Maybe Hope? Hope's Varus is very good.
It was Hope or Shanks.
I don't think it's Flandre. He was kind of a role player this game. Yay, we have a hype train. Hype train.
Wait for hype trains.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, man. It sucks seeing TT like this. Not top. They're obviously looking pretty good, but yeah, I don't know. TT, a team which I was really excited from Split 1, they just
collapsed a bit. Yeah.
I'm sad we don't get a replay of Kyle pushing Beitran into the chains of corruption. I didn't even see that, actually. I'm not gonna lie, thinking too much about Silas alt names to steal. Kyle's my MVP. I think it's very good. Yeah, no, anyone's legend are looking good, but also they weren't pushed. They weren't pushed on an individual or a macro level. Why do they have to zoom in on the chain missing like that, man? Whatever. Well, whatever happened just happened, folks. Very good ult, actually. Top Esos and AL MSI. I mean, see if JDG get there. It's pretty hard to tell who's going to win the LPL at this point.
I'm going to wait for playoffs.
Yep. Oh, thank you so much for the gift sub, by the way, Amber. We're on it. We do be on a hype train. Eli, good to see you back again. Good to see you. Oh, you got it from Baneblade and you paid it forward? Nice, cool. Whatever happens, just happens. It's a Cowboy Bebop moment. I love that show. The funniest thing, so I rewatched that again with Angie. Pretty close to where we started going out, actually. But we ended up watching. Hang on, we'll put that down for a second. So let's just put that down. However, when we started watching it, I don't know why, but I had a YouTube video of 2 hours of silence randomly interrupted by Cricketune in the background. You know the whoop. You know that?
Is that the Cricketune sound?
Yeah.
The fact I didn't hear any of that, I just heard that and went, I know what he's doing.
So anyway, I was watching Cowboy Bebop and I had 2 hours of silence randomly interrupted by Cricketune in the background. And there's the bit at the end where one of the main, well, not main characters, but like an important character does get shot in a very noir, dark moment. And the video had actually gone on to the next one. I thought the video was over and just been randomly playing in the background as Hope gets the MVP. And in the background, I just hear, wah! It was just, it was just Waluigi interrupting the gunshot death. I was just like, I can't think of this scene.
I always knew Spike was Waluigi all along.
I was just like,
oh
I'm never going to be able to see this scene in the same way again.
Is it vicious or was it vicious?
No, it wasn't. It was. I don't know, man. Maybe I guess we'd have to use the evil dude. But oh god, that was so funny.
Hope went 11, 1, and 10 just by the way. That is he's having a really good split. Actually.
And then another time I was streaming. I can't remember if I was streaming the end of it in like the Discord server, which we have and stuff like that. By the way, you can join our public Discord. It's really fun to do that. It's very cool. But also I was like, why is the stream buffering so much? Sorry guys, my internet must be really bad today. I realized I just had a YouTube video of the color yellow. It doesn't have any sound. It's just a YouTube video with like a pale yellow color. It was Blade Runner. It's Blade Runner. We were watching Blade Runner in the server, streaming it. I was like, I'm so sorry guys. I'm gonna have to like, I don't know what's happening. I'll have to find another server. And I realized I had a YouTube tab open, which I didn't tell was active because there's no sound coming out of it. So I tab open. I'm like, I've just got a 4 hour of this one specific shade of yellow.
Just get a background color of yellow, Alex.
Sam, it went on to that color because it was after, you know, Waluigi and Cricketune or whatever.
Okay,
you know?
back onto Pokemon sounds. I am just saying, the biggest nerf in Pokemon history is when they redid Swellow's cry from being the Swallow cry to being.
Oh, it was so crap, man. This is why everyone does all of their Nuzlockes and Emerald likes.
Because the Swallow sound from Gen 3 was awesome.
Yep. That's a fever dream. Cricketune, Waluigi, and Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, yeah.
That is Alex's sleep. It's Alex's sleep paralysis demon. It's just me in a Waluigi costume going to wake him up.
So let's be honest, I would be Waluigi, you'd be Wario. I think
Oh my god, when are we doing that?
Oh my god, that would be so funny. Will we get cease and desisted?
I don't think so. We did it in cosplay.
It would be really funny.
It's just cosplay.
Welcome to the LEC.
Wow. Walk through a big W door.
Welcome to the WEC.
Wow.
Wonderful. That would be wonderful.
No. I have a friend of mine who was his teacher in Japan same time I was.
Yep.
who on Halloween
好的，
dressed
欢
up
迎
as
来到我们的
Warriors,
赛
entered
后
the
采访
classroom
环节，
going,
我是主持人宝宝。这要再次恭喜我们的 AL 战队拿下了这
just
场
told no
胜
one he's
利。
doing
我们
it.
为大家
Just
采
turned
访到
up
的
as
是
what?
AL
Just
的大
turned
红
up.
选手
Mario.
Tarzan，
I mean,
跟大家打声招
if
呼
we
吧
get a。chance to do LEC again, let's
欢迎 Tarzan， 哇，不
let's
得
think
了了
about
啊
that some.
！AL 目前进行到组内赛的这个6场比赛当中，
Hey, well, if
5
these
战
interviews are going to be
告
on for
捷
a
啊，
bit,
可以说状态
well,
非
we've got
常
to
火
run
热，
adverts
也是
and
打
I'm
出
just
了
going to
目
step
前
up
我
a
们
bit.
组内赛为止
World's
目前连胜
co-stream is
最高的一个 战绩
Waluigi
啊！
and
对于战队如此好的一个表现 ，Tarzan 有什么感
I
受？
want to see. I don't know whether I can get MFC
就
co-stream race,
说
but
白
I,
了，就我们最
yeah.
近队伍状态和就 BP 都是好的吧。
相信大家对自己的这个表现也是很满意的啊。那目前为止，其实我们组内赛的赛程对于选手来说很紧密嘛，也是不小的挑战和压力了。那想问到Tarzan，你们是如此在这么大的这个比赛强度之下，又如何保持这么好稳定的
Was
一个状
Durex
态？
doing that? Oh, we've had this conversation a few times, but yeah, no, Durex has been a long-time sponsor of the LPL, basically because
都要好好准备吧。
心态
League is
和
a
实
lot
力
more
都要兼
popular
具。登峰组的比赛也是打了2周多了，Tarzan觉得今年的登峰组强度如
and so
何
it's actually a very common
这
date
次
location.
登峰组的话都是强队吧，应该都是打得也挺好的。
As a result,
强
there
对
are
决
people
了，
who
哎，那
travel
在
this
这
and
些
maybe
对
go
手
to a
当
hotel
中，
on a
你觉
romantic
得
evening and
比
say
较难打、有
there is a
竞技压力的
potential
哪
need
些队
for
伍呢？
for certain sponsors.
就选一个的话，就我们输给 Top 嘛，所以选 Top 吧。
第一场的时候，但是没关系，我们组内赛双循环也期待这个2支队伍第2次的一个碰面了啊。那也聊聊今天的比赛，因为第1局比赛是赢得非常轻松嘛。我们Tarzan的这个9-0-8的超神汪汪队是亮翻全场。我觉得对于对手来说，可能无论是 BP 也好，场上的节奏也好，都是略显乏力的。想问一下Tarzan，你是怎么针对对面这个第1局的阵容来做一个前期的设计的布控的呢？
其实。狗这个英雄是前期是要做事的，然后上路刚好有惊喜嘛，所以我过去捡个人头之后就已经就挺舒服了玩的。
今天确实把这个拿菲利的这个英雄强势之处都打出来了。第2局仍然是非常轻松的拿下比赛，感觉好像你们是一点一点就蚕食到对面的一个节奏了。咱们这个积分王候补哥也是再次超神啊，稳稳的。想问一下这个Tarzan，你觉得第2局来说是在哪个阶段基本上你们的胜势就确定了呢？
第2把的话，他们对面是进攻我们上一塔的时候，我们波比打3个人嘛，那个时候就差不多感觉拿下了。
对，而且是后面这个下路也是中路都是发育起来了，确实也是赢得比较轻松了。而且对于 AL 来说，我觉得最近的比赛也是展现了你们非常强劲的一个团队执行力和协作力了。你会觉得自己和队伍在第2赛段有什么成长吗？同时在这个赛段有什么目标吗？
就没有什么特别改的吧，但是就我们的就心态也是挑战着就打对面，然后就一起大家努力了吧。然后就对于目标的话，也是就打好每一把比赛吧。
打好每一把比赛，稳扎稳打。刚刚也讲到，可能是有压力、有累的时候，但是心态也是非常重要，实力也是更加重要的啊。那当然，下一场 AL 也是要远赴西安迎战这个 W， 也请继续加油，保持好你们稳定状态，好吗？好，谢谢我们的Tarzan接受赛后采访。那么接下来一同来关注一下本场比赛的 Spotlight。
正面方过来，就会天下东北。你接中，这里远，我直接打龙了。多尽量拦一下那个猪，东很快的啊，我打挺快的。
猪比我快，我
也去找位置了。没事。
猪比我快，
危险是加料8000，拦一下，我们快打完了，能拦吗？
拦不了。
这样能拦他吗？我们快打完了。打吧，我再来。这边先打猪，
看副质保，想克斯。
加料没闪
啊，放加料，就中线
一波，那他们到了，
中间
反正可以留眼吗？别让他们打就行，别让他们打就行。东坡，你别打吧。
我位置是好的，别急，慢点。
我不在啊，慢点。
我在靠。
我先上就走了，牛头死了。一步，哎呦，待了10
KR， 被你害死了 KR。
移动 NT 啊！
我推上。
移动 NT
啊！我的问题吗？能一波吗？
播了吧，我踢枪。
可以不玩吧？
可以一波。
下路能一波吗？试一下。
一步不了，先推中下吧，前2路。
打龙。
先推中吧。
I need to run some pre-rolls. Mads. Advertisements. Hey, Rafa, welcome on in. Hello, hello. I see my guy. I see the follow. Hey, good to see you, dude. How's life? For those who don't know, Rafa, wonderful play-by-play. Doing some Honor of Kings at the minute, actually. My guy. Did some of that myself last summer. It's a good time, that. Say hello to Blam for me if you're there. Good friend of mine. Yeah, great play-by-play. You may recognise him from the LCS last year as well, for those who do that. Great guitarist and singer on top of everything else. Very annoying. Stop being so talented. Leave some for the rest of us. I'm good, bro. Wanted to tune and see how you all doing. Yeah, pretty good. I'm as a TT fan, currently in great pain at the level of performance we're getting from them. And I'm ready for the unprecedented levels of unseriousness we're about to receive in the next game. Because it's IG versus NIT. And nothing is going to prepare me for what will surely be the most bizarre sequences of draft into gameplay I've seen in my life. So, there we go. Oh no! Sorry, Rafa, give him a second. We're doing it to avoid pre-rolls in the break. I literally just hit the ad button as fast as I followed. Oops. I'm saying nice things. It's true. Kale best, but yeah, it's good. Durex is sponsored Durex. Hey, welcome to the channel. And thank you for the gift sub, Mecha. Oh my god, dude. Welcome, this way you can avoid the ads. Hello, gamers. Good to see you. Oh, we're back to the arena. Hell yeah. Woo! NIP, of course, have their own arena, which obviously makes this pretty damn cool. Yeah, Rafa, how's the Honor of King stuff treating you? I was doing some of that last summer. And say hello to Blam for me. I have 1 more minute of ads. Oh my god. Give him a second. I see when the ads are about to end. It's fine, because we ran a load of ads to avoid having them in-game. Rafa just came in and is now in the channel as well. Unfortunately, just got hit with the wall of ads because I ran them before we got into it.
Hey, well, Mecha just gifted a sub.
So yeah, he's got a minute to deal with. So
hello, how's it going? All right, I was gonna do. What? Do you want to take a break, Ryan?
I'm gonna make myself a coffee. I'll say hello to Rafa briefly.
I'm gonna take the plate off my bed as well.
I can do that. Yeah,
quite helpful.
I could do that.
Okay. Yeah, if you refresh because you've been gifted the sub, it should work that way. Yeah.
Yeah, there are no ads for subs, Rafa, so you get to avoid them now, baby. Yeah, let's go. Back.
Hello, how's it going? Man, by the way, Rafa, if you have time away from your LPL schedule and like there's a time where Sam's not here, if you want to come cast over here, damn, is that poaching? Fuck, that's poaching.
Poaching. No,
I'm poaching. However, it would also be very fun to do things because we haven't cast together in fucking forever. Yeah, I mean, kind of is poaching, but did I just did I just stream myself poaching live? Whatever, you know what? You can do whatever the fuck you want. But as long as someone's casting LPL, it's fine. Durex has sponsored DRX. Wait, did you already mention that? Damn.
I did mention that one briefly, but yeah.
Cool. I'm casting way better than during our practices. I'm probably casting way worse because I've been casting like 9 hours a day for 2 weeks, so I am.
Yeah, it's been a lot of casting.
My inspiration tank is like, I'm kind of getting towards the unhinged shit in every single cast now, which is not great. Whatever. Yeah. You can carry me. Sam does already.
Na 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 na.
Oh yeah.
Carry me.
Yeah.
Home, I guess.
You've also become more unhinged. I feel like this is something that every caster goes through. Is like once you reach a certain point where you're assured, you become more self-assured when like you're actually pretty good at what you do. You actually care a lot less about doing the random shit. Yeah, I agree, Rafa. I think that's something which I've had to come through as well. I remember when I first went into LEC, I felt like I had to be really uptight about everything. But my best caster when I just have fun. So I think this is something that, because it's really daunting to be like, I just don't want to fuck up. I don't want to be shit. And you just kind of do everything uptight. But realistically, most people prefer listening to casters which are comfortable and are themselves. Now, there are limits to this. Not everyone wants to talk about. Not everyone wants to hear you talking about. I don't know, what were we talking about? We were just talking a lot about Star Wars. That's actually okay. That's fine. Yeah. No, I get that, Rafa. I've had that a lot too. And I think that is something which helps when just... I've definitely found this with LPL, and I'm sure you'll be finding this too now with LPL too. There are so many reps in LPL that at least you get very, very comfortable with your basics, you know? You just kind of... You can go through the motions, and you can just slip into that mode very easily. It's really cool. Alright, so now we have NIP versus IG. Right, I'm gonna get myself another coffee. Actually, when I do a coffee, I might do a Red Bull because it's one I need a bit more caffeine. But there you go. Oh, anyway, whatever. I'm sure any caster goes through this stuff. But oh my god, the Pilky build. Yeah. So in case you time to induct you into the clan of Pilk. Pilk is the drink of the gods. You know, it is Pepsi milk, and it's become such a thing here in this channel that we now have Pilky Gaming as a logo. No, look. I'd say don't knock it till you try it. Just don't try it. Don't try it. But just know that Pilk exists and that only the strongest may ingest this drink of the gods. So if you see PLG logo, that's Pilky Gaming. You know, it's the little things in life. How much money would I get for trying Pilk? How much do you need for hospital bills? Guess we'll see. How much do you need for a stomach pump? It looks like everyone's kind of on the side of IG. I am too. I think that NIP have looked very... They've only played 2 series, but they've looked pretty poor. I think that Aki and Shanji have looked out of sorts. Realistically, this has to be a bit... You get hospitalized... I mean, you shouldn't get hospitalized unless you're very allergic. It's just... It's very bad. What's Silk? Well, I know what Silk is, but... Okay, whatever. You know. Not only anyone died of Pilk consumption? Not yet, they haven't.
好的，在赛前我们请到了深圳 NIP 的 PP 杠选手，欢迎 PP。在队内
Here in Utah we have gourmet soda shops where they mix sodas. Oh, like yeah, like Coke floats or whatever, ice cream floats. Yeah, okay, no, that is. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. Maybe I should try Pepsi. Maybe this is.
还有一些可以去提高的部分。那这一周 NIP 将坐镇主场，连续迎来4场高强度的比赛，在赛前有什么样的决心呢？
就希望每场都能打好，然后赢下来吧。
好的，我们赛场见。
That was quick. Damn, quick interview.
好的，在赛前我们也请到了 IT 的 Mako 选手，欢迎 Mako。在第1赛段碰到 NIP 的时候是比较遗憾，没能够拿下来嘛。来到第2赛段，你们有一些状态上面的增加。那今天赛前队伍是抱着一种怎样的心态？
Oh yeah, that's basically an affogato. Basically an affogato, which is really good.
心态来的，因为上一次输的比较惨嘛。
想要去赢下他们。那虽然有一些起伏啊，但是总体队伍是向着好的一个方向去的。那觉得这一场的关键点会在哪儿呢？
关键点在中路的对局上面吧。
好，也在期待这场比赛。
I had probably the best affogato of my life in Lucca, in Tuscany. Oh, that was legendary. So good. It is expensive. You can make it yourself, just if you get good espresso and have okay ice cream, you know. 100k channel points, take a sip of Pilk. Oh god, but then I have to. I don't even like Pepsi. It's bad. I guess that's bad. I don't like it. I only like full fat Coke, and I don't really want to support Coke as a company either, so that doesn't really help. Maybe I should do it in the Berlin style and get Fritz Cola. And have Filk. That sounds pretty bad. Hey Alex, are there any fun ice cream places in Berlin? Yes, there are. Right near us, there's a place called Ice Piraten, which is a pirate ice cream place. So yeah, there is actually a pretty good ice cream place really near us. Yeah, there is. Alright, getting on stage. Ooh, we're in Shenzhen. This is NIP's new revamped arena, by the way. It's the same building. I think they've just revamped the internals. And the acoustics of it sound really good.
本场比赛是在彭争不息、未来可期的深圳 NIP 主场进行。让我们有请双方对阵战队。
The Monster Energy Drink Stadium. I haven't referred to it before like that before, but now you've said it, I will never be able to see it like anything else again, man. Oh god.
"首先，让我们欢迎深圳 Ninjas in Pajamas 上单山鸡、打野 Aki。
It is Rafa. It is so monster coded. I just hadn't noticed that before.
辅助 PP God。
Monsters in pajamas. The thing is, by the way, This has also infected my brain, Rafa. Chemtech Rift Blast Cones, I call them the Monster Energy Cones, or the Monster Energy Blast Cones. Because, like, the Chemtech Rift is just monster themed. Like, they've been watering that shit with energy drinks. The problem is, we have Red Bull as a sponsor for, like, Baron Power Plays and stuff. Probably not, because it is a competing sponsor, and it's probably not good. Anyway, IG Super Team on stage. Look, realistically, IG are huge favourites here today, folks. No, huge favourites here.
I said that, but it's also probably the two most deeply unserious teams.
True, and I think particularly with Shanji and Aki being very volatile, and I think that their champion pools are in question, but also IG being IG, this could be a 2-0 either way, actually. This is one of the more volatile top tier matches as well. Also, I need an NIP to win this, so then we can somehow get, like, the weird, you know, the Circle of Suck completed. Except WWE, because they can't win anything right now.
When are Red Bull sponsoring our Blast Cones, by the way?
I know, Sam.
Like, I need a skin on the Blast Cones.
Yeah. Blast Cones give you wings. That'd be great.
Sponsored by Red Bull.
Man.
Sensual.
It was kind of a bit. That did remind me a little bit of, you know, that really, really insensitive advert that Kylie Jenner did, where there's like the protesters and the police.
Pepsi one?
The Pepsi just handing.
God, yeah.
The Pepsi can of peace. Don't fight anymore.
During the BLM protesting, wasn't it as well?
Yeah, it was really fucking bad. It was so bad, actually. Oh man.
Perhaps guys are losing it. I haven't had it to begin with. It's been several years since I last remember seeing a marble.
Yeah, we are pretty close to our 1v1 for side selection. Typically, it's the Shy that does the 1v1s for IG. Although JJ did one the other day, actually. On the side of NIP, Doonby obviously does a lot of them. Besides that, I think he also does it for them. It's not always Shanji.
It's the Shy or Rookie tends to be the one for IG, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Doonby does quite a lot, to be fair.
Yeah, no, but you can't do the same player twice in a row. I think Leave occasionally does it for NIP.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. But, yeah, of course. I think this is also a kind of series which NIP, one of the ways that they can get ahead of things is by big draft gaps, I think. So winning here is Shanji versus the Shy. It's a top lane matchup. And a couple of Shanji's choice picks banned away. That Rumble, of course, being first and foremost. Jace still up. Now gone.
Shanji was always a solo queue Yorick player long before the buffs, actually. So we'll see how that all turns out.
Butters, we are brothers. So, no, we are not. Nope, we're brothers.
We do get that question quite a lot.
Yeah, when we first moved to Building. Anyway, whatever.
I had a good friend of mine go, oh my god. It's like, no, that's my brother. It's like,
oh. Who did, by the way, from Shanji? Oh god, not this question again, man. Yeah. Right, okay. I mean, what's up? Heimerdinger is kind of obnoxious. The 1v1s. Lucian pretty big. Well, it can be. A couple of our AD carries. Corki, yeah. Ooh.
Get in the bear, Shanji.
He is the storm that is approaching. And I'm sure it'll be a better show than the Netflix one. Hey, another Heimerdinger.
Oh, it's double Heimerdinger today?
There was someone who was really annoyed earlier by the fact that Heimerdinger was being played in a 1v1. I don't know how to tell you this. Heimerdinger is one of the most obnoxious 1v1 champions in the game. This champion is
Oh no, I've got to remember all the bloody ability names. Hang on, it's the Electron Storm Grenade, Micro Rocket, Hextech Micro Rockets, and the Evolution Turret. I refuse to remember the numbers on principle.
Yeah, that one is hard.
What is Heimerdinger's passive?
It's Heimerdinger passive, Sam. I don't know what to tell you.
What does it even do?
It gives him movement towards towers. And increased regen.
Is it his towers or towers in general?
Both.
Oh, really?
So this is why he'd get Raptor Cloak and then like play around his passive and that when Raptor Cloak was actually an item.
Yeah.
Super broken back then. And we'll get onto the Howling Abyss soon.
Does an ult change the names too? Yes. It does. And unlike Karma, I've not had to
I do know that the ultimate is luckily just called Upgrade. We do know that one.
Yep. I can do all of Karma's abilities. Because obviously Q is Inner Flame and Soul Flare.
When is the Shy switching to ADC? You can play Callisto and Corki apparently. Well, I mean, Sanguine Blade's been removed, so he's been nerfed that way, but yeah.
Rafa, hang on. I don't know what the context is here. Things that would be crazy to hear as pillow talk. It's just a line in and of itself. That feels like the worst Jeopardy category of all time.
Yeah. The worst lines to hear is pillow talk. I'm just going to start quoting like Linkin Park lyrics.
I've become so
No. It's so bad. It's so
Bleed
bad.
it out? Not great either?
No. God, why would you say
what
that?
I've done?
Oh my Jesus Christ. In my remains takes on a pretty... That's just dark, right?
Oh
okay.
dear, well, moving
Hammer
on.
your ability, Sam. Hextech Affinity is the passive.
What
Either speed towards turrets or turrets. Or, sorry.
Turrets or turrets?
Turrets or turrets. Which is the H28G and the H28Q turrets.
There you go. I am the pilk that is approaching. Please no. I don't need that on delivery.
Okay, so do you see the enemy champion's pick before you lock in? You don't before you lock in. I believe when both are locked in, you do have... I don't actually know if you have some time to know. I don't think you see the enemy champion before the loading screen. So I don't think you get to change runes and masteries, and I don't think you get to see the enemy champion. I believe that's the case, but you don't know before you lock in, obviously. It is blind picks. You get the 3 bands and you blind pick.
I feel like this snowman could be in Kingdom Hearts. There's a certain... what's the Halloween Town vibe to this? It's like the evilest snowman of all time.
Yeah, this dude is kind of yeah.
Chetney's revenge.
I missed that guy, man. All right, obviously cannons. I don't miss the cannon. It gets it. Good stuff. 160 gold for the first cannon of the game. Kind of powerful. Breaking the habit. Sometimes it's good to mix things up, I guess. Thought I'd try shooting one right now. Mix things up a little. That's a Halo quote.
It is.
You know, I watch... hang on a second. Should I jump forwards?
Shanji eats a lot of Gatling gun damage, but the Shy is now mid-couple Heimerdinger turrets, which are in the bushes, so a little bit more annoying to deal with. Shy, though, does get to clear them out now, so they're aggroed onto those minions, and that's a good thing to be doing versus Heimerdinger. Can you win the turret minigame?
Why not just play Aurelia? We do see some people play it. We've seen some Renekton versus Aurelia. It's mixed success, because, of course, you don't know whether you're playing against a ranged or a melee champion. We saw Aurelia versus Orianna as well. Rookie won that one. I can't remember who he was playing against, but I do remember. It might have been versus... Shanks Aurelia, actually. I seem to remember that was the matchup. It can get very, very flippy. Should I push in for a plate here, of course? The plates are organized more like you would in Spirit Blossom, Nexus Blitz, or there's the Nexus Blitz or Earth modes. So it's not like equal demarcations. It's very slim towards the start, so your first plate is easier to get. Which does mean, of course, you get to get that extra bonus gold for your first back of the game.
Shanji's got an upgrade available. The Shy can just scream really loudly. It's like a deadly laser bark.
What?
Sparks, a big rocket comes out. Could you imagine if Ziggy did that, Alex?
For those without context, Ziggy is our family dog.
Yeah.
She is a Cavachon. She is incredibly fluffy, and yeah, she barks at most people coming up the drive, but normally it's out of love. So you know, if she did a beam for every time someone like stopped their car at the bottom of the drive, that would be
bad for everyone involved.
Quite bad, yeah.
Balk by a different name. Bark at the Ruined King.
Yeah. Damn, when are we going to get the Balk Corky? Makes sense, you know?
That's it.
What breed, baby? Yeah, she is a princess. Ooh, using the Alt W there, the rockets, which I need to... Hang on, let me go check them.
Hextech Micro Rockets.
Hextech Micro Rockets. Do they have a number though, Sam? Probably. Oh, no, they don't.
Yeah.
Hextech Micro Rockets, and then you get the...
Is it CHO2 for the Electron Storm Grenades?
Hextech Rocket Swarm is the upgrade.
Ah.
And then you get CH2 Electron Storm Grenade. Jesus Christ.
There we go, baby.
And then you have the CH3X Lightning Grenade, which is the big one. Now
Okay,
that one used to be so broken. That's when we saw Heimerdinger more in Pro, because it would give you this giant AoE slow, which is very easy to land, had very high damage, and was very reliable. Then basically, everyone kind of just switched over to using the giant turret, which does make a bit of sense. But yeah, most of the time, the big turret is your best evolve to go towards. Most of the time. But you have to obviously make sure that people are coming into you.
I cast Gun, my favorite wizard spell.
Because they need secondary options when their spell slots run out.
Basically, yeah. I feel like that's basically what Artificers became.
Yeah, kind of.
Go, do a crime, hand gun, bang.
You go, do a crime. Words to live by.
That being an early Maw, it's going to be really annoying for Shanji.
Yeah, pretty much everyone goes for more first item if it's just the 1v1. There's no mixed damage to worry about. Heimerdinger's little auto attack. The wrenches, don't throw a wrench into the plan.
Once you win by autoing really hard, it's gonna go Lich Bane.
Ooh, missing
then
those E's is kind of nasty. Because one of the problems playing Heimerdinger versus ADCs is, and this is one of the reasons why. Remember when Varus, Kalista, everything was being played support? Remember a lot of that was because Heimerdinger's support from Beryl, the worlds before it, was so broken. Shanji, buddy, where would those rockets go? But remember that
happens to the best of us, mate, don't worry.
Remember when Heimerdinger was so broken as a support, AD carries got played as support to counter the turrets. And then because they outranged the turrets and they could auto-attack them safely and clear them, and then we just stuck with AD carry supports after because people were practiced them.
And you could really be playing
Yeah, Heimerdinger was bad into the AD carries for that. Now in the 1v1 you can still poke out, but playing against melee champions is obviously much more favourable for him.
There is some wise words from Sylphcast in the chat as well, which is that Shannon would win these, and he's correct because of course somewhere out there,
my dude,
Uzi still wakes in cold sweats.
My dude. Seros would win these. Look, I love Hyanan, I do, but the greatest Heimerdinger pro player of all time, it's our Japanese boy in the mid lane, it's Seros.
I'm a big Heimerdinger player as well. He used to play the hazmat one.
Yeah, Seros mentioned. Yeah, so I mean, Seros played literally 2/3 of his games of his entire career. Remember, he's played since 2013 on Heimerdinger, Ziggs, and Karma. This guy was he chose his champion pool and he stuck to it.
He was the West Store of the LPL.
I can respect that. The best Heimerdinger and pro players GBM, and he never got to play. I miss GBM.
I just love the fact he's named himself Ganked by Mom. Like that is just a correct choice.
I do say this on stream every so often. I have a very fun/awkward story about related to GBM.
Which was this?
This is the one where I was in university and I went over to my then partner's house and I was watching LCS in the background. It was my first time over their place and I started to put some LCS in the background. GBM got his famous Z triple kill and I went, oh my god! GBM made me kind of do a really strange walk of shame because it was like, their roommates didn't know what the hell I was saying that to. Look, things are very questionable. Shanji is gonna die in the Ring of Fire!
Oh my god, I've not heard this story before. This is excellent.
Shanji walks into the Ring of Fire.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm trying to...
That's gonna end up in. That's gonna end up in the highlight reel, isn't it?
It is.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Look, it's just basically. Look
on camera. There you go. There's the camera.
Look.
Microphone.
Look. Okay. Right. So I was watching LCS when I was around my ex's place in university, so many years ago at this point. GBM got his famous 1v3 Z triple kill when he was in LCS on NRG, and I started oh my god, blah blah, like whatever. And I started doing that. Obviously, I'd never been to this place before, to my ex's place. So then I walk out of the room, roommates just avert their gaze and just give you some space, and I basically have to do anyway, whatever. That's the story. Turn the fucking camera off. Yeah, that's what I remember GBM for. Look, IG have got themselves the side. You never heard that?
No!
I never told you that.
Never told me this.
I thought I did. Yeah.
We need to run some ads before the game.
Yeah, we did. Let me just run a 1 minute ad so I can hide my shame, Jesus Christ. So anyway, thank you, GBM, for giving me a very awkward story to tell. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. What's the most OP champion on 1v1 so far? Is Jace. Jace is the most OP champion on 1v1. So, and you can mirror matchup it, by the way, but it has typically been the Jace. Jace is so good.
Really,
I think Jace and Corki, I think probably the two best ones. But obviously a lot of them are banned out too. So Varus banned out, Gwen banned out, right? Alrighty. Into the draft we go. Turn that the volume a little bit so you can hear us a little bit better. Over in NIP's home arena, which does, as pointed out by Rafa, does kind of look like Monster Energy. It is the NIP arena revamped in Shenzhen. I got some cool backing lights there too. Let's get into draft.
Lights are awesome, looking fantastic here. I've recovered from this new revelation about my brother. What a story! What a story!
Look, yeah. Sorry about that one.
Oh, that's funny.
God.
Well, we're going to see the Scion, Aurora, and Rise banned away from NIP. The Aurora and the Rise in particular have been doing these specialties over the course of this year. He's been very, very potent on them. Just getting rid of them. NIP getting rid of the Rumble and the Gwen, both very, very strong. The Vi as well as kind of a... What's the word we've been using? Like a...
It's an enabler. It's an enabler. It's a linchpin archetype. You can throw whatever fun word it is. It decides your whole draft. Neferi and Jace are both up. I think you first lock the Jace because the Shy is so indexed into dominant laning phase. I think you have to go to the Jace here. It's just IG the way that they play the game.
I agree. You can look to do it. I think it's also a really good flex. Rookie is also an exceptional Jace, so it does become a very valuable pick for IG.
Been playing it all the way since those OGN days, yeah, for sure. NIP, I mean, snap up the Neferi now.
Feels like a pretty good option. Aki, you'd imagine, would be in his wheelhouse at the very least.
Don't dare clip that. But
oh, that's so good.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Right. So, Ambessa. Yeah, well, Ambessa can lose lane versus Jace, but be better in a team comp. Normally, you need to see the point and click for the Ambessa all the same, though. Neferi, very likely to get locked in here. I think Shanji and Aki are the two players I need to see the biggest step up for from NIP. They've looked very unconfident recently.
Looking to have lots of backline access at the very least between the Neferi and the Ambessa. Your ability to go diving into the backside and then look to mow down anybody who runs away from you is very, very strong. And we've seen this even just that last series, right? That sometimes you don't need CC. If you can just get to the backline and start doing DPS, a lot of those carries just can't run far enough away before you blow them up. And they'll lock in the Xin Zhao and Talia, which is a pretty good roaming and diving duo in its own right, to try and manage those two really obnoxious divers. Talia in particular, with that Unraveled Earth, can make the decision-making trees of that Neferi and that Ambessa a little trickier. Debating a Galio to go in alongside those divers.
I think NIP have now committed to a triple melee topside with 3 dash champions versus a Talia, a Xin Zhao that can knock them out of the play, and a Jace that can stay at range. I already think NIP are banging their head against a wall. I think they're banging their head against a wall. We saw this against Anyone's Legend where they played a similar competition. Now, that was a fun game. It was a fun series, but it was always losing. NIP, they're probably looking at... I mean, what are you looking at? You need a harder gauge support, and then you're looking at probably MF or Kai'Sa, I think, to complete out your duo. They miss a ban?
Oh, dear.
Is the champion select going to fall through? There's surprise on Danny's face there. He's looking over to them, wondering whether the champion select is going to be restarted. You can see he's looking across to the other side of the stage. It's not a restarted champion select, so I imagine NIP,
wow.
I think they're a bit flustered.
Oops.
They miss a ban.
That's not great news. See where the ban comes on through here. But either way, we've seen that once or twice this split over the last week or two. That's not a good sign or an omen of things to come. There's the Kai'Sa ban, and we are just missing a ban. Oh, NIP.
And the thing is, I think both teams want different AD carries. So NIP wouldn't... They don't benefit from a missed ban here in terms of, oh, we leave more AD carries open or something like that. It's always very, very...
That could have been an Ezreal ban.
Okay, we are actually restarting the pick and ban. I don't... Well, now it's IG are the ones which are on camera. Danny's speaking to the referee on stage. It does go over the camera to NIP. Often that's the camera of shame, you know, topical based on recent conversations. As well, I guess we'll have to restart our draft, won't we?
I want to call out Rafa again, who basically said, Shanji's been cheeks and not the good kind, which is a very eloquent way to describe Shanji's recent performances.
I mean, base, yeah.
Yeah. You go, Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, look, Shanji's been the kind of guy for a long time. He needs comfort. I think that there are a couple of teams here in the LPL that really do need, you know, 1 or 2 players on something which they can play around. And this is also a reason why I think Fearless... By the way, there are so many talks about Fearless. How's everyone feeling about Fearless right now, by the way? When are teams allowed to restart draft if they miss a ban? If it's due to not user error, but because of client error. It has to be due to a bug. Whether that is audio as well. So if there is audio issues, so you can't hear each other during pick and ban, whether there is problems in the client when you go to select a champion or ban something and it doesn't end up selecting it, often that is what leads to that. That's what often leads to that. Otherwise, you're not allowed to. If it's user error, it's user error.
From Raf again. Look, split 1 was solid, split 2, Dookie, and saying Dookie is a Brit feels wrong somehow. But there you go. But
also, I mean, unless you're referencing the awesome Green Day album, did you?
Very true.
They had like
basket case on.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Good Riddance as well.
Oh, great songs.
Dude, the more I think about it, the more goated Green Day are, by the way. The fact that some people are like, oh, but Charlie XX should have had deadline Coachella. No, screw off. Like, you at peak are still smaller than 30 years into a Green Day, who are one of the best bands I've ever seen live.
21 number ones.
And I like Charlie XX. I think that the
Red
brand
Rat's a great album.
It's a great album.
By the way.
However, step aside, Jesus of Suburbia needs to be our main stage.
I still think one of my favourite musical numbers ever is the 21 Guns version.
Oh,
from
American Idiot. Oh,
which
yeah.
is superb with the
Fantastic
harmonies.
album. I do think, what was that album called?
The one with 21 Guns on. I remember the album cover.
Because it has Know Your Enemy on it as well.
Rafa, save us. You should know this.
Someone should know this. I keep forgetting it.
It's not 21st Century.
Yes, 21st Century Breakdown.
That's the one. Got it.
That's the
Boom.
one. Yeah, cool. That album is insane too. I was a big Green Day fan as growing up.
It's because Mum really loved the American Idiot
really
album.
good.
She had it in the car.
Yeah.
21st Century Break. There you go. Rafa's got us as well. There we go. Confirmation.
Yeah. Anyway, turns out they're really, really good. They are very, very good showmen, and you should go watch them if you ever get the chance. Very, very good.
And the Broadway version is insane. There are some very good versions of the songs in there.
Who else is very good? You know, I didn't expect them to be as good as they were. Like Fall Out Boy in terms of like
They
the pop
were
scene.
superb. Yeah.
The vocalist is probably the closest to record I've ever heard. As in, like, you hear him live and you hear him on
And then
studio.
like, that
and
sounds
it's
the same.
exactly
Yeah,
the
yeah.
same. Now, I wouldn't call myself like a massive Fall Out Boy fan, but they were very interesting. Look, Sam and I, we grew up watching a lot of music, and that was.
I think who else was really close. I think Amy Lee was better live in studio than the first couple times I saw her, at the very least.
Yeah. I've seen Evanescence 3 times.
I think I've seen them 3.
I've seen them once more than you. I can't remember why.
Where did you see them?
I don't know, Sam, but I've seen them one more.
Was I in Japan or something? Might have been
Maybe.
then.
Yeah.
Patrick Stump's insane. Yeah, he is. He's just ridiculous. Who else was? Coldplay. Superb live. I remember we went.
Yeah, the Viva La Vida tour especially was something magical. I gotta go answer the door because Angie's orders his coffee.
Oh, Angie, thank you. Yeah, so I went to go see Coldplay on the Viva La Vida tour with Jay-Z supporting and Zayn Leigh. So Beyonce came out on stage and duoed with Jay-Z, and then we had Coldplay on Viva La Vida tour in this massive open air. It's the Old Trafford cricket ground, so not the football stadium, the cricket stadium in Manchester. It was this beautiful sort of like May spring evening. The sun was setting. We had fireworks and like everyone singing along to Fix You and stuff. Oh, magic! Absolutely insane. Bilk delivery, says Angie. Excellent. There we go. Brendan has an amazing voice. Yes, he does. Speaking of people who can fantastic live, Alice Cooper can still sing. Yeah, I can see it. Sevenfold were really, really good live. They were fantastic. I'm seeing them. Bullet for My Valentine were good. Hey, good to see you, Q-Card. What do we think about NIP? Theoretically, the weaker team today. And with the way draft was looking, I fear IG may be taking this one. We'll see. They are two very mercurial teams. Unserious is sometimes the term we've used, and jokingly, because both teams are capable of doing incredible things one moment and then doing the most brain-dead moments just after. And it can be pretty weird. And drafts as well with these teams get pretty odd. Oh, nice. The Sky Full of Stars music video was shown in Newton, Sydney. I can see it. First concert was Sparks. Who did I see? So my first two concerts that I remember was I saw Busted with McFly supporting, and the concert after was Deep Purple, Thin Lizzy and Styx, where I was front row and caught the guitar pick of Steve Morse, Deep Purple's guitarist, which he played so hard and fast that there is a scorch line in black down the middle of the plectrum. It's one of my prized possessions, and it's in my desk bag. Oh yeah. Steve Morse played so fast, a big score down the middle of the plectrum.
I do also have a Steve Morse pick somewhere, because basically Sam and I would like, they do seated gigs, you don't do standing gigs, because a lot of their audience is older now. Thank you so much, Andrew, by the way.
Cheers.
Dankeschön. And yeah, so I still carry around with me Roger Glover's bass pick, so I always carry plectrums around with me, because I'm a guitarist. I have 3 Ari picks, so a friend of mine, wonderful Secret Santa present, thank you, Amaya, wherever you are out there. got me. On one side of it, there's classic Ari splash art. The other one, it's the original Firefox Ari splash art as well. So that one's really special. I have Roger Glover.
What have they done with the shy on there, by the way?
That is a great question. That's a great question.
And yes, the 1v1 did already happen. Finish your story. There you
Yeah. And then, yeah, I carry around... And also I have Alien Ant Farm's guitarist to pick as well. So, but I have the bassist from Deep Purple's pick as well. Alien Ant Farm, also very good live, actually.
I have Misha Mansour's signature from Periphery.
Damn, that's sick.
I'm also in the Monument music video from that show.
I was so annoyed that I was 1 year too young to go see that gig.
Yeah, because I was 14.
I think you were 14, I was 13, so I couldn't go see it. Oh,
so I saw Monument, Tesseract, and Periphery in a tiny stage in Nottingham. I'm in the Monument video from that year, headbanging way out of time to a 7/8
I'm young
song.
or too Asian for this guy. So funnily enough, Deep Purple is popularity in Asian countries. Deep Purple are very popular within Japan because their most famous live album is called Live in Japan. They recorded it from their Osaka gig there, so they were very popular around there. Yeah, so at least in Japan they had a pretty big presence. Obviously it doesn't stretch everywhere, and cultural influence across different Asian countries is obviously not going to be the same. Deep Purple are insane live. Who else is good? Metallica were
superb,
insane.
yeah. Black
we
Album
saw
live
we
was
saw
really
them
awesome.
play the entirety of the Black Album at Download. I want to say 2013. Linkin Park 2014 Download. I'm pretty sure it was.
Hybrid Theory doing
played,
live on there.
Played the whole of Hybrid Theory, which was very special. Of course, we miss you, Chester. We miss you a lot. Saw them 3 times. Saw them on Minutes to Midnight. Saw them on Download, and then we saw them on the Hunting Party tour after.
Really appreciated that kind of reaction being on camera. It's like a, hi.
We're in a pause, folks. We're just going to keep waxing lyrical. And, we'll talk about the game when we talk about the game. But
yeah, Rafa, exactly.
But hey, also,
You got drumsticks from the Rev Baneblade? Holy moly!
Oh, are you kidding me? They were one of my favorite bands growing up as well. Saw them in 2011. I did, and that was on the
Hail the Box.
Are you kidding me? The Hail to the King album. Into the draft again. It failed a little earlier. I don't know whether they had to restart PCs or change tournament realm. Whatever.
PC.
We don't have the reason for it. But going back into it, I believe this is going to be the same picks and bans up until the second round of bans.
One would assume, because we obviously had that misband. Something went awry. We don't quite know what. We'll find out as we go. The Jace first pick, and we kind of saw what we were looking at. Reminder of the picks as they were. It will be that Amber set alongside the Neferi and the Galio for NIP, so a bit of a dive combo with the Galio follow-up. And on the other side, we saw the Jace locked in alongside some champions I am struggling to remember off the top of my head, and I can only apologize.
Shinzao and Talia for IG. NIP locked in Galio on 3, and then we started going towards their second round bans. NIP missed their first ban, and IG banned Kai'Sa. So I think Galio gets locked in. I think NIP then go towards their ban here, which was a missed ban last time. So we'll see.
Okay, so let's see whether we actually get a ban here or whether they're going to be forced to miss it again. If this is a missed ban now, we will know.
No, if this is actually just a missed ban, it was user error, and I would imagine what would have happened then is they just spent the whole time arguing that it wasn't a missed ban, and they must have checked something about it. It looks like NIP did miss a ban. NIP,
oh boy,
user error or some preventable issue led to them missing a ban, arguing for a bit probably, and then coming back to remake the draft anyway. We'll go into it. NIP missing a ban in the second round. That is important. You only have one ban now to close down, presumably for me, the 80 carry pool, but it could be engaged supports as well.
And that could have been an Ezreal ban, it could have been a Varus ban, a Misfortune ban, these things which would make your lives a lot easier when you're playing these dive combos. And to give it up, Xayah would have been a great ban here as well, because I feel like a Xayah Rakan right now for IG probably goes quite hard.
Or, yeah, for sure. Or another engaged support, because there's no engage on the side of IG right now. By the way, Varus hasn't been picked. I think that Gala very happy to go towards Varus. You could also go Kalista Renata here if you want for IG. Ash Braum is powerful too. There are so many bot lane options actually. There hasn't been a single ban towards bot lane.
We've got well, there's a Kai'Sa, that's it.
Well,
really,
no. Before the second round, which is what I was saying. Before you so rudely interrupted me.
Yeah, it's my job,
my
right?
Border.
Never liked you anyway, sorry. Ezreal locked in.
Oh, screw you too, I guess. Gala gonna go towards the Varus very likely,
Yeah,
and we'll see
whether the privilege of interrupt you again just for no reason.
And whether we'll see, and now we'll see whether it's gonna be. Now, I actually think Varus Renata here is so broken because you have to dive in as a triple melee, maybe even quadruple melee composition on the other side. Varus gets to go poke because there's no one too tanky on the other side. Yeah, I think you go Varus, and I think you go Renata alongside it. And I think NIP, I mean, sure, you can go towards the Nautilus. I guess maybe you'd lack engage that way. But the Varus already in itself gives a lot of issues to NIP.
Poppy into, what, triple dashes already? The Neferi, the Ambessa, and the Galio all really not enjoying that steadfast presence. I can see that angle, honestly. See what Mako decides towards. I think you've got a few different options here that make some sense depending on how you want to play out the game. The Nautilus, the Renata that Alex called out. I can see that Poppy angle too. Mako, a bit hit and miss over this split, really, in terms of the level on the... just support in general. Has been caught out a few times, particularly in the mid stages, away from his team, looking for warding moments, and there's been some discussions about how that's happening, whether that's an individual error or team play. Either way, the end result is him getting picked off a little bit.
Okay.
And PP God goes towards the Leona, looking at Zenith Blade into the backside. The fact I have to say PP God out loud and seriously is a wonderful part.
The thing is, PP God knows what his name means. He was told in an interview, he was like, huh, that's very funny. That's great. And that's basically it. He knows what he's making us say. You know, back in the day when he was back on OMG, alongside Shanjiaki, and then of course Cream and Abel as well. I had this running theory that every single member of that absolutely chaotic OMG game, their name was OMG. Oh my god. However, which gods they were was a bit in question. I thought they were Chaos gods.
I see it.
PP God. There is no way he's not a champion of Slanesh with a name like that.
Who was Korn?
Korn was, at that point, I'm trying to remember if it was Abel, because he just would never, ever stop going
sense.
in.
Yeah.
I believe that it was Shanji who was Zinch because he just couldn't stop cooking. You had Cream who was the last one left. Nurgle.
And was Malal someone?
And then Aki was Chaos Undivided because he was the piece which drew them all together. Malal Undivided. That was the plan back then. Anyway, this is one of our real key matchups. NIP have not played that many series yet, folks. IG have. This is their 6th series, I want to say. Only NIP's 3rd. We don't know where NIP really slots in, and their form has been so about the place, it's really hard to tell whether they are in our top teams. Are they at this point? Do they deserve to be called up to that kind of level? IG, they do, even though they've had their own consistencies, but they have beaten Top Esports, the only team to do so. They've taken good series against other teams as well, and this one will be so hype either way. Both teams so proactive, so aggressive. Let's get it on.
Oh, look at that skybox. The distant rumble of Gyos, those crowd mics, a little ways away, giving us a proper echo in there. That's pretty damn cool.
I have to say, the acoustics in this arena, so good, by the way. Like, I love this this arena full. In fact, I'm gonna put the volume up to max for this one because it deserves it. Over in Shenzhen, and yes, it kind of is like the Monster Energy arena. However, it's also just very, very cool. Doomby, not Doomby. I see Rookie and I'm like, oh, Doomby's on the Rift as well. Rookie and Doomby, fantastic mid lane matchup, of course.
There were rumours actually that the Neferi actually was a Doomby special actually as well.
Yeah,
so I can see why the confusion might come in there too.
I also saw some solo queue of some players playing at top lane, particularly into tanks.
To abuse the Dark and Dagger Blade, I can see it.
Yeah, Doomby starting with the E actually instead of the Q, going towards the Aftershock trade. Of course, the big thing about Galio is that if you get the passive, then if you get Aftershock, it increases the damage from your passive. So you go for an increased Grand Slam, and you can take some really good trades there. So not bad there from Doomby. You lose wave control, but you do that anyway. So Doomby getting decent trade there. Mid lane matchup, obviously that's the name brand value. I actually think the most important matchup on the map though is AD carry. Gala has been so ridiculously good for IG. I think he's been their best player in this portion of the competition.
For sure.
And I think that Leave has been that for a little while now for NIP on the other side. This guy has been such a revelation. He's one of our newest AD carries to the league, and he, despite a bad first entry into the LPL, he is starting to do some very special things up here.
There was a point, of course, when Uzi was saying, just avoid girls for 3 years and you will be one of the greats of all time. That was the advice that the man he was supposed to be replacing gave him. Had a bit of a rough start to his journey into the LPL. Was all that internal drama and back up on NIP. Got himself on the All-Pro first team, I believe, as the AD carry in winter. Looking to continue that here in spring. He's been pretty damn good, though I don't think he's anywhere near as uncontested as AD carry at this time.
I don't think he was there because I think Jackulov was first.
No, I'm pretty sure it was leaving. Jackie was down in like second.
I can't remember, but Jackulov was really good.
But remember, this was pre-playoffs, remember?
True. No, that is true. You know what? I can't remember. I'm sure he's around there at some point. So, what's happening right now? Pushing lane and bot lane for NIP. Mid lane, we've seen Derby trading pretty okay. Now, there's a hook. Cancel out on. This is why you play the Nautilus into the Leona. Mako shrugs with all the damage, actually. Means that PPGO can't get himself the Shield to Daybreak afterwards if you go for the hook, and neither of you go for an auto attack after.
Well, there's a question in chat as well about what skin this is on the Jace. It's the Arcane Survivor Jace, so it's one of the skins that came out from Arcane. The Shy likes to play it pretty regularly. He's got a really cool like walking animation with the hammer. He drags it behind him. Quite cool. All the while, PP God and Leaf getting the shove in towards that bot side early on. Pretty good value from there. Always the easiest thing to do against Tavares, all things considered, but either way, job done. JJ will spot out the Scorch Core leaving. There is an early ward there on the Raptor respawn. See the JJ starts up on that before he does get that reset. Looks like he will be sticking around at least for an additional count.
The Shy pushing in on top side, of course. Oh, this time he's actually going for the Grasp. We have seen him try some different stuff. He's gone for a lot of Electrocute Jace recently. Typically that way. I believe that was in Twin Ambassador as well, actually. He went for Electrocute versus some different matchups, but either way. Still has that Grasp for lane dominance, and we shall see how much he can do. Shy, I think, started this split very well, actually. Less so good in the last few series. It's quite hard to tell with the Shy at points whether he is, again, finding inspiration or just complete godlike levels of it.
What Chaos God is the Shy? Is he called as well?
I think he has to be Zinch. I think he has to be Zinch because no one knows what the fuck he's doing.
Not even he. That's so true.
Not even he knows what plans.
Oh,
plans within plans. Why does he die there? We'll never know.
The great changer of game states.
That's the one. That's the one.
The infinite labyrinth of his brain.
Here's a conundrum mapped in an enigma. The hook out of the Zenith blade, but the Shield Daybreak does come through this time.
PP God goes forwards, and of course, on the opposite side of the map to the Corn Worship, it feels appropriate, I suppose, in the grand scheme of things. And we'll head on over instead towards a little bit of a dragon take there early by Aki, of course, with the Nefiru. You are pretty good at those solo objectives because of your bleed and the dogs. Very good at doing those early, which not every jungler is. And I say this as an Evelyn main, early dragons kind of suck.
Pink Slanesh message. Jesus Christ, I don't know, White Christmas? Are you kidding me? Okay. Dragon started up, the grubs on the other side, as we have just been highlighting. Objective trade. Well, we'll see if it's a trade, I assume. Well, I mean, Leave and PP God are recalling now. They could actually rotate towards top side, but Shanji teleporting top, that...
Here we go.
Leave is still in bot side. He cancels his recall. PP God is roaming top. Mako's already here. He will... we're not going to get... we're going to get level 5s, I guess, off of this. Maybe PP got a little bit higher XP. First grub will go down at least YG. We'll see if Aki wants to go for a smite steal.
I see them going down. They're on spawn, so they get one. JJ will turn back onto the Scuttle Crab. Happy to take one. Flash over the wall from PP God. Gets some flashing trade from Rookie, who just gets out of the Hero's entrance, and Rookie out safely, flash for flash between support and mid, but the ult burn from Doomby could be problematic here for NIP.
And IG now get to stick guy in NIP against that wall where they can't dodge away from the skill shots. Gala is not here, Leaf is coming up though, and it does mean that with the extra numbers committed, NIP will get 2 out of this set, despite the fact that they don't get the pick that they were looking for.
Well, when your names match your actions, I suppose it's very appropriate, because Leave leaves.
Yeah, make like NIP's bot laner and get out of here.
And split.
Sam, you never seen the Back to the Future? It's like make like a tree and get out of here. That's the whole thing. That's the reference I was going for, Sam.
Yeah,
Do you want to tell you about 1.21 gigawatts, which is also the incorrect way to say it's 1.21. It's not a scientist of any... whatever. Okay, Shock Blast the top side.
The Shy does some damage there. I keep forgetting that the first auto actually shreds about 25% of people's armor.
Yep. It depends on which form you're in. If you're in ranged form, yes, the first auto that comes through does shred. However, you need to change out of melee to range to do that, which means that it will normally apply on a minion. So most of the time, that only happens in very extended trades. When you go into the melee, it gives you extra damage on the hit there too. So both of them have some different values. Level 6 hit by both of our junglers. I really need to see Shanji and Aki step up. NIP, as you were saying before, that's Shanji going for the ult, actually.
Decent chunk there.
Aki's on top side, no mana on the Shy. He has flash. I think Aki's looking for a kill hit.
Oh, the Shy has got a flash and a dream, and Aki has the ability to go pursuing as the hound he is, and he ain't nothing but a hound dog. And the Shy will be crying all of the time as Elvis has left the building.
Oh man, the king of rock and roll. Rocks and rolls his way back towards the base. Wasn't covered on that top side of the map. Shanji took a good trade against him. No one was really assessing the danger there on top side. It is a double flash committed there. So Rookie loses his ult and misses a little bit of a wave in the mid lane. So still a strong win for NIP overall.
Alrighty then, so good early start here for NIP. Nice info from JJ to at least nab some camps as a result of that trade. We'll back away from that one.
Rafa in Twitch chat saying, Aki, pelvic thrusting the shy back to bait. I mean,
you dog.
Literally. Ain't nothing but a hound dog. Was that what, did you make that reference?
I did.
That
was how I got to Elvis left the building. That's how I was here. And the shy was crying all the time.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, look.
You ain't no friend of mine anymore, Alex.
No, you're behind my buddy, pal. Mako, go.
That was another hound dog reference, Al. You ain't no friend of mine.
I know that one, Sam. I did get that one.
Okay.
Sam, I might...
Double checking. I mean, I couldn't guarantee it anymore, could I?
True. Yeah. I'm going to drop some really niche reference now points, and I will catch him out at some point.
See, I've got Rafa. He's got me. Play-by-play minds. We do not exactly. I can bully him from multiple angles now. This is wonderful.
Neko landing a hook on to leave. Right. So what is IG looking to leverage off? I will say immediately, not a big fan of the Rod of Ages going on to Talia. I feel like Rod of Ages Talia does so little damage. I don't like it, and particularly in a game like this, I think you want as many E's as possible. You want as much cooldown. Going towards the Rod does remove you of some of your defensive capabilities. Aki does have ult back up and could do something on bot side. Quite hard to do it against all summoners against this Varus in the Nautilus, especially with the Nautilus level 6. Feels pretty hard to quickly make a play. However, with the Galio coming in, maybe they can just overload.
I think NIP is starting to feel pretty heroic here. Here comes that entrance. Comes on down. Mako does not want to make that play. Into the tower, Aki goes. Another kill over. And what on earth was that engaged? They knew Doomby was leaving.
Well, IG, I feel like they've just not read NIP well in this early game at all. They've been trying to just play siloed in their lanes. Sure, we'll just play through laning phase, and the Shy gets ganked. Bot side gets roamed on by Doomby. Yes, he gives up a wave for it, but this is classic Doomby. He will just drop waves to make plays happen. This is why he was a Renekton mid player. Kled mid. The ult hits, the Shy will disengage. Doesn't really lead to that much from Shanji. No one else is coming to this side of the map either. But it does feel like NIP are just playing the map a little better in this early game than IG. They're not reading it.
Let's have a look at this, because they know, surely they know that Doomby's coming. This is such a misplay. They even get the flash out of Mako afterwards.
I mean, Gala walks up to get hit by the Galio ult, takes even more damage, did have the flash. I wonder whether he could just gotten out of the Neferi range, but still chooses to stick around. Does trade one back, but goes on to Mako, so it's not even the Varus getting the gold.
Rough stuff there. Either way, it's a big win for NIP. Lose a wave or so mid, but I think the Galio was kind of happy enough. That got a roller of his own. 3 Dark Seal stacks over towards the Grubs. We go, and NIP are on those.
I don't care if Galio goes for lower, because he needs these kind of stats. He always benefits from having that HP. Whereas I look at rookies going towards, I mean, pointed down chat again. It's not just the row, it's row and the tier. This is the super slow scaling survival build. This is not about high damage and stuff like that. You don't have the Rise mana scaling or something like Caston as well. Aki's going to take the Grubs on top side. Might not be able to get all of these, but still gets forced to get the Might bonus. But I am a little worried if Jace is behind in lane, Rookie's going for a lower damage build, and also the bot lane is not, doing that much work. IG, their composition is meant to be peel back, use your range, punish NIP as they dive in. If you don't have the damage to do that, I don't think your composition works.
Look, Talia just needs to move away from the hair metal references. Rock of Ages, Rod of Ages, do not be Def Leppard. You need to be able to hear this game. Stop that. Give me some more damage.
I mean, Def Leppard would also have problems with having both hands on the keyboard.
Very true. Okay, fun family fact. Our grandmother actually saw Def Leppard while the drummer had both arms.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know about Def Leppard, classic rock band where the drummer has one arm and they kept playing with him after he lost his arm in a motorbike crash. It's a very cool emotional story where they stuck with their friend. Very, very cool. And good music too. Stereo, great album.
Also true.
Right, Gala pushing at this mid lane, going towards that poke Varus, and IG... Typically, the way we phrase this team is very good brawling mechanics, sometimes lose their head on some of the wider aspects of the game. I don't necessarily think that they've played the macro that well against a lot of our top teams. However, they are still 3-2 with the very hard to enter schedules. I don't think that they've been completely outclassed.
I think that's fair. I think NIP, at their best, have been very, very creative, but I think sometimes their drafts are not especially straightforward, should I say? They're not like plug in and play, baby. You know what I mean?
That's a Muse song.
Yeah, you made the Muse references just before this.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
Which one?
It was some Hysteria Muse references.
No, Hysteria is a Def Leppard album.
I think you gave me the Muse reference. Okay,
which is also a great song, don't get me wrong, but it's also very different here.
Oops. I will say I don't actually know that much Def Leppard.
No, me neither, but that album's good. It has pour some sugar on me. It's a very
on me.
Probably the one
in the name
people
of early onset diabetes, probably. That's a lot of sugar.
Yeah, it's a lot of sugar. It's a lot of sugar. Gotta be
don't need that much sugar. In my
very
life.
fast, very dangerous.
And then rappers doing that in chat, so he gets it. In the name of early game wins. That's what NIP is like.
Shojin completed. First item now across the board from everyone. Double Eclipse. Can you get a double Eclipse? I mean, I guess you technically could if you had multiple moons, you have planetary alignment, but Aki and Shanji, both building up towards that. And very, very strong ability to play through the top side now. Comment in chat as well, which I do want to address because I think it's actually quite important. I think it's a good conversation, saying, you know, I get the tankiness from IG because they're getting dove onto a lot. I understand that too. However, if they're diving onto you, yes, you need to not die, but you also need to kill them at some point too, which is a bit of the problem. They're walking towards Mako. First Q misses, gets the bleed on the second one. Not really sure they can do much here though.
Let's let the dogs of war, or at least mild discomfort. The dogs of skirmishing.
The dogs of fisticuffs.
The dogs of fisticuffs. God, I need a gentleman. Or a gentle lady? What would be the best way of phrasing that? Gentlewoman?
The dame.
Yeah, exactly. Because then you get gentleman Cho'Gath. I need the equivalent for Neferi.
Yeah, Dame Neferi.
Dame Neferi.
I think that'd be great.
Just exactly. Dogs of fisticuffs. This would be amazing. Oh, this is one.
Gotta make an album called that too. Alright, they're declaring us some vision on top side. Anything else interesting up? Minute till Harold, flash forward, eat out. Leave. Wins the skill check there.
Flash. Gets away with it, but now they can turn around. Mako in danger as the solar flag comes on down. Mako has to flash away himself. On the other side, Weaver's wall and GJ looking to get on top of PP God, who does get out to safety, but now in comes Galley with the hero's entrance to not a huge amount of avail, actually. And so the hero perhaps decides to jump in a little early. Aha! He yells. It was a bad idea.
Thing which I've been very passionate about, talked about this a lot yesterday. Hang on, there's a fun on bot side, I might have to talk about that first.
Shy eats a bit of Drake out step.
Alright.
Ping.
So that's the end of that one.
Law matchup, by the way.
LPL for me is the region of cooldown economy. One of the reasons why we fight so scrappy is because we want to remove stuff like AD carry summoners, big ultimates like the Gallywall, before the big fight comes through. Now, IG, they fight to take away Ezreal Flash, PP God's Flash, Dermby's Flash, and I think IG's composition works better when no one has summoners and no one has ultimates. They have the better range for that, whereas NIP need to hard commit with flashes with ultimates. This is why cooldown economy is one of the biggest things in LPL. You can change the way that games are played just by removing an ultimate or two, and IG showing that skill set there.
This topside matchup actually got a lot better for Shanji than I thought it might. The Shy on the Jace is going to be very, very oppressive. And it's actually down about a wave or so here towards his Ambessa, who's in a really good spot with that early kill as well. So it's not a huge lead for NIP, but it is there between the slight advantage in the Grubs and matching the Dragons. However, Shanji is still here, and there are in fact 3 members of Invictus Gaming around. And turn on towards the Dragon instead. PPCO puts down a ward and immediately backs away, spotting a number of members of the IG squad.
Yeah, I don't really think NIP wants to contest with no Galley ults and no Flash on their AD carry. I think that would be too bold, really. Maybe if they get to 2 items in Ezreal, maybe it's a bit different.
Need Alex too.
Is that because I said bold?
Yeah.
Right, that's great, Sim. Well, we'll underline that one and return to it later. No. Quick, someone just put strike through on just everything Sam says. Turret's gonna get traded. First one given over to NIP though, so feats of strength over towards the ninjas.
I love that it took you, like I saw a couple of seconds as you clarified it. Cool, moving on.
Sam, we've been streaming for, 4, 6, more than that hours a day.
Who do we appreciate?
We've been streaming a long time every day for 2 weeks solid. It's pretty easy to get a little bit tired and run out of energy. Shy takes that out of turret, equals the turrets out 1-1.
Well, the Shy is here with his squad, clearing out some roses.
NIP's slight gold lead. And, we said with this composition, they really want to be diving in and closing that gap. If they get ahead of the game, and they get, a tankier Galio, better burst combo to the slightly further ahead, you do trust them a little bit more to pull that off. And as we were saying before, Rookie maybe not going towards the build which I would like from him. I think that if you go towards, Bruiser Jace and also kind of HP stacking Talia, Do you lack the damage to immediately turn around onto an Ethereal or an Ambassador? Surely, wouldn't the Xin Zhao and the Nautilus be enough to kind of save your carry in the first place? I wonder whether it's losing you some potential to turn around fights.
Got a triple tier trough right now as well for IG,
Yeah.
which is kind of a bit miserable. Once those items complete, slightly different story, but still a very defensive set of builds here from IG, while now down feet to strength because they lost that first turret topside as well. So things still slowly sliding towards NIP, but it is only 1,000 gold. It's nothing game-breaking as yet. It's just that it feels like NIP are that foot ahead right now. And we've got questions about IG's choices in terms of some of the builds here. It's small things. Gameplay can absolutely change that, but I think as we've not got that much else to talk about right now, that feels like a relatively valuable conversation.
I have no idea what that pop-up on NIP's team name was, but it said NIP something or other up there on the top right-hand corner. I don't know if anyone understood that, but I think.
Skulls for Skulls, friends. Love for the Blood Gods. Corn for the cornflakes.
Yeah. Don't put water on your cereal.
Don't do that. Put blood on it.
Two items for Neferi. I think Aki's ready to fight. I think Aki's ready to fight. Particularly, walking into this game, revisiting the expectations and the needs of NIP. NIP from last split had some great moments. It's the return of Dernby to pro play, and Shanji and Aki need to stand up. They need to have a good performance. Aki, good amount of gold. How much does he get? He gets a good amount of damage onto Gala, but there's not really that much to take around the map. Still a decent looking.
Yeah, Solar Flare only got the slow there, and I've got to call it out. Bradford,
Oh,
do not encourage the addition of Pilk to cereal.
Yummy.
You've been here all of half an hour, and within that time, you two have been
spicy.
converted to the Pilk cult, and this is...
Yeah.
I don't need more of this in my life.
No, sometimes you need some carbonated berries, Sam. That's what you need. Sarah's built up by Rookie, has 9 stacks on the Rod of Ages. Herald some mid lane for NIP. They do have those 4 grubs to help the tower pushing. All it is a chunk. What this means now is if IG leave mid lane for any reason, NIP will take that tower maybe a wave and a half. It's still got a little bit of HP to it, of course, to defend. Rookie over the wall, trying to use that Fog of War. And Rookie, his skill set as a player has always really had that strength of playing around Fog of War. Maybe the best player around Fog of War in the LPL mid lane pool.
After 5 AM my time, I become an unapologetic fiend. I see. So it's like a sort of like Rafa is in fact a gremlin of the casting world. If you sort of like feed him post about 5 AM, this is what he turns into. Pilk is like the worst possible substance to feed that man. Never get Rafa within a solid mile of goal.
Oh, PP God comes in.
On through. Heroic entrance, flashes out to safety. Now Mako turning around with the dredge line. PP God flashes out of the hail of arrows and stays alive. The TP is very deep, and Shanji is going to be hit with the depth charges. Actually, hang on. How on earth did PP God die? Must have been the Ignite bringing him down, and Shanji going to be knocked out to safety by the Crescent Guard. Staying alive for now. Has got a shield running. At the other side, JJ flashes away himself. The Crescent Guard is now off. As they send in a load of dogs, cry havoc, and let slip those dogs of skirmishing. Flash off over from Rookie. Cannot land the seismic shove lead. Looking for some mystic shots. Is in a 1v5 and likes those odds. And they lose PP God, and that's about it. It's a skirmish, and someone finally dies.
Now, I think IG, this is what I was worried about in terms of their lack of damage. I think they could have turned around for another kill there if they had more damage onto the Talir at this point. The Rod of Ages instead of something like the Leandries, I think, not really bringing that to the play. 20 seconds till Dragon now. A lot of cooldowns were just blown, and I do think, again, this favors IG overall. PP God looks for a play onto JJ. Of course, we do have objective spawning, taking away the jungler. Very, very important. But that's not getting onto the carries. This composition does need to get onto that backline, and he does end up dying to the Ignite.
There we go. And Rafa in chat follows up on a reference I too have made in the past. I feel like all play-by-plays with a certain level of silliness get this point where they made the PP God goes flaccid joke, and it's true. Happens even to the gods amongst us. And you know, you just a little bit.
His HP pool is a little bit small. Sorry, it's his perfectly average HP pool size. As the Mountain Dragon is up, we get a pick onto a player, and Ezreal goes down with both summoners available.
Oh dear. Well, that's another kill. They managed to turn that around into Soul Point as well. Big win for IG, and suddenly they're the ones in command of this game.
NIP walks towards the mid lane. Rookie. Oh, what the hell was that solar flare?
PP God misfires a little bit there. Could look to throw his mighty Zenith Blade in and chooses not to do so. The Weaver's Wall coming across as the Shy is trading up with Dernby. And the Shanji going to try and find that public execution. Lands it. The Shy managed to run away, but there's still a call of the pack. And the Hound's pursuit to send them going diving under that tower. continue. Draco stepping forwards. The Unraveled Earth is a little late, but the Seismic Shovel still sends them straight on over, and they will pick up Shanji. Mako now trading out with Aki, and the Nautilus will knock up the dog, who then bring the W down, keep dodging away fast as they can. Oh, those additional pack mates. And Aki will leave her brood behind and get out to sea.
Yeah, and you know, PP God misses with that ultimate. It's just been a while. I swear it's not normally like this. So, PP God, yeah, sadly, just not able to land the clean pick onto Rookie, and it means
Can't
that
get up in their business,
yeah,
you know?
can't get up in their business. I'd say it's a hard. I'd say it's a hard job, but sadly for him,
Really wasn't,
that would have made it actually a lot easier. As IG walk away with a very good skirmish on that top side, and NIP starting to find the problem with the compositional difference. They're the ones which are diving into a long-range disengage combination, and if they don't land that killer blow, it's a big problem. I believe what happens here is that Varasol comes out onto... it's not a great E. He gets hit by the hook and then has to E away. Leave, bad position. I don't know why he's even there.
Should have leaved.
It's great, Sam.
I didn't conjugate that properly, so it'd be funnier.
Yeah, that's wonderful, Sam. I'm happy for you.
Well, I'm glad to say we're capturing this game in a very normal, serious manner. But, you know, sometimes we've got to have some fun. We've got 202 on Rookie, who is going towards a additional Haunting Guns item. It's going to be a very bruised rebuild on this Talia, which so far, in fairness to him, has been working out kind of fine, but it's difficult to actually kill the Talia on any good timer.
Yes, I think at this point, when you start falling behind gold, and then there's also Mountain Dragons on top of it, this is when actually the HP build has started to pay dividends at this point, and that's a Varasol hitting 2. Doomby not that tanky himself, he's got HP, no resists.
The hero will not be getting a chance to exit stage left, goes straight on down, and Varus is the villain who finds that killing blow this time around. We've got 3 minutes till the dragon, so not actually all that much to play for in that scheme of things, but we've got ourselves a Ruinous Atakan to play for, and IG has killed off the mid laner. 4v5 to work around. They don't need any pictures as Spider-Man. They can still play the Sinister 5 and try to get a hold of that additional buff.
Yeah, no, they work for the Daily Bugle, and Aki's trying to be the Daily Beagle here, I suppose, on the Neferi.
Trying to do their best as Aki will throw out some Dark and Daggers, not land them. Doesn't look enough like London.
I swear to God. The London building is 30
it's
daggers.
the East End, that's all I'm saying.
Alright, Atakan up and available, of course, for...
I think the Atakan in Croydon right now.
Oh, I mean, if it's going to be anywhere, yeah. That was one of the funniest things. MSI in quite a nice place, but then brought it onto Croydon, which is not. Not always. It's near Stratford, right?
Yeah, Stratford.
It was East Croydon, which is pretty close to it. PP God could potentially look out that wall. Doesn't have a vision there. JJ walks around the corner. He needs to be a little bit careful here.
Buddy, pal, friends. Weaverfall's going to come on in. Summon the minions! As Shanji's going to try and jumping away, but he's across the unraveled earth and will unravel his health bar. The hero enters, and again, probably regrets these choice throws. Some of the shields around, though. If you're going to turn it around, they'll get one back. The jungler is dead. Neferi with the reset comes at cost, though, as PP God is once again out for the couch. Doesn't have enough endurance, really, to stick around in these fights. It's a bit much for him, poor guy. Seismic Shove comes across, and they'll bring down Leave as well. Flash away from Duanbi and Aki, trying to keep something alive and rolling. But you've lost everybody but your mid-jungle.
I mean, it started off looking pretty okay because JJ was caught out by PP God, who kind of kept things on edge for a little while, but they just couldn't finish the fight. NIP find themselves something, but it once again so hard to capitalize.
Look, IG just basically went and decided to give NIP back their bomb. You saw they went to try and jump on that one, and they couldn't finish the fight, and they got jumped on, and it was a bad time. I guess that makes Rookie the master in this regards.
I'd say that's a lot of Halo dialogue. I've got to back up somehow there. Go on. And what would you have your jungler do? JJ walks into 3 people and does a really good job of turning things around. He does end up dying by diving in here, but he stops the E out from Duanbi, which means effectively the fight's out. We've said about Duanbi doesn't have enough resist on top of everything else, and it means that you have to all in beyond that to kind of stick around, and NIP pull themselves out of position and can't really do much else in the fight.
Duanbi playing Prophet of Regret this time around, went on a great journey and kind of regretted it. The rest of his minions are the ones that suffer there, really, aren't they? And he gets out at least for a moment or two. The flood of IG will continue to be pretty devastating here, as at least the Atakan is still up and there to be played.
Yeah, so, NIP down 2,000 gold, but honestly the dragons mean more, and of course there's a soul coming up. IG, compositionally, it feels like they're very far ahead. Even though the gold has not exploded, NIP are struggling to close down the carries. And you know, while I wasn't a fan of the tank Leah, I do think that at this point, with Mountain Dragons on top of it, NIP ain't killing this guy. He does have the Leandries now. He has that damage bump. Aki's coming around. I think they have to look for the smites. If they lose a Mountain Soul on top of everything else, that's game over, man.
Certainly be a rough time give up that Mountain Soul. Between
that sucks. That sucks so bad.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do at this point? It's a rock in a hard place, and you've already actually built Bruiser / Tank on a number of these members.
NIP brought a PP God. IG brought some protection. That's the Mountain Soul.
No! No!
LPL.
Durex is a sponsor.
LPL sponsored by Durex, so are IG. I said IP. Now we're gonna get jumped on.
Anyway, here's Weaver's Wall. PP God gonna go down as the hero comes entering on in, gets a big knockup, but again they've got protection, so it doesn't really work, does it? They're gonna keep trying to play this one out. Zaki to the backside, they will still continue to be a bit of a hound dog. Nobody's gonna be quiet all the time, but the burn will bring him out. Maybe he should have protection considering that one is all the while the arrows keep flying on through. It's a 2 for 2 in the end. Could have been a lot worse really for NIP.
I was about to say, there's been a couple of times today when we've looked at a fight and said, wow, the fight's over. I mean, it was yesterday, actually, with the Neferi turnaround from JDG in that game versus FPX. But this is another one of those games where you think, wow, okay, you know, team so far ahead, they have Mountain Soul, Triple Dragon, blah, blah, blah. And it doesn't actually work out as cleanly as maybe we thought it would to. IG, we'll look back into this replay, have Triple Mountain Dragon, Mountain Soul. The tank Lear does a lot, but PP God flashes over the combination and manages to get the Ambessa into the Galio, into the Ezreal ultimate. And I don't care which universe you're from, that's gotta hurt. Everything lands onto the rookie. Doesn't matter how many HP items you build, you don't survive through a 5-man wombo combo.
I see you know your Star Wars reference as well. And they find a little more as that one went on. Revenge of the Sith as they came on in.
A succulent Shuriman meal. That's where it is from, right?
I'll let you in on a secret.
Yeah.
I've been waiting to wait for Galio to come flying on and use. Aha! No one expects the Damacian Inquisition.
That's pretty good, actually.
Wait until we get there. Just gonna let you know that one's on the line.
There have been a lot of times this game, by the way, where somehow Palpatine returned. Somehow the Ignite.
I used that one yesterday.
Yeah, we used it a lot. Well, they didn't have to know that, so maybe people weren't around yesterday. It's true. Atacon is still up and available. The gold lead is within 500, so while the Soul is over on IG, I still think compositionally they're ahead, but you do need to really pay respect to the fact that you have a 3-item Ambessa, you have a 3-item Galio. If they get to stick around in the fight, they will kill you eventually. It's not just completely free.
And the Chains of Corruption, in goes PP. Goal steals it! It's a heist! Into the backline goes Shanji with the public execution. Shielded around is dead. They're going to start resetting lead. Looking to fight some more mission on the backside of this, and despite the Mountain Soul, it means nothing before the power of the Force and NIP's damage as they get to go and claim these petals too.
IG have a triple Mountain Dragon, Mountain Soul, and they still can't win the damned team fights. Gala had Flash and gets caught out by Galio somehow in the midst of that. The team fight positioning for Invictus Gaming is not good. They are leaving their carry somehow to get burned down by daggers across the whole team. I think that the backline positioning might have just thrown this game into an NIP, well, I'm not going to say advantage, it's still against that Soul, but getting the Atacon, getting the Flowers, getting the Baron, massive swing towards NIP, a team which we were maybe convinced would fallen out of our top echelons.
And look, I hate to say it, because we've been having a lot of fun this game, making jokes, having a good time. However, it has to be said as Shanti's likely going to pick off the Shy here, who gets down the Soul Flare, buys a lot of time. There's no way out now. Maybe the Shy can take PP God with him. Does manage to do that, so that's at least something. The Shy will trade here as well, so support for that. Jace is pretty good value here, I think, in the grand scheme of things. But I was going to say is, IG have fumbled now multiple series in a row, multiple games in a row, these 20 to 25 minute team fights. It happens all the damn time.
So what the hell happens here? Part of this will be the shred coming through from the Atacon. The smite comes through, JJ uses his temporary front line, it's not at the best point. Aki gets, the Shanji gets an angle onto the back line, and Gala walks into the Galio. I mean, what else can you say about that? Gala has Flash, gets hit by the Ambassador, yes, that's scary, but then walks into the Galio ult and does nothing else for the rest of the fight. The Shy is not in a place to really do damage onto the important people either, and IG's backline gets shredded.
Yeah.
Gala was, I think he was, he's had such a good start. He wasn't the AD carry of the week, I think it was Hope actually, and I think Hope he might have even got away with Player of the Week. But
it wasn't those meddling kids.
Yeah, if they weren't those meddling kids, man. Oh, man, well, IG have Scooby done messed up? I don't know, I don't really have a great segue in for that one. NIP now can fight over the Elder Dragon if they want. They have the Atacon to buff up their one dragon, and of course, the for Grubs they have 2, so they have a little bit more tower killing potential. And I seriously wonder now, what would have happened if Rookie was in a higher damage to Lear, if we'd had, you know, him positioning better, going towards an early Landry, skipping the Rod of Ages and going towards something else. Particularly, the Rod of Ages build, I don't mind it. If you're on something like Victor and you're playing Battle Victor and you're using your ability to just strut up them and get multiple Qs, that's fine. Talia never really uses this build that well, because often you want to be in a position where you're not like throwing yourself into melee range anyway, especially in a composition like this. I wonder whether IG are going to run out of damage, despite the fact that NIP are playing against a triple Mountain Dragon and Mountain Soul, and I've said that way too many times this game, but I wonder whether NIP, if they get into the melee range of the carries, they just win the DPS race.
It'll be interesting to track on when we enter the Star Wars battle. So this is the W3D Classic. We'll see whether Anakin can make that late game race win happen. We've got 5 seconds on Elder Dragon, and IG need to play this well.
They do. On the other side, though, a huge shout out to Shanji and Aki, the players which I had most questions about on NIP. I think Shanji might even be my player of the game so far. Pinpied ultimates onto the backline. On a champion he has not been succeeding on in this year so far. I believe actually had a game against the Shy, maybe we went 1 and 8 or something. Another hook on to leave, you ease away from it. Problem with this level of the Ezreal is that you get an E up every few seconds, especially with the Shojin giving you so much cooldown. Elder up and available. Poke battle ensues.
Friends, countrymen, LPL enjoyers, lend me your eyes. We've got an Elder Dragon coming on up, and the Julius Caesar references will continue. Especially when we've got something like this Neferi to be making reference to. Here we go.
IG playing the actual poke battle. This is something that they could have done for... Oh, hang on a second. Rookie's going to find Shanji. That's important. But no, IG, of course, Rookie playing against his team from last year too. Lest we forget, he was the guy that carried NIP for so long. Dernby coming into this team now after a couple of years away, trying to do something special for this team. Rookie returned home to Invictus Gaming. NIP choose not to stand off with the poke, and I think that makes some sense. You're not going to be able to poke back against the Mountain Soul. Can IG get enough chunk down with their hail of arrows, with their piercing arrows to make a difference?
Got that Mountain Soul to work with. We've already talked about that, and this poke is landing. A slower fight means PP got down for about 20% HP. The Weaver's Wall is good. Into the backline, there goes Shanji. Brings Doinby in with him. The hero's entrance with a massive knock-up again. Trying to find damage. Shanji so desperately low. Will finally fall. Invictus Gaming looking like a good fight. They'll cry havoc and let slip the dog to war. But they were waiting to try and put Aki in the kennel. He survives for now. Dodges that dredge side. Lead also desperately trying to play this one out. IG though desperately low. Lead. Can he pull off a miracle? It's a 2v4. And Aki is still rolling. Howl to the moon, baby. Werewolves in the river. And they've not those silver bullets this time around. Leave throwing out another Mystic shot or two, but they've got everybody they could ask for.
And I think with these two alive, NIP have just clutched out the Elder fight. Somehow Shanji manages to get an angle into the backline again. Doesn't matter that the Ambessa dies. NIP will get themselves a huge team fight because the Galio is delivered into the backline and Leave and Aki can go absolutely rampant. Elder Dragon on 2 for NIP and IG fumble a late game fight.
I need to look at this again because it was a wild fight. I honestly thought after the poke was landing, it was looking pretty hard.
It was, because PP got us on solo HP. You think, well, that's the end of it. Great Ambessa ultimate. Yes, the Ambessa dies, but the Galio's into the backline. You've used up the Shinzao ultimate and also the Talia E as well. It's a free fight for the Ezreal and the Neferi after this point. Dernby gets himself a lot of value, but the NIP's diving frontliners and starters know that as long as they blow enough cooldowns, there's enough ability to flash out, rather like just continue the DPS race after that. Aki's damage is absolutely disgusting. Gets the bleed down, and they managed to clean up.
Leave just dances on the edge so well here. Great barrier use. Aki as well. It's really, really good. I genuinely thought Aki was done for that fight, and he's just not.
It's another fight as well where you have to question Rookie's build. He does no damage on this. Went for the Crypt Bloom over the Void Staff as well. No, not that much magic resist on the other side, but you do get lower and lower AP. This Talia, you know, a pick which Rookie used to such success on NIP. It was the Ari Talia Aurelion Soul that Rookie used to carry NIP to a 4th place finish in spring of 2024 against all odds for a team that felt like they were down and out. His Talia now is looking very toothless against NIP.
Reminder as well, NIP were the team that picked up the Atrakan buff, and they got Elder on top of that. Leave will be really stinging. Never mind if Aki goes in as well. Watch the Dark and Dagger bleed. Watch these Mystic shots at 4 items for this Ezreal.
I'll leave with such a big carry NIP. With the Elder up and available on that Ezreal. Oh, he's caught though.
Just about over the wall. They get Baron, but it's left PP God out to the Wolves. Got a few of their own to work with those. Doinby goes heroic entrancing. The Hound's pursuit goes around the Shy. Perhaps should have been a bit more cowardly. Gala to the backside. Once again, cry havoc and let slip the dogs of warfare. Rookie will once again try and survive the seismic shove away, but Aki does not give a damn. The burn, the bleed. He goes down as well.
Aki does Neferi things. Certified Neferi moment. Gets a huge amount of value as one of 2 people with the Elder Dragon still active. And NIP will walk away with the Baron on a couple of members and manage to break the base.
They will just surely end it here. Rookie alone must do his best to clear this one out. But it is 2v1 for the moment. Can Rookie do something to clear this out?
No, I don't think this is the end of the game. The Elder Dragon is worn off, and I suppose you do have the ultimate, but this is still the tanky Talia with a Mountain Soul, so it's not the end of the game. But IG have thrown what seemed to be a done game. Once around the Atakan, once around the Dragon, and then again around the Baron. 3 objective fights in a row where NIP have bluntly just been playing so much better around their composition. IG failing to get that much value around their poke composition, and IG choose to fight against the drags of the Elder Dragon. They use a lot of their cooldowns, and there's nothing left for the Neferi. The Shy gets caught out on the side. I suppose he's looking for poke angles, but you've used your Talia E, you've used your Nautilus combo here too, and Aki hasn't been hit by any of it. That is a Neferi at level 18 with an Elder Dragon. That is the most dangerous person on the Rift, bar none. You must pay attention to this Neferi, and IG do not pay their respects.
I mean, this doggo is so damn scary. The bleed afterwards as well. That is a 10k damage fight for Neferi alone.
Elder Dragon definitely helping in that true damage. Yep, that's added some onto it, even without the Elder. Careful with that, Sam. Dropping a coaster onto the floor.
Stop my coffee, what can I say?
Just put it on the damn desk, Sam. Let's just move that. Put it on the ground. It's fine, Sam. I'm not gonna get on your ass for that one. Alright, full build Neferi now. Has a Guardian Angel. There's a Medjais for Durnby as well, who has himself a lot of damage on this version of the Galio. IG. They had all the dragons earlier. They had themselves the Soul. I don't think they have the damage. This was my worry. You've gone for more of a bruise. You went for, the Shojin Jace. He actually has damage now, but it hasn't really been that apparent, sadly, to him. The Talia, low damage. Gala, not able to actually stand and fight in the way that they want. IG, I thought this composition was going to work well. I thought NIP, that's a catch on PP God.
There's no heroic entrance coming till just now. Actually, might get a bit of a knock up there, but still Weaver's walls to work with, and now Doomby caught amidst many, but into the backline going Shandy with that public execution. Knock up on JJ, who is bouncing around, gets to W to buy a bit of time, flashes away, the GA not popped, but IG hold the line to edge line, just shy on leave. Farside Alteration will spot out leave, and they do kill off 3 members there. IG hold the line.
A better team fight than IG have found for pretty much all of this late game. NIP, they rush to the defense of their support, but they can't actually get the kills onto the carries this time. They don't lose the GA on Aki. I suppose that's a bonus for them. Hang on a second, these are 40-second death timers. This is a teleport into the mid lane. IG, they do have the Mountain Soul to keep forcing fights. They don't have the grubs, but they have a lot of ability to hit towers with lethality.
Yeah. Keep looking, there's a lot of dogs, but Aki doesn't have a flash, doesn't have an ultimate, does have a GA, but it means he can't really go into the backside and leave, and Aki have to hold the line. No true shot barrage, but easy wave clear either from this Ezreal. PP got back up and available, can at least get an inhibitor, and they'll back away with that.
Yes, and they'll now have a chance to reset and go towards the Elder, which is spawning in a minute. 2 Elder game. NIP, are they clean? No. Are they entertaining as hell to watch? Yeah, definitely they are. In the home arena, only their 3rd series here. Up in Group Ascend versus Invictus Gaming and their super team, which they constructed for this year.
A little bit of a chunk into the mid lane here. Shy and Rookie together. Duo, possibly the most legendary top mid duo of all time. Back together, fighting with their backs against the wall somehow, despite the mid game, and over we go as NIP try to find ingress into the rift.
IG want to use that ranged advantage. Now that's a good Ezreal ult, but it's into the Mountain Soul. That'll regen at some point. Their range means a much less. JJ, again, Mountain Soul removed. Mako, that too. Leaves hitting skill shot. It just matters less. Where is the range advantage from IG? Land some skill shots, and that'll start to really work things in their favor.
Flash, Zenith Blade to the backline. Heroic entrance after the jump again. Jace is dead. The man of tomorrow dies today. The Crescent Guard from JJ buys time. Right time just shy of leave, who spaces it well. Man advantage, but the health bar's not fantastic for NIP. They can look to go back towards this Elder, looking to fight around the mid lane control. IG threatening a run down mid lane.
Wonderful engage by PP God. Stops the range advantage from IG, kind of just ending this game. You still have the Varus alive with Guardian Angel. Same with JJ. You have a 5,000 gold advantage on your Neferi, but will that matter? Rookie could, well, he doesn't have the ultimate now, but if he had it up, he could have gone for that backdoor, and we have ourselves a 4v5 around the Elder.
Smites up on both teams. TP back in, looking to play this one out. Will reset the dragon. Go over the wall. Aki hops over with the Eviscerate, looking for Mystic Shot. Lands a little bit onto Gala. That's 20% of his HP bar down. PP God once again goes forward. It's onto Mako, who doesn't really care all that much right now. Rookie looking to throw out Threaded Volley after Threaded Volley lands the seismic shove. They've killed off PP God. Chunk onto Shanji, buying some time. The shields are good. Elder down to 2k HP. Need the spot. Secured by JJ. What a wonderful steal! And now 2B, this Demacian statue crumbles. It's iconoclasm. And you heard it all before. Behold my wonders and despair. There's nothing left of the Empire of NIP. They lose everybody but Shanji.
12,000 damage from Gala will bring Invictus Gaming over the finish line. It is Nexus to Nexus. It is on the edge of your seat. NIP, and only their third series in Group Ascend, looking to prove they belong at the top. It has been such a hard fought couple of series for them, and IG looking to gain the lead against them in this one.
We'll show you fear and a handful of bloody dust. It takes them all the way to 44 minutes. Shanji's desperately trying to hold on and clear the wave. Cannot do it. It's a wasteland out here. And IG will finally end game one. You've got to imagine there's nothing left NIP can do. We are left with absolute cinema.
It comes down to 2 Elder Dragons. Not even the first could end out our game, even with IG. With the Mountain Dragon, the Mountain Soul, 3 Mountain Dragons. And what we see seems to be a compositional advantage. Could not close that out. I actually wonder what this game says more, who this game says more about. The fact that IG had the advantage, or the fact that they damn near lost with it. NIP turning up to play, but couldn't win that first game.
How has he done it again? JJ over the last few series has done some absolutely criminal things to steal objectives. Gets the Elder Dragon there. I still remember his Lee Sin steal on the Baron from a week or so ago. That was utterly unreal as well. Welcome, guys. This is the post-game 1 support group for all LPL enjoys between NIP and Invictus Gaming. Hi, I'm Sam. I'm an NIP and IG watcher, and I am traumatized by that.
Hello, my name's Nymaera. I'm an NIP and IG watcher, and also an IG versus Top Esports watcher, and also an NIP versus JDG watcher, and I have very little left in me. Folks, this is what we've come to see from our top teams here in the LPL. And NIP, we are having that question, much like we have with Weibo. Do they deserve to be... Do they deserve to be known as a top team? Because it's a question mark at this point. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And look, I mean, NIP, I think that they found some really good engages. I actually think that Shanji had a hell of a game there on the Ambessa. I feel like he really almost carried that game on the Ambessa. For a player that's been so maligned on it, I think Aki, a player which I've also had a lot of question marks about, actually the top jungle, arguably the best performance here from NIP.
Why aren't my favorite teams normal? Baby Rage says, Fairy Tale Mute.
Can you explain to me how... By the way, we don't say map, we say game, by the way, Musu, over in Anivia's chat, because we only have one map we play on here in League of Legends. But how did they lose that game with that advantage?
Good question.
Well, IG were the ones with the advantage, and they almost lost without themselves, so... I'd say actually it's more about IG almost losing it, actually, the way that they almost came back into it. I know, well, you know, even though PP God had a really good pick-off onto the Jace at the start of that fight, that's foreplay, and they couldn't see that, couldn't come up with anything more creative after that. Thank you, Omnigo, for the comments as well. Do you need a break for anything, Sam?
I could probably just do something like a little bit to soothe the throat after yelling my brains out. I will stick the kettle on for something teapot related.
I have stuff.
Cool, that's fine. I will take my empty coffee can with me.
Yeah. By the way, I basically at the point, like, this sticks to the coaster, it doesn't stick to here. So I removed the coaster from there, so you wouldn't drop it from the suction thing. I moved... No, I know that, Sam, but I also, you know what I dislike more? You clattering with the coaster, dropping your drink onto important electronic kit. I actually care about that a lot more. So, as someone who did just recently spill his goddamn drink all over his keyboard and stuff. The British terminology... Well, we're pretty unique in that too as well. Oh, man. What a week it's been of LPL. We've had some ridiculously close games for no goddamn reason. We just had FPX JDG, which is incredibly close yesterday too. It's been it has been a time of all time here for the LPL. How are you all doing in chat? How are you doing after that game? In all of our chats. Talia needed void stuff. I completely agree. I think the crit bloom was the wrong idea. I don't like that tank Talia build. It didn't do what the build needed to do, you know? Oh. The suit belonged to his older brother, surely. I didn't actually see the suit. I'm going to take your word for it. Often this guy with the suit on the left, he's paired up with someone on the right which has the opposite, the inverted colors from that suit. That's actually really cool. You're a bro fan? Watch the screen. Shall do. Rookie team fights haven't been great this year. This game particularly didn't feel great. But no, I agree. I think that Rookie has been... yeah, not awesome. The Ari game was... Mr. Baneblade, compliment. Let me have a think. Now, Baneblade, I know you say you're a filthy StarCraft player and stuff like that. That to me shows you're a person of taste. You're a person of taste. You know, we wouldn't have League of Legends without games like StarCraft, and we certainly wouldn't have our history with it too. So the fact that you respect those games gives me a lot of respect for you. Good taste in video games, friend. Didn't StarCraft just shut down its Pro League, by the way? Such a shame, actually, as one of the real classics. I love how one team can just traumatize a whole chat. Sometimes. Has there ever been a brother duo in LPL as players? No, I don't think so. We've had brothers in... Oh, no GSL, right. Thank you, Bronky. That's very kind of you. LPL, I don't think so. We've had twins active at the same time and not on the same team, because we had Freeze and... oh shit, what's his brother's name? He was coaching Fnatic. But Freeze and Freeze's twin are... Nightshare, yeah. Freeze and Nightshare are twins that were both active at the same time. We've had, obviously, a bunch of LCS players which are brothers, because we had Revenge. Yeah, we had Revenge. Was it Sniper? Odd One on Maple Street, yep, true. Odd One on Maple Street, yeah, they were active at the same time. But we had we had Revenge and I'm trying to remember if it's Sniper. So Revenge, Sniper, and then one of their other brothers. So like 3 brothers as well. I can't remember who the third one is. Oh, there's also, hang on a second, there was also, is it Helios and Avalon on Winter Fox? Viper, Crimson, and Sniper. Right, gotcha. Yeah, didn't we have like... Yeah, we had like Avalon who was completely nepotismed into this. Great smite, Jesus Christ, how? Yeah. Lee versus Jeja. Oh my god, it is Lee versus Jeja, that's true. I wonder if... I gotta run some pre-roll adverts. I gotta run some adverts on Twitch so we don't get pre-roll now. So if you're on Twitch, you'll get adverts, but you don't get them on Twitch. Didn't Xmithy's sibling play at some point? I actually can't remember that, Misclick. I can't remember that. Surely IG will lose game 2 and the Shy will pull out the Nidalee top for game 3. It would be very fun. Maybe he does it for game 2, you know? Who's Helios? Who Helios convinced the coach? Trust me, bro. How Helios convinced the coach? Trust me, bro. He's given. Yeah, that was some peak NA GM decision making. Jeja gets MVP for the frickin' smite steals. Jesus. I mean, I think he deserves it. I think, yeah, Jeja is the guy which is most consistently performing. Obviously, he's against a super fed Neferi, but yeah. Wait, Smithy's sister used to date or currently dates Svenska Aaron? Damn, I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. With the type mathematical sound. This is a 2-0. I'm not convinced that it's a 2-0. I'm not convinced it's a 2-0. Both these teams are very inconsistent. Obviously, we've just seen there they can go to hyper late game. I don't think you can I don't think it's clean 2-0, even if it is. It can be for sure, but. Oh really? I didn't know that Arlo did that. Oof. Well. Why do people hate Leave? Because there was some drama with him on EDG and the way that he treated JJ and went in and out of that roster. He was set up for real success as a hotshot rookie coming in, so you know. A lot of eyes on him. A lot of eyes on him. If this was for the Smite, I think it's his loss. Interesting point. I mean, I don't think that JJ would... I don't think JJ gets the MVP if he doesn't get that Smite, but also I think everyone else misplayed enough that that Smite was actually a difference maker, you know? Oh, yeah, because JJ had the head injury as well, didn't he, too? I don't think that was about Leave, because Leave was already out for the Snake at that point. I think JJ was so mentally done, they needed a reason to get him off the Rift for a bit. You know what I can do? Hang on, wait. I can have a quick break. I can do Lol real quick. Let me do that. Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. Earlier than that, female mid lane, mana range. Let's go Lux. No, that'll be mid support. Who else is mid lane female? Orianna was Orianna before that? Was Orianna 2010? Oh, it was 2011 as well. Whoopsies. Lux is probably support as well, right? Who else is even there? Annie? Is she top lane of support? They are female though. They're not human. Okay, it is 2009. Who else is mid lane female range? What the heck is this? It's not Annie. What's we gone? They gotta be. It could be a Nivea. Yeah, it'd be a Nivea. I reckon it's a Nivea. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Nice up. Morg would be support as well, so it wouldn't be Morgana. Cells are not yours to keep. Senna? It's not Thresh. Lucian? Oh, who else Soul? It's not Karthus. Oh god, I actually don't know this one. It's not Thresh, is it? Karthus? It's probably not that either. Callista? Don't know actually. Whoa, what the heck? Kindred, is it Kindred? Hang on, I gotta try this. York. Hello, York. He has really good voice lines, I just didn't know that. Hello, Evelyn Ultimates. Annie. There we go. Cool. Not bad. Nico, is that Star Guardian Nico? Yeah. And that's the regular Star Guardian Nico. Cool. Right, I need to go to the toilet real quick, and then York is a good guy in the lore, yes. Yes, York's a good guy, although he didn't turn up in Ruination, which is so stupid, the Sentinel event. I think he did turn up in the Ruin King, I can't remember that now though. Okay, let me go do that thing where I go to the toilet, have a quick break, and then we'll come back. Okay.
队伍遭遇2连败，我觉得最大的问题是我们的状态不太稳定吧，总会在各种各样的地方去掉点。然后在赢下滔博之后，我觉得我们队伍整体的一个氛围，包括气势都有一定的回暖吧，然后才能赢下来接下来的比赛。这个版本打野的生态，我觉得是蛮平衡的，无论是 AD 战士还是 AP 野和包括坦克打野都是能够选择的一个英雄，所以我蛮喜欢这个版本。这个赛段因为有很多个 BO3，我们需要去面对吧，所以对于队伍而言，我希望我们整体是一个向上的一个趋势。
I returneth. Who's using his older brother? Hang on, I missed some conversation. Why are you just yelling, who's using his older brother's suit? That's my Rafa impression. It's not, but it's what I decided he sounds like at this moment in time. He lies, but he sounds like on camera. Why are we yelling that, Rafa? I have no additional context. This is the guy. I'm glad I found someone more British than I normally am. Precisely, Rafa. Hello, guys. I'm back. Alex is just taking a quick break because obviously it's just the two of us. So it does mean that sometimes we have to just change hands while we do bio breaks and grab tea and all these things. I've got myself some very nice loose leaf tea in my little. Like I say, it's got like an infuser in the cup, so I can have it all in here. It's really nice. Quick rewind sound. No one will know. Okay. They'll do this at the replay. Oh, yes, I know the guy you mean. I know the guy you mean. Yes. What kind of tea? It's called Love Potion. It's kind of like a herbal oolong kind of blend from a place called Camden Tea Shop. That's kind of got like some. What is it? It's. Give me a sniff. So it's an oolong blend with some extra stuff in, basically. It's very nice. What in the Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince? That's the one. Yeah. But we're into draft for game number 2. We just came off the back of a banger. Make no mistakes about it. Was it clean? No. Were there serious errors from both teams? Absolutely. Were there some fantastic plays, though, from both teams? Absolutely. Absolutely. We saw some really good stuff and some questionable moments from both teams, and we can see why we both love and question both of these teams. They are simultaneously one of the best teams in the league and very much not, depending on the given timer on your screen. NIP over on blue side just about lost that second game despite finding some very impressive ways back. An Elder and a Baron and a base break, still not enough to end the game. IG got the early lead, got the Mountain Soul, and fumbled hard in the mid to late stages. And they've done that a few times now. The team fighting from Invictus Gaming is not looking that great. Skirmishing, not too bad. The individual prowess, the laning, still fantastic. But those team fights, the decision making there look a little bit problematic. And NIP on the other side, it's one of their stronger points if they get there. Doomby and PP God initiating, always being a strong suit for that mid and support duo. Bans now completed, the Sejuani, the Azir, especially with the Talia now gone. It is a 17% win rate for Azir into Talia in the LPL. One of the worst matchups in Pro right now. With the Talia gone, just getting rid of it away from Rookie. And it's a first pick Lilia, something that Aki's very, very potent on. And it feels like a lot of our carry junglers have really been gravitating towards this Lilia of late. We've seen some absolutely incredible performances from everybody from Beijuan all the way up to people like Kanavi and the like, having great showings on this jungler. So Break Tip picking that one up nice and early here as a first pick, no less. What's the response from IG? Is it going to be something that can match the clear? Think about a misfortune for Gala. It's been a comfort specialty of him. He's found some MVPs on this champion that's been a little bit team dependent, all things said and done. You need a good comp to make it work. You need good discipline to pull the trigger correctly. But for IG, it's been pretty valuable to make it very obvious when you're doing the fighting thing. So whether they want to lock it in alongside something like a Rel. They're debating the Skarner, of course, who's been left up and available. Feels like it's been a lot more beatable of late, and the Lilia in particular, with her base movement speed and the fact she's pretty good into tanks and melee champions in general, can often prance out of range of things like the Impale. So that's been that position. Lilia first pick into a misfortune and Skarner for IG on the other side. For the record, Alex, as we welcome him back.
NIP, of course, well, no, it's not just NIP, but every team in the LPL really starting to leverage more and more on the Lilia. I think that Lilia has been such a big part of teams like TT, teams like FPX's recent better showings, if they have them at all. And I think particularly when we've looked at Shanji and Aki as our two struggling players on NIP, giving Aki something like that Lilia, a power pick here in the LPL, that makes sense to me.
Ooh, I think Rafa's got a potentially good little draft plan there. See what they do on R3, but there's an angle for the Alistair. If not, you can do things like pick Rel, ban Ali. Look to throw in a Silas maybe if the Ali comes on through. Some good answers there potentially with those tank support options. But debating an Orianna for Rookie here, which is a decent pairing with the Skarner, and it sets up for a good bullet time wombo combo.
Yeah, IG don't have the most consistent damage, but they do have a lot of burst. Problem is, that burst doesn't exactly help you against the Scion. I think an IP ban Gnar. I think Gnar's a good ban. You want to ban away the stuff that stops the Scion from being actually under threat in a side lane as much, and anything which can kind of like do more. Well, normally you'd ban out AD carries in mid lane if they do consistent damage, but of course not as powerful here. I think Gnar and Aurora have been the Shy's answers into this. The Aurora I wasn't that impressed with. I think you banned the Gnar, and I think after that you can target whatever the hell from Mako and Sense of Engage you think about.
Getting rid of the Alistair themselves are NIP. See what this ban here is from IG. Few decent options. The Kai'Sa, of course, is very good for Leave. He was flexing some wild old builds. He's done the Shadow Flame build. He's done the Umbral Glaive build. He's always been a bit of a cooker on that champion. And with Gala's champion already locked in, trying to pinch that pool a little bit here.
Also wonder whether this is the kind of game where Doomby goes for something like Pantheon.
Yeah.
You already have the Lilia, point and click from that. Yeah, Fairy Tail's on the same wavelength as me there too. Just point and click for the Lilia is very, very nice because actually you don't need to bring as much damage to your side. You already have the consistent damage in the Corki and the Lilia. They're the ones which really need the extra ability to kind of enable it.
Try and find ourselves some additional champions on in Aatrox debate for the show. Of course, he is very famous for that champion. Good into the Scion, and in these days without the lane swaps, Aatrox feels a lot happier. It was never a great lane swap option, has to be said. It has led to a bit of a resurgence in the pick of the World Ender.
I was thinking it would be more towards something like the Gnar, and the Renekton's more towards that too, just a real lane bully. Now, the thing about the Shy's Renekton is, early game, is such a gremlin. This dude will always play towards like the 1v2s where he has that first dominance of the game.
Very true, and he has been playing, how do we put this, global taunt with that champion of late. There's been some pretty wild 1v4 experiences that the Shy has had to deal with that IG haven't always got the most valuable mid-game particularly.
So NIP looking to round out the composition. What is the mid lane pick? You see it onto the Orianna. I don't like the Aurora here. I think it's completely fine to go towards something like the Victor if you want to. The Aurora, I think it's been getting a lot less value than we saw in Spring from the LPL. Where in Spring LPL, actually, Aurora was very good here, regionally, if not globally. And of course, the first time where it fell apart for Top Esports and many other teams which were trying it. Still looks like going towards it. Go for the double mid lane, jungle, AP. I don't think it's even that good an option into the Orianna. I'm very surprised at this Aurora. I'm not really sure what the value is here.
Yeah, I guess the idea would be to try and pop someone like this Misfortune, but now we set up potentially something funny like Maker on this Pantheon. Could be quite an entertaining option. See what they decide to lock in. Maker was hovering the Poppy last game as well. Would be a bit of an engage option. Can deal with some of the dashes like this Rel, like this Corki, and of course the Aurora as well. So they will decide to lock that one in. A lot of good, almost the point and click's the wrong term, but like the really snap engages with the flash wall stuns. Add a shockwave on top because you can be a decent ball carrier. And the combo not awful there from IG. Helps set up for that Skarner whose ult can sometimes be a little more setup depending on team comp.
So full composition's locked in. Front line strong with both the Skarner and the Scion locked in, one on either side. Better consistent damage from NIP. I think the lanes from IG are the things which will carry them through this if they're going to come away with big advantages. Renekton into Scion, very hard for the Scion to win. Misfortune, very lane dominant. Orianna also pretty good against the Aurora as well. The Aurora not known to be a lane dominant champion against other mages. I think IG will have the early game advantage and I'll be looking to see them snowball through that. On the other side, NIP, see if they can survive through to a bit more of their creative front-to-back team fighting with some of those X factors like that lilting lullaby from earlier.
For IG, Misfortune and Orianna, can they find the big combos in those mid-game fights? That'll be a question. They've got tools to set them up, but I agree with Alex that the consistent damage is there for NIP. If that combo whiffs too egregiously, could be problematic for Invictus Gaming, assuming, of course, they're not 30,000 gold ahead or whatever it could be out of some of these late states. IG, just about won game one. It was not an easy thing. It were Mountain Soul versus Elder Dragons and all those kinds of shenanigans. Came down to JJ stealing away another objective. He's done quite a lot of that in recent months. Loading onto the Rift for game number 2 of this series here in Shenzhen. NIP's home arena, no less.
Revamped and onto the Rift, and with those wonderful acoustics, we'll hear some gyros.
Wonderful reverb. Really gives a sense to the scale, doesn't it? Ah, League of Legends in China. Always a fun thing. That's an interesting graph. Alex, 56% win chance to NIP for most of the game.
I mean, this is through computer modeling. That doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with it. I think IG have winning lane top lane. I think they have winning lane mid lane. I think bot lane MF, a very dominant champion, although I think the Corki Rel will be fine. And also, it's not an obvious mid-jungle duo for the Lilia and the Aurora. They have no point-and-click CC there. So NIP maybe struggling a little bit until PP God unlocks himself from that duo. I think IG, with their laning prowess, with their strength and their brawn, I look nameplates on, and I don't mind IG's early game comp here from their lanes.
Valid rebuttal there from my analyst. I think he makes some good points. Though DoingB here, level 1, gets through a passive or two. And Chunk's rookie down about half HP, has some pots to roll with, but that's not a great level 1. It has to be said for the Ori.
And DoingB got himself the electrocute starting with that E. Managed to disengage a little bit there too, because Rookie couldn't quite get himself the clockwork wind-up. And that burst trade, so nasty at the first phase of the game. One of the biggest things about Electrocute was that it was buffed at pretty much all stages of the game. Cooldown and that damage. Level 1 actually going okay towards leaving PP God here in the bot lane too.
Of course, it's this Rel Corki bot lane where between the Gatling gun and the passive from the mold break, you can do a lot of work of shredding resist on people like, say, this Poppy who maybe oversteps and you start turning it around, and on the escape, poor old Poppy, even with Aftershock, can get shredded on out by the likes of a Corki. But the barrier at level 1, slightly problematic there from Leave. And it is Gala and Megu who hit the level 2, and you said, look, the early lane prio going to be there for the Renekton, probably for this Misfortune too. And for all, the Orianna took an ugly train, and as a result, DoingB's got a good shove on in there. Still an okay start here for IG, at least in their side.
This Renekton into the Scion is a very key matchup for IG, because this Renekton will slaughter the Scion until something impacts that game or we get into the first fights of the game. See in mid lane, you know, Rookie Dermby just clearing out waves right now. Dermby, I don't think it has the easiest game as the Aurora this game either because there's no, like, easy setup until the Rel kind of comes into play. You don't have that from the jungle. Typically, we see via Aurora if it's going to happen. Ooh, good knock, good stop by Mako there. I think PPGod thought he'd get the free stun into that. Obviously not to be the case there.
Also means Mako hasn't leveled the heroic charge at level 2. Went for that steadfast presence. And of course, Hammer Shock, I believe, is the Q. Always have to second guess myself on that one, but either way. Puts a big print on the ground, courtesy of a lollipop. Now looking to come crashing on down, goes full tilt, gets the mount up. Mako now in danger, flash for the heroic charge in turn. Mako! Gorgeous moment. Leave trying to flash away, gets into the alcove, but the gaming is just not strong enough. Aki now down here, looking to swell Cedo, misses Gala, but Gala is left out to the Wolves, or I suppose the Deers in this case. The Wolves were last game, and Aki picks up a return kill.
So Lilia gets gold. That is not good for IG. Even with a lead in bot lane, they're going to be losing a wave here. PPGod does have flash, but I don't think he one-shot here. Save for the last 200 HP. Shy control over top side. IG, we did say that 2v2 looking pretty strong. Now empowered Q there from the Shy.
Ow.
It's nasty stuff.
Gonna be alright, got the grass proc. I wondered there for a second how long the Shy's cooldown was gonna be on a Q, but Leave has roamed up here nice and early. Of course, the lane swap mechanics have all now switched off. So Leave on this reset can come on up here and clear out this wave. Shy can't get quite in range. I think it's a big fast bomb trade, but the level 5 comes on through. Should be able to reset himself relatively freely.
Leave will just make sure he delays the reset. Certainly level 3 Corki, so can't do that much in terms of actually threatening the Renekton. And now we get to see, with the lane swap mechanics off, whether the lane assignment will save Shanji a little bit of hurt in that top side. So really good flash angle from Mako onto Leave. And Gala gets that cleanup. And then they just go a little too far, not tracking where Aki was on the map. They do get the 2v2 kill, but, you know, as we said, because Lilia gets the gold, I think Lilia is the kind of champion with the X Factor to win this game. Kind of 1v9 for NIP. Not great for IG.
Worth noting as well, Mako, no Hex Flash on this particular Poppy variant, and Gala down his flash as well. There is some vulnerability down there, assuming Aki can find their way back, or perhaps 2B finds a good row. See how that all works out. We have got that continual lane swap with Gala. Just going straight back down towards this bot side. Happy to play the pseudo lane swap at this point. Probably means NIP looking at these grubs spawning in 45 odd seconds would be my imagination considering lane assignments.
Yeah, so the Shy up on this top side. I mean, if the Shy gets towards level 6, you'd rather actually have the Renekton level 6 there even than the bullet time MF. The first dominance of the game is so important. It's one of the reasons why in the Herald meta things were so nice. Jeja could get a wraparound here. No flash on Leave. That could be a problem.
Damage Leave. We'll be doing just that for the afterlife.
W stopped the Valkyrie. That meant there was absolutely no way out. Pushing up to try and get that grub spawn, but much better early game for IG than I think potential. Well, no, the last one was actually okay to think about it, but still a good early game for IG. And with the kill going to the Renekton, which is a champion that can absolutely snowball ahead of that Scion and keep him down for pretty much the whole game, that's very good for IG.
Can you get to a first item Black Cleaver? Yes or no? You do, and suddenly all that armor stacking that the Scion does means very little in the face of Renekton just getting through a full combo with the empowered W and the likes. So the Shy gets to shove this wave on in. Leave will Valkyrie back on towards the top side and come back towards the mortal plane from his brief sojourn in Valhalla. Took me a second to remember the name of that particular afterlife. Aki, though, will claim out this dragon on the other side, so we'll be afraid of neutral objectives at least, even if the additional kill favours IG in the grand scheme of things.
I will say, though, when it comes to getting grubs, Renekton really nasty into the Scion matchup when it finally gets around to that side lanes. Because what happens is Scion tries to wave clear, and Renekton will force him to go under turret, and then walk past the Scion and hit demolish on the turret anyway, so it's not the nicest thing. It's also grasp Renekton, by the way, worth knowing.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't actually notice that at first. It's not the Conqueror, but going really for lane dominance, saying, look, I'm going to make your life very, very bad, Mr. Scion.
Also, I think makes him a little bit tankier in the team fights. The Conqueror, of course, healing is really nice, but I think when you're into quite a lot of upfront burst and things like the sleep, just having a bit more HP to work with on that upfront burst, I can see some value there if you're asking to play a little bit more frontliney later on.
Hang on, Rookie could be in a bit of trouble here.
That's Swell Seed. They'll stick him to sleep, and Rookie goes straight on down to Aki with the Watch Out Eat, eviscerates enemy player.
Mako was in the area. I think he thought he was safe, but doesn't flash out in that Swell Seed. I think he probably would have died anyway. Skull Crab taken by IG. Kill goes over to Aki. Again, a player that we've criticized a lot recently. Getting 2 kills on the premier jungle carry of the moment. Besides that, Neferi in the LPL. A lot of value.
Shy pops the Dominus. I'm currently sipping tea. We'll see whether someone spills it. There goes the decimating strike. Just to run away, I think.
See, when you said that, I thought you went, pick up the play-by-play, Alex, as the cannon is said. Like, I'm going to be... it's like, yeah, I'm going to sip tea.
That would have been the correct choice,
Yeah, it would have been, actually. You know, sometimes, Sam, you're gonna have to believe in me to pick up the ball. It's the older brother syndrome, I tell you. It's actually pretty good normally. I'm just being for the sake of it. Aki,
it's a brother thing.
It is a brother thing. Yeah, we are truly the tea bros here today.
Very true. What tea are you drinking?
Not drinking tea, so well, the one of us
We're
has
not
the
the tea bros,
No,
are we?
damn, we're not truly the tea bros.
Wow.
I've just lied. I've spread misinformation. Spread misinformation. I've done
how it feels when you spread misinformation on the internet.
How it feels to chew 5 gum. Shandy taking an okay trade up here. I will say, I actually think I will push back a little bit in saying the tankiness team fight the grass, because one of the biggest tankiness bits of Renekton is popping Dominus, stacking up the Conqueror so quickly that actually you get more sustain that we do extra HP from the grass, because you get that empowered Q with Conqueror running onto a couple of players, you heal so much, you get a lot of value into your extended plays later on in the game.
I guess I've got a little bit of power forward. I don't think it's going to lead to too much here. So
go on.
I guess my thought process was, and I'm curious as to what you think on this, because obviously you've got things like the Aurora Burst, the Corki Burst, the Lilting Lullaby coming on through, where the extra HP helps against the upfront burst, even if in the extended trades Conqueror healing would normally be really good.
You get to a point in the late game, that's not going to help at all. It doesn't actually help you that much. Grasp is, it's good for your early laning phase to get that extra power on that. I still think Conqueror or press the attack much better on Renekton because you stack it up so quickly, particularly the empowered W, because it's 3 empowered auto attacks in very quick succession. Almost instant stack Conqueror with that. And that's why we've never seen Grasp Renekton before. Like, start out there, we've never seen it before for good reason.
That's fair. No, I hear that reasoning, and I completely understand it. It was more me going, I wonder whether this is why.
I have to say though, this is the kind of thing which I expect to see Aragon, who is obviously kind of like notable.
Knows the breakpoints better, yeah.
He is the notable Renekton main now. That's kind of like the broadcast scene. I would like to get his opinion on that. As yeah, I mean, it does give you gives you. I wonder whether it's because you didn't want the precision runes as the minor ones, because the obviously resolve ones are very good. I don't see the logic myself there personally.
There we go. Alex does a good job there of answering my questions. Appreciate that. Always nice to have someone who's willing to answer that one out. Where we are now. Waiting for a little bit of setup around this second set of grubs. A lot of NIP members in the mid lane. Throws Swellsy, lands onto Gala. No Lilting Lullaby popped. I wonder what they might do to try and get rid of the cleanse, but be happy with the burn for now.
So, even in gold, the Shy obviously beating out the Renekton. You know, there is actually something, I was actually wondering this. I was wondering whether the Shy had actually just forgotten to switch runes from game 1. That was the other thing too. Which is actually, the more I think about it, the more I think that actually could be it. Is the Shy actually getting out traded by Shanji here? It does have, okay, Grub's going down, the Shy looking, well, rather Jeja looking to smite 1 away.
There's another one. That means NIP should be able to pick up all 3, claim another objective marker for themselves. No contest from Invictus Gaming. Jungler and JJ decide to drive through a wall and leave. I can't do that. If I find my car, I end up with an insurance claim.
Yeah, only like, what's his name? Not the Rooster. It wasn't McCall from Wily Coyote. Hang on, Shiny. Might he actually have to blow his ultimate there?
You mean Wily Coyote or the Roadrunner?
No, the Roadrunner. That's what I was thinking of. Roadrunner. Yeah, yep. One.
That one?
There was that joke in The Simpsons, like, actually, I only saved Meep, and then they replayed it because they didn't want to pay me for 2 Meeps of voice acting, which was very cynical and very funny. Old Simpsons, I miss you. I miss you a lot. Why is Rookie going Rod of Ages on Talia again? On Orianna again?
Everyone's a Def Leppard fan today.
Dude, everyone wants that large rod of perfectly average size.
It's gonna need a lot.
Alright. I don't know, man. I'm not a fan. People might get caught out here.
Shunted into a wall there. The heroic charge comes on, and PP God is looking a little bit mortal right now.
Shield comes down and he's fine. Crash down shield survives through that. Means he's not around to engage around the objective though. Reminder, NIP, their most consistent engage is that Rel combo.
Mako needs to back away, burn the ignite, but nothing else really to Embiid. He's a little wary of the wall, so IG will pick up a dragon. So we end up with a sort of even trade in the early game with 3 grubs and a dragon apiece.
Yeah, but while all this is happening, the Shy is not actually ahead of Shanji, and I do wonder whether it's because he just forgot to change runes. I do wonder about that, because the Renekton should be getting very far ahead of the Scion. The Scion should not be able to lane. Yes, there was that lane swap, but the Shy wasn't dropping farm while that was happening. Actually pulling out the ult onto Mako, who was caught recalling in a bush.
Stops the Keeper's verdict. Another Swell Seed comes on down. Look for some more damage between worlds. Mako now desperately low. Can look for some more damage. Another auto will get that passive down. Lilia secures it with that Dream Dust. The Shy with the dominance rolling, trying to do what they can. Will stun up one, slice, dice, and should escape the Swell Seed. Not quite able to get over the back of the minion wave, and so the Shy does survive.
And IP get themselves their first step towards the feats, get the first 3 kills, even on all other things, by the way. First tower, of course, would come into that now, which is a bit of an even race across the board. NIP walking to the bot side jungle, you get all of the camps. This is, with a 3-kill Lilia, I'm thinking NIP are in a very strong position. We could be in for, I mean, obviously it's too early to call it, very early in that gold, but if NIP, with one of their most struggling players in Aki, getting a lead like that, it starts to get ahead. This could be looking like a game 3. The Shy doesn't have dominance now. He's looking to clear out the wave in bot side. Does get out under that turret. He's happy with that. Mako returns to the bot side. Top lane turret not be getting wave cleared right now by NIP. So energy right now uncontested in their tower push. Janji clearing it out now. Okay. Does have a shield on him, so he did get those extra resists. The Shy clearing out on the other side. Game slows down a little bit. I am so afraid for IG about playing around this Lilia. The first pick, the first pick Lilia is so important here in the LPL. So many of our junglers making great use of it, and with this amount of gold on the other side, a team that's meant to be early game focused, not getting an early game lead. I'm worried for IG.
Again, like for all we kind of had these conversations about like IG. Actually, I quite like how they play out these early lanes. I like how some of these burst moments in the team fights go early on before it gets a bit later. We did see some of the statistical modeling saying actually if it does get towards the mid game, some of this comp feels pretty good as we go on, especially when you get leads like this on the Lilia that's been so potent. The Slayer's Roar to interrupt Rookie as well. Very obnoxious, who again is building towards this Roa Seras build. It feels like the default for nearly any AP builder in mid lane right now.
I mean, yeah, doesn't mean it's good. I don't know, man. I think particularly for IGs, you don't have DPS. You don't. I mean, like, the Renekton is bursty in early game. The Orianna is mainly about the Shockwave, even though in the past she has been DPS. The Misfortune is about the bullet time. You need to make sure you are getting the most out of that burst, because you're not going to get that DPS, even with the extra HP to brawl a little bit more. Derby has Pembers walking towards him, but he does have PP gone and Aki in the wings.
Derby went across the Veil, and IG were like, yeah, I kind of want to make sure you stay on that side, and they went looking for him. Can't quite do it. Back away for now, but they are going to try and play for this tier 1. This would be feats of strength. It is an auto, 2 away from falling, but IG here in enough force, I think, to dissuade it. 2 minutes until Ocean Dragon spawns. 30 seconds until Herald. Might be another consideration, though. And do I get a moment to do a dramatic reading of Rafa's goodbye posts? You know what? I kind of think we do. Right, we're getting close. Gamers, my biological clock has run its course, and my bed is looking as voluptuous as clouds of freshly made bayonets topped with the sweetest powdered sugar.
That's wonderful, Sam. I apologize for anyone who was... yeah, good night, Rafa. You know what? You can make what you want of that. Give us your feedback. I didn't say anything to Sam. Double Swell Seed hits mid lane. I don't think that's actually going to lead to the ult being pulled. Herald getting started by Skarner on the top side.
I'm glad you enjoyed that, Rafa. I'm not gonna lay on that one out. That one could stay in chat.
Yeah. Alright, so IG, bad terrain for them. They have their backs against the wall. How good is this first bullet time of the game going to be? The Shy on half HP.
Well, look to make it like Mr. Incredible and find time, but the Shockwave going to deny Lee from finding a good combo. The Shockwave was okay to find some time alongside that Magnet Storm, but the rest of NIP kind of falling away here. They lost two, including that Lilia, the flash away, and IG finding a moment, decimating smash over the wall, not going to land on anyone, as that ends up as a bit of a weird old skirmish. Both junglers dead.
Most key moment there was JJ getting Aki out of the fight early. He didn't have that flash. That flash wall stun going into the Impale pretty much won that fight immediately from IG. JJ, good moments. Even though if he goes down, they still win that fight. The Herald is taken and picked up by Gala. So, I mean, we'll watch through this again. Biggest moment, flash wall stun onto Gaki. He doesn't have himself the ability to escape that. Double wall stun into the empowered W from the Shy, instantly dead. And that 3-kill Lilia taken out of the play. Shockwave stops Lee from able to follow up massively. It's not the kill onto Rookie as well, but still, IG take the Herald, take a couple of kills. This is good for them. This is their power spike. They need to be getting value out of this moment in the game.
Despite what looked like a pretty good Magnet Storm, there wasn't that much follow-up. Now IG find themselves with an important win there. Worth noting, of course, they now get the objective feat of strength. Now it's whoever gets first turret that will secure those upgraded boots.
And I think NIP will get that. They can either choose to stay top lane, which Shanji can do, or bot lane, which is only a couple of hits. I think Leave might just stick to do that. So NIP will give up the dragon for the feats of strength. It looks like bot lane turret killed. NIP will get that. It's a small bonus, but a welcome one. IG up to 2 dragons.
It's Maurice, ours, lover of the feet. Get those ones out.
You know, sometimes you have an appreciation for them, Sam, and I'm not here to judge.
That's fair. That's not our job. That's not our role. That's the internet's job.
Yep. Who am I to judge people doing questionable things on the internet? We've all been there. The Shy, still even in gold with the sign. I've got to say, Shanji doing. I mean, I think it's kind of a mistake for Shy not going towards the Conqueror, which means you're pretty much unbeatable by tanks in a long straight. Shanji's been doing very well in that matchup, knowing that the Shy doesn't have the best runes for that. At this point, I just think it's a mistake by the Shy. I don't think he's actually got that much value out of this. And he's even in gold with that Scion, which is, of course, going to get worse and worse as the game goes on, because you're an early game champion. Scion definitely scales better.
So, Rookie sat in a bush, start to attack it with a big ball. The wave, that is, to clarify. And Shanji goes looking for a decimating smash, and the Shy bounces up into the sky very briefly. They jumps on vaguely in the mid lane. I'm not sure how aggressively NIP want to play this. The upheaval bottle just goes wide. And I'm not really seeing all that much action right now.
We're about to get towards second item for Gala. He's going towards that Lord Dominic's Regards most likely. I think that's where the game could turn about. They Gala Maker are on vision, so he's going to miss. No objective to fight around, but of course we could just look for random picks at different moments. I think if Gala gets towards a second item, I think that's when IG are probably at their strongest in this game.
Yeah.
Or like that's the last power spike I think which they can really leverage against NIP. I think on the other side, you know, Lily's about to get towards full Zhonya's, has the Seekers already, can actually stop off on that and look to go towards the second item besides the Zhonya's, save the gold. And of course you have Corki about to hit 2 items as well. Alright, this is the strongest that IG are probably going to be unless they get a big game and start to really snowball. They're not actually ahead in terms of gold. I think NIP, they feel pretty good. You have the Leandri's picked up by the Aurora. I mean, Aurora of this build. I don't like the Rod of Ages. I've talked about that enough, really. But NIP, they just need to not get blasted by a bullet time in this power spike.
And at least when you've got the double Leandries into a lot of HP stackers between the Skarner and the Renekton and the Poppy to an extent as well, the Leandry's burn does become relatively valuable for those longer fights. Win percentage as it stands, pretty good for IG. Probably because they've got that spike as Mako. Going to be sent to sleep briefly, and the Lollipoppy might well be a sweet dessert over for the side of NIP. They can't secure the kill. That's a relatively big set of cooldowns to use to only get half of Poppy's HP bar.
Yeah, and he still has the Poppy ultimate, can hold that. Didn't panic throw it, which I think is important. Herald goes into mid lane, takes half of that. Of course, can be important, means that if NIP now leave to go get a Dragon or Atakan or something like that, chances are someone can make some difference after that. Of course, remember, anti-tank capability from Gala has come in now, has that Lord Dominic's Regards. Sion does need to be careful.
Gala, of course, with that Bloodthirster completed alongside it, is actually pretty happy to stand and deliver against a lot of members here, assuming that shield is in. Keeps the strut movement speed up in particular.
I can't believe that Rookie's going towards the Seraphs as well, man. Dude, I know that you need to survive against, like, the Lilia damage and bits of that, but I feel like you've got to do some damage too. Leaving Gala to beat all of the damage as a misfortune, which is not good as a primary damage carry, especially in terms of DPS. Very, very risky. All right. Tower taken on the top side. The Shy does get something out of that. He's also about to hit probably his strongest point in the game, looking towards a Stride Breaker second from the looks of it with that build. IG need to strike at this next dragon, or I do think that NIP will just outscale them.
Wave being traded back and forth. Welcome to a game of ping pong there. Over towards this dragon setup we go. There's a good ward there from NIP. Just over that wall. That is a decent teleport angle for someone like Doomby. Coming into the dragon in about a minute. IG looking to shove up towards this bot side. It's a tower apiece right now. Scuttlecrab secured. And that ward in that tri-brush going to time out relatively shortly. Doomby potentially at risk here, but they've got a little bit of support incoming.
It's very hard to catch an Aurora out in a side lane like this. With the HP build, you're not going to kill him quickly. You can use that ult to go back into his own side of the map. Very hard to catch out that Aurora. So things are slowing down. 2 items again, as we were saying, coming in for most members across the map now. Leave about to finish off the Muramano. It will kind of transform on the next auto attack. And we've also got Shanji getting tankier and tankier with that passive of the Soul Furnace. Stacking up 2 JJ's gone for the Zeeks, by the way, which is a pretty good mixed resist item. Has good flat damage burn as well if he ends up ulting someone, which can actually be quite important at some points. He's just saying, look, God, we need some damage. Give me my damage. And the Zeeks gives him some of that, I suppose. 10 seconds till the Dragon. I think if obviously you get the Ocean Soul, things change. Dragon win con can be so important. Shanji needs to be careful of Gala.
Stride Breaker just got completed by the Shy as well, so a lot of pick onto people like this Corki, even this Lilia and Aurora, can lock them down. That move speed discrepancy could be valuable.
Just said that Shadi needs to be careful of the Misfortune. Not necessarily sure that's true looking at the damage check coming through. Shanji is not taking damage, and IG, without a Leandries on Rookie, yeah, that's not going to help you either, is it? It doesn't do damage. Rookie doesn't do damage.
Shield, yeah.
This is the problem with these Roa builds, which Rookie has been so obsessed with. You do so little damage to the front line.
2,500 HP at least, but that's about it. Stay alive. Do more rotations. Swell Seed lands onto 2, onto the front line. Not necessarily the easiest target. Time's out. Dragon started, pulled away from it. And AP now in the river.
Gala's cleaning up the wave in mid lane. Q through the wave. Mech needs to be a little bit careful there. Swell Seed missed out on. They know that sounds likely in that brush, and they see him now. Shanji just holding the door shut. Can't go solo frontline for too long. Ults
verdict. Sentence abstained. Looking to go into the backside as JJ looks to find an angle. Can't quite do it. Mako now about half HP. Doinby has gone between worlds. Doesn't get that much value though. JJ and Mako, but very low. Actually flashing on in. Gets a lilting lullaby onto Rookie, but it's only one. Command Protect buys time. Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Can look to steal it. Decimating Smash available. Dragon secured by NMP. That means Shanji is shoved into the wall. He's doing Blooming Blow. Rookie now needs to tell about this one as he flashes away. They've killed off the Poppy. Rookie still trading, and I can just keep running at him. Blooming Blow to Blooming Blow. The Impale is good. Gala still has yet to pull the trigger. Needs to find an angle, and Shanji's about to die on the other side to Shy in a 1 versus 3. Gala keeps running. Bullet time now. Can't get the kill.
Awful team fight from Invictus Gaming. The Shockwave was not comboed with anything. The Bullet Time was not comboed with anything. The Shy had a useless flank, and JJ's Impale goes uncapitalized on. Invictus Gaming, this was your power spike. You needed to do something with it, and they failed to do so. NIP will get the Dragon largely for free, even after a crap lilting lullaby. These teams need to get their acts together soon, because this is such an important game.
Where is Jamada? Where is he? This power spike wasn't correct. I've got complaints.
Look at this key moments here. There is a flash forward from Aki. Look, the ult from Sion is fine. I don't mind trading the Poppy ult for that. But, you know, where are the combos? Joinby does a bit of a jump part. The Shy, I think, actually doesn't have a bad entrance into this part. But then what the hell's happening after this? Doesn't follow up with anything. Dips into the brush way too heavily. And then, you know, there's a bad lilting lullaby. The next real thing which comes up is, you know, the Shockwave doesn't really end up doing anything for Rookie. The Shy's well out of sorts. Has a flash, but can't do anything with it, really. Believe just kind of ends up dunking onto him. And look at this! Impale, great, but Rookie uses the Q in the wrong direction. Doesn't go onto the Impale targets, goes onto Aki instead, who just Zonia's instead. And now suddenly Gala's dead. IG, you are better than this. What are you doing?
Not sure they are in the team fights. The team fighting's been problematic for a little while now, and now the Shy caught in a 1 versus 5. And he don't win those. The Dominus comes on through to no avail. JJ is desperately trying to clear out the wave under this turret, but will have the Ixtal's impact through the wall and out to safety. Turret falls, and they get 2 kills.
The Shy picks the wrong runes. Rookie builds the wrong items. IG play the wrong team fights, and NIP are sliding into an easy lead now. I think they've outscaled IG at this point. I think it's going to be quite hard for them to go back. You know, Gali, meant to be strong. Gets the quick Q-tap, but has flash, has cleanse, flashes uselessly, and dies. This is an awful game from IG in the last few minutes. They've fallen apart. They've lost their heads.
Atacard now available. It would be the Voracious version. Nox leave away. That might give some moment. Rookie now coming on over. AD carry not available. Moment 2 is Doinby trading out with the support. All the while, GG now in. Shockwave on top of the Impale. Trying to get some damage on the PB God, but they can't quite kill him off. The Impale will get that finally alongside Rookie. Had a burn with that faded ash. They have to back away from the Atacard. It's now been leashed. And IG are here to play.
So, IG, been criticizing them heavily for the last few minutes, but this one is better. The Atacant does a lot of work for them in terms of the shred. I still think Rookie's losing a lot of damage is a problem, but they will get the Atacant against the run of play. NIP, a team that we're not convinced can join the upper echelons of the LPL right now, based on current form. This would have been a good chance for them to at least get a 3-game series, to take a series, potentially, off of one of our top contenders. That play around the Atacant, though, is not making it any easier for them, though.
No, it is not. And the game is 200 gold apart. It feels like it's been like this entire series.
What happened to the LPL I love, man? These are not clean team fights. These are not playing towards the win conditions. NIP should be at such a powerful point in the game, but I think that they lose their minds a little bit around the Atacant, just like IG did around that Dragon just before it. And suddenly, you know, Gala Gets himself injured, does die just before this, but what happens if he gets towards 3 items, the Infinity Edge? He was doing 0 damage towards Shanji. Maybe that might change at some point. Yeah, the sign is going to be a big problem, and I don't think the MF is a great tank shredder, but if you do manage to get like a 3-4 item MF ult over that sign, I think that's actually the only way you kill him. It's a very late Leandris from Rookie. He's not built that much damage. The Infinity Edge is now through. Maybe NIP just messed up themselves to buy IG time to get towards important spikes for their carries now.
In fairness, MF's general tank shredding not great. The bullet time, however, ain't bad at it, just purely because of the raw numbers, and it crits, and it scales off your armor band, all those good things. You do need, however, a pretty full channel, and there are a lot of tools to potentially interrupt that, so Gala, eyes on him to see exactly how good those angles will be.
I also think Leave going towards the movement speed item with the Zeal, very intelligent in this game. I think that you already have excess damage. Having the movement speed to get away from a Strybreaker Renekton, the Skarner as well, can be quite powerful. Does drop some damage for it though. IG looking towards that mid lane, grouping up.
Okay, down towards this mid lane tier 1 we look. Keeper's Verdict will be coming on out. What is the jury suggesting this time? Apparently we'll be going to another session in course.
Okay, so if IG had got that last dragon, this would be so disastrous for NIP because they have the Atacon just lasting over the dragon spawn. NIP might go towards a Baron rush if IG go towards that. Or maybe they just feel, look, we'll just not fight this objective. You still got 15 seconds to kill the dragon with the Atacon available. JJ hanging over one side, could go for another drive-by here.
Throws an upheaval over the wall. The Skarner goes, nyah, and yells it out. It's not the scroll of truth.
NIP going towards the Baron, waiting for Gala to take down the dragon on the other side. NIP not really in a position. Well, they're not rushing it right now. A little slow onto this. Is Gala going to walk away from the objective? No, they're not. And actually, the Baron's doing a lot of damage to NIP.
All the while, Gala soloing out the dragon so IG can come and contest with most of their front line. And with that triple item AD carry, very swiftly deleted, and the Bloodthirster keeps Gala mostly topped up all the while.
So NIP dip towards Baron, don't really manage to bait around that. There's a pop ult to make sure they can get towards the mid turret too. Atacon's one off, IG will get this out of turret. They will get themselves a nominal, small gold lead.
There we go. Well, system's indeed nominal this time around. The mechs are getting online here for Invictus Gaming. Wonder what items we'll be seeing on the back.
Online. Weapon systems, online. All systems not. For anyone who played Mech Warrior. Oh, good game. Good game. Fond memories of that.
I need to go play Armored Core at some point. The other side of the coin. Mech Warrior is very slow and weighty.
Yeah.
Armored Core is about being fast and
It's basically, it is Dark Souls in robots, folks. That's what it is. Rookie still doesn't have his Leandris. He desperately needs that item. Doinby has the Leandris, is going towards hopefully a Void Staff after this.
Leandris.
The Leandris does come through. That means that Rookie might actually be able to damage Shanji now. Good heavens, IG might have picked up some damage. This build is very, very slow. Does have some decent HP to work with, but I'm quite worried about Rookie's ability to impact the actual team fights themselves. For a player which, of course, such a storied history on the Orianna itself, I'm not a big fan of this build. Talked about it at length now.
Of course, JJ picks Mechanic Rooker, and despite being into the Lilia, which does have a habit of just, as the game goes on, really accelerating in terms of the farm leads, isn't miles and miles ahead of JJ, only the level or so, which is decent. Is not game-breaking or anything here, which we've seen once or twice from Lilia.
And also, we now have the problem of IG playing with a after 30-minute Renekton that doesn't have a lead. This Renekton is not going to be a threat. It doesn't even have the Conqueror or something like that for the one-shot in the backline. 369, notable late-game Renekton player, particularly when he has a gold lead. The Shy has been that before, but more honestly, recently, the Shy's late-game Renekton has been
quite poor.
Poor, to the point of maybe even game-losing at points. So, IG... This game, I think, compositionally, is against them. They will have to find ways to outplay.
Crit Cloak and Caulfield's Warhammer in inventory right now for Gala. I'm assuming with that, it's building towards... Flicker Blade, trying to build what those two items build towards.
Could be the Essence Reaver.
Essence Reaver, that would make some sense, you're correct.
This is a small cooldown reduction, the extra ability to stay out on the map permanently with permanent mana sustain. Mako takes a bit of damage from Leave, who's building up towards an Infinity Edge himself, most likely. 3 minutes on the Dragon, that'll be Soul for IG. If IG get Ocean Soul, obviously things change again, because that gives you so much ability with, particularly the Skarner, to stand and fight.
Essentially very dangerous.
He does nothing, man!
Does not.
Oh, jeez, this Renekton is so useless!
The Crocodile is a little bit past his bedtime. unfortunately, you might not have changed since the Neolithic era. Unfortunately, everyone else has gone a little bit further ahead in terms of evolution. JJ goes driving forward, can't find the biggest angle though. 2MB now in danger. Flash down out of the Impale. Aki goes gold, but now he's in the backline, trying to find an angle, will die, but gets a lilting lullaby down the Gala, cleanses away. Can look for potential bullet time, shockwave on the backside, and the bullet time after! Trying to find some with their clock watching, can't get that much damage. It's Corky. Believe gets to pop everyone. Ricky's gonna try and run down Poopy God at the very least. So it ends up being a 2 for 2, and the jungler being dead for NIP means that IG can look at the Baron perhaps.
And that bullet time doesn't do damage. It's onto the Scion. It looks flashy, and you get excited about it, but it just doesn't have the substance behind it, because it's not onto the important people. However, IG, with the Bloodthirster, with JJ still alive, they might be able to force on Baron anyway. Are they afraid of Leave? Maybe they are. They choose not to go towards it, and instead reset the map.
Aki dies, burns Flash. 2MB also down that Flash, same with Leeds. That could prove problematic. But have a look at this one again, because it starts in a very messy way.
It does, and I don't know what the hell Aki's doing here. Aki, such an important player towards NIP here, has to jump out of the Skarner, and then just ends up zonizing nothing. Has to flash this way, and I don't think he even gets the important carries there. Maybe could have flashed over the wall to Rookie instead. I think that's a mistake. The only thing which is really saving him is the fact that the Renekton is useless and the Scion is incredibly good at frontlining now. Can at least walk up and leave a platform to teamfight off of.
Very least, Rookie plus Gala get enough of a bullet time and shockwave combo onto PP God and 2MB to bring down at least one of those members on top of everything else. So could have gone a lot worse. Blighting Jewel now in inventory for Rookie. The Essence Reaver now done for Misfortune, so she's getting stronger and stronger. The problem is, this Corki at 4 items too is absolutely lethal.
Yeah, I think that Leave is very, very strong. Of course, Gala on the other side is very strong too, but he just doesn't do damage to the Scion. No one does damage to the Scion. This is Rookie dealing damage to the Scion, and it's very little.
Control of blue side jungle is NIP, so Shy looking for an angle. Dragon coming on her.
Yeah, that Dragon in 20 seconds, so important. Would be soul for IG. Gala, he does have that bullet time back up and available. If he trades Poke, he can always heal it back up with the Bloodthirster as well.
Mako chunked out by Shanji a little bit there with the Decimated Smash. 12 seed landed onto Mako to drag him down about 2/3. Be problematic. You need that Poppy to be healthy as one of your primary initiation tools here as IG, who have managed to force the way at least partly into the river.
It's really important that the carries of IG have flashes and those of NIP don't. The Shy's caught, the Renekton is just not valuable.
He will die a horrible death, but he will get a pick. It's only onto PP. On the other side, 2MB goes between worlds. Can't get onto Rookie or Gala particularly though. Gala staying alive. They'll get that kill onto the support. They will lose their top laner in trade for the Rel.
Not gonna lie, I would actually take that trade as IG right now. The Renekton is not useful, and the PP guard Rel is actually very important in terms of the engage. The Dragon is gonna start getting burst down. JJ can just double over the wall though.
IG can look to indeed driving. Excel's impact. Dragon goes down. Can't fight it.
Leave.
At some point is now Rookie's in danger. Shockwave onto Leave. Denies that one. The bullet time on the other side. It's okay, but they pill him towards the wall. Sleep onto Gala. Can't get out to safety, and they will kill that one up. And Leave helps clean up the fight alongside Aki.
Mako punts Aki out of the bullet time. Takes no damage. Gala, poor team fights here on the Misfortune. He is the damage for IG. Didn't get damage before that. Really gets jumped on a number of times. And Rookie and Gala aren't doing the legwork. IG lose an important chance to the soul. And NIP will go towards the Baron.
There's going to be no contest because there's no one else really alive who can do that. Now in a fantastic spot. If you look at the flight, it was split apart quite heavily.
Rookie and Gala are not holding up their end of the bargain. They need to do something. Rookie, I don't think he has the items for it, but also he's just not positioned for the damage at the start of this. Gala and Rookie have no front line ahead of them here. Why are they both positioned there? You don't have a front line to go towards. Rookie tries to walk up for a shockwave and eventually ends up getting jumped on as he walks into the river. You know, this fight looks a lot different if Gala or Rookie can actually hit back against Leave while they have someone in front of them. You know, right here, you can't really do that much. You've got to work your way into the river somehow, some way. But you know, Rookie gets punted by that Q, doesn't flash out of that from that, and then Aki gets punted out by Mako. You know, you're talking about the bullet time again. The bullet times look flashy, but they're not good.
Well, then you've got to call it out as well. Like Mako, did you have to E there? Could you held it a bit longer? Ends up being problematic, and they end up just getting another disconnected fight. Feels like that's often been the way for IG over the last few weeks. The skirmishes are one thing, but the fights again don't feel coordinated.
And then Rookie as well, a moment which is not going to look particularly good for him, is going towards what looks to be a Crypt Bloom and not towards the Voice Staff, which I think is a huge mistake here too. You lose out on some AP, you lose out on some pen, which is very, very important. NIP are massively outscaling. And you know, the Shy is a big part of that. He's not useful in this Renekton. You are playing in a 4v5 with a late game Renekton. You didn't get a league and went Grasp. Where's that sustain we were talking about? It's not there. It's just not the right runes. He's chosen the Incarnate runes. You can play Devil's Advocate, surely in Shadow or whatever, but it's just not valuable. It's not functioning. It's a huge detriment to his team.
You've got 4.5 items on your mid and 80 carry. Maybe you can land a big combo. You got something, but I've seen 2-man shockwaves maximum, 2-man bullet times maximum, and even then for half of the channel, it's just not been there. And that's not talking about the fact that, as we said, this Renekton has felt anemic, to say the least.
Now, Gala's going towards the Zeal item last. The extra movement speed alongside the swiftness boots as well will help him reposition. I don't think Gala's positioning this game, and this series is good either. The first game on the Varus was caught out importantly around that Atacon, and this time, no, he's been in points, and we'll get a replay of something. What happened here? As people got, thought he had Hex Flash. He just flashed for reasons unknown to me. Well, okay, they won't have that summoner.
Well, folks, NIP and IG, it was always going to be a little unserious at points.
They are our silliest teams, as you put it.
And for good reason, because again, some of these players at points can be some of the most incredible, like, game-breakingly clutch players in the world, period. And then by the same token, they make some of the most brain-dead decisions I've ever seen in life, and you don't know which side of that coin is going to come up at any given moment, and leads to some very intriguing game states, but once again, edging towards 40 minutes.
Mako has Mikhail's, which is actually very important here. Can get rid of one of those Lily Asleep targets. Gala has the cleanse. That is important. Aki, the thing is now, you're looking at IG with arguably not even like one very good carry. NIP on the other side have Leave, who's very good, and Aki, who's very good going into the late game. So NIG have to play with a worse front line, basically no damage on their carries, against two people that could just 1v9 if they're left alive, and that is Lilia and the Corki. Leave and Aki should be feeling absolutely comfortable in this stage of the game, especially when they have the better front line too in the Scion.
That will be the plan.
Dragon up in less than a minute. And IG will be looking towards the Soul, but of course NIP are now too. So NIP, of course, they've not been able to close out the game, even with a good point.
Could all go wrong yet.
Absolutely could do. Still throwable for both teams. No, Aki's had some bad positioning in some of these games too. He has a 2-level lead over JJ right now, though. Shanji, he's not taking damage. He's going towards Rookie.
Just out to safety. Nice to slow down. Flash on forward.
No flash.
Worlds, gets a shockwave to buy some time. Staying alive for a moment or two, and they get the Keeper's Verdict out. The bullet time, very low value. Shanji just doesn't take damage.
Well, also the Wallstone misses again. PP God's going through. Where is the damage now?
Gala now looking to get some autos out. Gets a decent double up value, but the Lilting Lullaby gets some value, but it's not actually onto the biggest target. Leave down about half HP.
Gala's dead.
Flashed away from Doomby. Has his own stopwatch to work with, and the Shy goes down. Again, can't get value. Has no damage on the late game. Renekton, another Swell Seed. And NIP in the extended fight proved too deadly. Ninjas in pajamas will put Invictus Gaming to bed in game 2. We are going to a decider. And IG back to the drawing board. This one, as we said, there's not enough iron in the blood. It is anemic stuff from Invictus Gaming.
Well, thanks for wasting a 40-minute game for us. This was a pretty easy one from the draft. IG had no damage. Rookie's build, that Rod of Ages, really not getting value. IG, their team fighting was not fit for purpose. Rookie, the Shy, Gala needed to deliver more, and they didn't. NIP, much better play from them with Leave and Aki with great positions to carry, but it was a long, drawn-out affair. I don't think either team is particularly happy with the performance.
That was a viewing experience, folks. We're going to game 3. Here we are, once again, between these teams.
Look, I know it's a very negative cast, right? I know I'm flaming a lot of people, but this is very frustrating to watch. Rookie builds a 0 damage build, does not combo up well with anything the entire game with the shockwaves. Gala's positioning was awful, has no good bullet times the entire game, besides one taking like a 10th of the HP off of Scion. I think that the Shy picked the wrong runes, didn't get the lead over the Shy, over Shanji. You've wasted 40 minutes of our time if you're going to play like that. You are better than this IG. And NIP, they walk away with a win, but a lot of it comes from draft. You know, at least they get towards that game 3, but I'm very disappointed in IG.
Cool. I was like, Rookie, sure, like one of Seraph's or row. You don't do both. And then you where's
Well, you do if you're Rise or Cast. Then,
sure, but I mean for this Orianna, right? Because I mean there was no death cap. The Void Staff was coming in later on. It was a Crypt Bloom, 4th item. You had no damage. Your Leandries was 3rd item, at which point the resists have well outpaced you. It's difficult to watch. And, you know, the Shy, we saw him go in and do 10% of people's HP, if that. It felt pretty miserable.
Yeah. I'm going to run some adverts now on Twitch, and, yeah.
I might run to the bathroom if
you can do that
right.
now. Oh, God. Can you stop kicking my microphone? What's it done to you?
I just...
You keep doing that, Sam.
Yeah, it's true. I do. I don't mean to.
Yeah. Well, it's better the time you dropped your chair on my bed. Got the scuffed wheels all over my covers. I'm like, dude. Glad I know. He's. Oh, man. I'm going to turn the camera off for this one. I need to rest my eyes. Why do they waste our time like this? Jesus. Well, I need a break from that. Jeez, man. I don't know why IG were thinking. I don't know what they were thinking. Me no no. Me no no. Here's our MVP. Huh, they don't have the stadium for it? They don't show it in the stadium? Huh. Leave? I mean, yeah, Leave probably is the MVP. He played pretty well. He did play well. I think the draft obviously helps a lot, but like, this... Oh, I don't know, man. Oh man, I don't know what to do with games like that, you know. Wait, did Casual go offline? Is Casual not following the games now? Damn, I thought he at least tuned in to watch his boy, the Shy, in. That was a difficult game, folks. I don't know, like I'm already like super low energy today. It's been a lot of times. He got tilted by chat? Wait, really? Focused on watching, that's fair. Honestly, with that kind of game, I mean, who can frickin' blame him, right? Like, I definitely woke up a couple of days, and I was like, do I actually want to do this today? He normally doesn't stream on Tuesdays. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. That makes sense. You know, that seems healthy for him, honestly. Particularly, he does so much in his streaming schedule. I mean, I don't care about the Renekton. The Renekton should be able to slam Sion. This is the first Ariana that can't zone. Yeah. Yeah, the late game shot quiz just did nothing. It's not like it was doing anything. Like, the thing is, if you're not doing anything to the Sion, even with that late game build, why are you building the build? He had to flash away from the Corki anyway. He's still losing against the Corki. There is no point to that. You cannot convince me there's a point to that build. I don't know, man. I don't know. Now, how do you end up doing 0 damage like that? It's actually unplayable. Yeah, Darkworld, you're completely right. Like, I don't know. You've got a 4-item Orianna in late game. And you do no damage to the squishies or the tanks? Who the fuck are you building to damage?
Building to get one more rotation out, Al.
He didn't, though, because he didn't build CDR, so that's not true either.
We get Crypt Bloom.
Yeah, but that's no CDR. Not compared to a regular build. There's no CDR.
Okay. It was a buildable time.
Alright, I'm gonna go take a break.
Go for it.
We've done as... I don't know, man. Difficult.
What a bad game from Invictus Gaming, who were not doing much Victus. Just the int bit of int Victus.
跟 NIP 的队员磨合了
Ooh, that's
3
2B
个月吧，然后跟他们磨合起来也挺爽的。然后如果一个词形容的话，爽。我们这个赛季的目标的话，能多赢一场就赢一场，因为我觉得这个版本说实话对我们来说也不是特别友好的，因为我们其实不是很想对线的那种队伍嘛。然后面对这个版本，只能自己提高自己的个人对线、个人实力，然后看走到哪一步就走到哪一步，不要留遗憾。我想对年纪比较少的其他队友说的话是，你们的职业生涯后面的路还很长的，所以我觉得你们可以慢慢来，心里不要太多压力。就每年都进步就行，不要退步，每年都好好打，每一场比赛就可以。
Sejuani's top are allowed to. Oh boy. Prowler's Claws renecting. Yeah, Prowler's Claw renecting. Yeah. Yeah, that was a whole thing, wasn't it? We used to play it into LeBlanc. Just because you could absolutely one-shot her. Whew. I'd say, feeling a little bit tired now. Alrighty then, we should be getting ready to go on, I suspect, soon. Just gonna wait for game 3, yeah we are. Lorp, says Solly. Out of the game I'm tired too, I don't know why I'm still here after I got the AO when I came for. Well, that's alright, 1,000 cards, you're here for us. But I'll do a little wave, hello. I'm here, just chilling a little bit, saving my voice and my remaining brain cells before the inevitable violence that will be occurring. Looking like we're getting ready to go in a draft. So now is a great time to consider using your Prime subscription here. What a time to celebrate. Game 3 between IG and NIP. Wow, Amazon Prime users. Did you know you get a free sub every month? And you could use it here. You could. Wouldn't that be exciting? Shameless plugs aside. We'll get ready to go into draft. Let me remove the social slideshow, but momentarily, as we look for a final game today between Victor Gaming and NIP. We're going to get rid of the Rise and the Kai'Sa. On the other side, Rumble and Vine. Are we going to see a Gwen ban from NIP, or are they feeling happy to give that one through? Feels like that's been the double ban on the red side for pretty much the entire series. Some slightly more specific bans by IG. You don't want to give the Rise or the Victor over, and of course leaves Kai'Sa probably his best champion. Are we Gwen banning? Might be. No Varus, of course, so that's already off the table. There is the Gwen ban. First pick, Sejuani. Might be. Do we then need to look at something like the Yone on the other side? May need to. Is that the possibility? Oh, the Yorick. It's been banned out a little bit. And there it is. First pick on red side, Yorick. All right, NIP. We know how we're playing this game, huh? Here we go. There's a grin. We're locking in alongside it. Maokai, perhaps. Let's try and match the tank in the jungle.
Aki always been a player of that Maokai. Ever since his days on OMG. One of the few players in the... Well, I say one of the few players, but he was one of the bigger players of it in the LPL. So, Shanji. Perhaps able to play a player on dominant topside matchup. What does the Shy go into that now? I'm not actually sure. Well, I mean, do you pick something like the Nidalee? JJ towards that Sejuani. Good player of that. Tank engaged junglers for both sides.
That will be the question, won't it? Azir, and of course Talia, I believe, has already been played. Indeed, it was game 1, so no answer of that in here. And Rookie's Azir, one of his more famous options. Thinking about a Nidalee, which would be obviously a Shy pick. Backs against the wall, it's it again. 100% win rate for the Nidalee. Is it the Sejuani top? Is it the Nidalee top? I'm feeling the Nidalee top. Lock in the Silas as well. The Macedonian Phalanx is up and available.
Nice stuff. Macedonian Warfare, as both of them do the pusher pikes in the mid lane. And we did wonder whether that Nidalee would come out. I have to say, Yorick is normally okay into ranged matchups, but the Nidalee can hop out of your cage, which is the biggest thing about that.
Is pusher pikes like the ancient Greek equivalent of pusher T, like some historically accurate hip hop star? We got him, chat.
Yeah, turns out after 2 weeks solid of casting LPL every single goddamn day, you got me. Wow, incredible. Right, so bot lane has been left through to the second part of the draft. Of course, 480 carries off the table from previous games. Kai'Sa in the first round, Kalista now 2. What are we left with? Ezreal's gone. I guess Zaya's pretty good for one side or the other if you feel like you've... I mean, Ashe, I think, is probably a big one too. Maybe not for IG, because you don't want to give that over to Duinby, but worth thinking about.
Certainly a consideration. The Kalista, the Pantheon, banned away. And there's that Alistair now, of course, off as well. You rightly call out things like the Jinx as a consideration for leave.
Jhin, I think, is quite big.
Probably pretty good here with the Maokai setup already. Feels pretty good, and then also a relatively good defensive option to allow things like the Silas and this Yorick to be slightly more dangerous on those sides. Already got a good ult or two for the sides between the Sejuani ult and, of course, the Azir. The Nidalee form change is entertaining, gives you a whole extra set of cooldowns, not what you'd call super strong. Really an illusion angle. I think the Jhin, as we said, was probably more valuable here.
You got the triple melee topside. You want some way to keep them in melee and keep people stuck in combat. The Jhin W is a great way to do that. Sleep goes towards it. Plus, he is very good at that pick. He's been a hell of a carry on the serial killer from Ionia. IG, what do they do now? I mean, you could go Ashe, you could go Ziggs, you could go Zyra Khan.
Might not be bad here with a lot of the melees coming on in. Zyra Khan feels pretty solid here, all things said and done. The quickness, of course, for Silas can be a little scary to give on up, but that's true of a lot of support ults.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, you already have the Sejuani ult, the Azir ult. The Zyra ult's whatever, and the Nidalee gets a bit weird because you actually just steal one form of Nidalee depending on what form she's in. So you can actually just start throwing spears at them or start jumping them, which can be kind of hilarious. But yeah, that Zyra Khan, lane dominance, well, yeah, it does have lane dominance in it. I do think the Jhin and Eco would be able to win out on that, though, if it comes in for PP God. I actually think NIP come away with a very strong draft from this. Now, this does hinge a little bit on how
solo lanes go. We know that Sylas is here, pretty about the place. But I think now that Yorick into the Nidalee needs to be put under a microscope. If the Yorick starts getting ahead, or if the Shy starts to pin back that Yorick and deny him that 1v1 pressure, well, let's be honest, it doesn't offer that much else to your team. That could be where the game is won and lost.
And the Shy has felt very comfortable to pick this Nidalee into that Yorick quite regularly, actually. It's been something he's liked to do. Can hop out of the Dark Procession, really bully on out. We've seen that good play. Can't remember whether he won that game actually into the Yorick or not. I'm struggling to remember, but I do remember seeing the early lane matchup going okay.
I remember him picking him into the Renekton, and I actually don't remember him picking into the Yorick as well.
It's been a lot of games. I'll go look it up while we have a bit of a consideration.
And we'll have our last game of the day. Oh, the last game was a long one, 40 minutes. Feeling myself pretty drained, honestly, at this point myself. It has been a long regular season, and we're only 3 weeks into it. 2 and a bit. Technically, week 1 was kind of short. Victus Gaming versus NIP in NIP's arena over in Shenzhen. NIP have only played 2 series. This is their 3rd. IG, I think this is their 6th all in all. IG have gone toe-to-toe with some of our best teams. Not necessarily come out on the best end of that, but did beat Top Esports. Whereas NIP, humbled by JDG, did take a win. I believe it was against WE. They really haven't had enough games underfoot, really, to prove whether they are in the upper echelons just yet. Game 3 here. Might be a way to get some wins on the board, and let us consider them.
Last time it was against Hoyer's Yorick. That's it was, and it was a win in 33 minutes. 5-0-5 went the Shy on the Nidalee in that one, so did remember it being the win. Good job there in that matchup. See whether he can do the same here against Shanji, who has always been the cretin with some of these additional kind of picks like the Yorick, which he always had in his back pocket from solo queue, of course. Really had the chance to bring it out on stage. But the changes have brought him in onto the ref for our final game today. Let's let the crowd yell.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Solid response from the NIP fans in their home arena against the normally dominant IG crowds who've been very vocal over the course of this year with the return of Rookie and the Shy.
Very popular players. IG, a team which has been very popular with the LPL faithful. And I feel like the LPL has needed a team like this to bring name brand value, bring eyes to the region, because, you know, we haven't won an international tournament since MSI 2023. It's been 2 years now since that's happened. And while the LPL has had good teams, we had that 5-game World Finals, which was, you know, it was one team fight away from a World Championship victory for BLG. The LPL as a region has fallen on hard times, and someone like IG might be able to just restore some confidence.
You got the player value, that's for sure. Rookie, JJ, and the rest of IG looking to trade out here as NIP on the invade, looking to fight over these Raptors. Soul Flare, level 1, tags onto Mako, no one else really though.
Naki trying to just get that level 2, steals something away from the enemy camp, does get that first camp, doesn't get, oh, and he does get level 2 and goes for the root.
And there's the twisted advance, the knock up afterwards though as IG begin to flash on out. The damage back is pretty brutal as Mako now in danger, flashed out as well. 3 flashes from Invictus Gaming blown.
And there is no important summoner blown from NIP besides their own smite. And who cares about that? 400 games in the game, 4 games in the LPL for Aki as well. Jumping forwards, knocked back.
And they saw him stood on a wall, by the way. He was off on vision. Rookie tried to stand and fight for the wave regardless, and the flash is enough.
That level 1 flash was abused very quickly. Aki goes Raptors to Raptors, gets ahead of the jungle matchup, and NIP come out swinging in Game 3 with a composition which does have a lot of go buttons, has a lot of follow-up from the Jhin, allowing the Sylas into melee range. NIP, great start from them, and Rookies is it. Not often a champion he's had the best results on. Off to a slow start now.
Let's have a look at the replay, because they see Aki stood on a ward, so it's a known quantity.
He doesn't have the flash, and he's just trying to contest for the wave. He knows it. He knows it's there. He can't hide in the wave, though. He just needs to dodge the E, and I guess that's easier said than done. Didn't have the flash. He could have even flashed to confirm it if he wanted to. Great punish from Aki.
Scons one way and then abducts the health bar of Rookie. Nice angle on it. Allows Aki with a flash into the twisted advance Bramble Smash to do exactly what he needs to do. Top side. The Shy with early pressure into this Yorick. Feels like that's often the way of that matchup from what little we've seen of it. In fact, the only thing we've seen it is the Shy, who of course has had this as his pocket pick. It's the break glass in case of emergency pick right now for the Shy. Continues to be very, very obnoxious on the Cougar.
Yeah.
So IG, they, you know, won a good game one. Well, okay, even then it was a little bit all over the place, right? IG have played a lot of series. They would have traveled to this as well. This is their 6th series, and I played 3. But you know, even the game 1, which IG won today, was questionable. They had what I thought was an outdraft, and it took 2 Elder Dragons to seal. Second game, I will talk less about that. JJ can be jumped on by the market. Market's actually pretty good at the early levels, worth noting.
He is, with the red buff and the scorch core as well. Can do quite a lot of work. Neither jungler actually reset yet, because they've all been fighting so much. Still a lot of quadrants to clear here, particularly for this Maokai, who will look to clear out his blue side now.
The later we get into the game, we'll see if Gala can change the fate of this. I think that the Azir and the Xayah can have a lot of say in terms of disengage and getting away from melee range diving Maokai and the Sylas as well. However, if you start losing early gold, that is a big problem. However, saving grace for them right now. The Shy playing that Nidalee versus the Yorick, you know, did win against Hoya's Yorick. With Hoya being in such poor form, I don't think that's necessarily a good litmus test, sadly. Exactly. But just on paper, typically Yorick is very good against ranged champions who can trap in that Dark Possession. Ooh, nasty. Good top poke out there. But here, the Shy having a very, very good early lead.
2 plates and a 10 CS advantage very early on is great news. Shanji gets through with a reset. A Ruby Crystal and a Longsword will buy some time. Should get back in time to at least claim this cannon minion. Pretty good news. Don't miss it. Gets it. Good work.
It's very hard to miss cannon minions with the Yorick Q, I will say. Like, this champion, yeah, you have to have the kill the minion button on the cube, which is very helpful for you.
Yeah, this matchup's still looking pretty good for the Shy, as said. It's been his counter pick into a lot of things, and feels pretty good there. The problem is the rest of the map having a pretty rough time of it.
Not quite at the point where we're moving around for objectives. NIP really want to use their lane dominance in bot lane, but also they need to escape it in top lane too. Don't be roaming. Dragon started. Of course, Rookie's still no flash from that level 1.
Should be able to get a very early dragon here. It's a pre-first reset dragon from Aki at the level 4. Again, that's the Maokai with your sap magic. He's pretty good at soloing up those dragons. Mountain Dragon, Taurus, he doesn't do all that much damage either as an elemental dragon. He's just tanky.
Yeah,
so
if you if the highest individual target damage, or a Cloud Dragon is the big one for that, because it attacks very, very quickly and it does a lot of percent HP, which is nasty as heck. And then Hex Tech is kind of annoying too. The actual lowest damage one is, of course, the Mountain Dragon, so it attacks very, very slowly. And if you're Zyra, you hate playing against Hex Tech because the Chain Lightning hits all your plants.
It's very nice. Same as Elise.
Yeah,
kills all your
spiders. If you have ads, it's kind of nasty. So, trade across the map. We do have a roam towards the top side. I mean, how quickly did they... Hang on a second. They actually might be a bit slow on taking these. They've taken 2, but now you've got Dernby with this stolen Aziril. He could go for a play here.
Potentially something. Just Chain Lashes can't quite find it.
Right,
IG swift enough to get out.
Okay, so that's fine. Did have a quick look in, especially with Karma around the place and Jin with a long range W. There was a chance, but they get all 3 and they do get out. And IP, good job of them for looking though.
Shy, keep the grasp on Maybe he's just not changed runes again. Maybe this is just his only rune page now. It just says, much like the Sunfire Iceborne build evolved, this is all you need as a top laner. So far, so annoying top side. He's at least got the Maiden of the Mist up and helping him shove out a little bit easier than he was earlier on. Not trapped as freely under the turrets.
Right, so obviously Nidalee evening up the gold of the early game. Shanji does have level 6 now, so you can kind of just push for free, and you can't go... I mean, yeah, it's kind of annoying, right? The Maiden actually does damage you quite a lot. You've got to be a little bit careful to deal with that. Problem is, you actually have very, very good single target damage, so you can kill the Maiden very, very quickly. The Shy, if he kills this, Yorick loses all his lane pressure again.
And therefore, Shanji backs away. He'll probably want to clear up some of those wards. Aki Ramble Smash Smite to secure the Raptor Pit and look to get into this river on a decent timer.
Don't be a little bit annoyed that his Emperor's Divide is going to time out. Ooh, that's on a ward. It's a bit nasty. He's going to kill the ultimate, which is annoying. Because again, your ultimate in the early game is literally 2-minute cooldown. It's really, really long.
Tried to use it, the body block didn't, so the Javelin toss prevents the reset, means you can't keep the Maiden topped up. You do kill off that very important addition, and actually Shanji now can't reset in the way he was hoping for. He has to go collect his wave under the turret.
Yeah, the Shy, good lane dominance, and Shanji struggling on an individual level for many recent series. I think his Scion game last game was very good. He was one of the main reasons why IG lost that game. I mean, yes, we ended up kind of taking the edge of, look, IG, why are you playing like this, right? But still, got to throw some praise out there when it's justified too. So we'll see whether Shanji can weather the storm here. This is not a good individual matchup from the looks of it.
Really tough for sure to lead. Got himself some Swifties and a longsword, and that early flash blow bot side has really hurt Gala and Mako, who are down a notable amount of CS there, trading out the issue top side. The problem is, of course, the Shy is getting plates in a way. The bot lane isn't currently. JJ now here with a level 6. Could theoretically look for that lane gank as the ghouls go flying at the Shy. Do a fair amount of work to him, of course, with the swipe. Does have a fair amount of AoE with that and the pounce, so can get rid of most of the ghouls after a few cooldown rotations.
Haki has level 6. Rookie does have his flashback, and he's also up gold as well. DMB's going for the Rod of Ages build. I will say, I don't mind her. We've talked about this a lot on the Silas. Silas is okay with the Rod of Ages. He has HP scaling, and he actually enjoys the extra level an awful lot. It does affect his damage. That's fine. I'm very glad that Rookie is not going for Rod of Ages on his ear.
That would have been screaming.
I would have. I don't know, man. Maybe they're just playing Ultimate Bravery at that point. Misses the Kansas lead. Sucks to him.
Soul flare down. Root on to leave. But the Karma Shard right now being very valuable for NIP. Will now look to reset. I'm assuming for something like a Dirk here, this game probably feels pretty good for NIP for all you're into a Sejuani.
IG doing well at just kind of weathering the storm of the early lane. Solo lane is doing well and on an individual level. Gala and Mako falling down a bit in their laning phase, and obviously it's 20 CS, but at least the solo laners are doing enough to leverage that out, even that out across the board.
I like end up being second longsword and a pickaxe, so you know, Cleave made me look silly.
Yeah.
How dare he do that?
Damn. Crazy. Crazy.
Crazy?
Oh, that's crazy balls. I mean, he's probably going for the collector first, though, in this build, because you've got one tank to be afraid of, and you do actually have good anti-tank damage. You're going to get the Leandri's first from Kamaki as well, which is helpful for taking down that Sejuani.
Mako going to get rooted up by the focus as well. The deadly flourish into the soul flare. Doesn't take all that much damage at this point with the Guardian and everything else rolling on through. The Null Magic Mantle at least helping mitigate the base damages of the Karma somewhat. As the Dark Possession comes on through and Change trading out to Shy, not having all that much fun. JJ now coming on up. The Nature's Grasp coming on forward with Root going up. The Glacial Prison in trade up with Shanji in danger. Trying to get some damage back. Flash for the heal. Keeps himself alive with that Grasp proc. Critical flash Q.
And also the healing you get just from the Q as well. So much sustain, and we get ourselves an ult on the bot side.
Rookie's already burned his as well, so some Macedonian warfare as we talk about the push of pikes. Favouring Doumbé as he earns an additional flash.
Doumbé, I think I think his teleport was cancelled. I think Rookie went in, traded his flash and his ult to make sure Doumbé couldn't be on the top side of the map. Now Rookie could teleport top side. Doumbé will be a little later there.
Look to snipe one down. Gala, though, in danger, flashes away, puts a decent amount of damage onto Aki. That brings him down to about a third HP. Deadly Flourish lands onto Mako, damage back. Gets him down to about half, but at least has a bit of healing. That's not a great TP in. They open up the curtains, trying to get some damage onto him, but Aki low enough, but he can't stick around for more.
Yeah, so at least he's going to be okay there. Has some HP, of course, from the Triforce, and he has his own heal on his E. The Shy saves his flash. I was wondering actually whether Rookie would teleport in. Nope, stayed around in bot side. I actually wonder whether the Shy was playing a mind game there, saying, well, haha, I am Azir. Do not, you know, you can jump on me. And he's actually a slightly more mobile, slightly more healthy Nidalee at that point. So Rookie gets to push in a wave in bot side. So 5 grubs to IG. NIP failed to get a play on top side. I think they are just getting a bit out-muscled in this early game, really.
They are a bit. Of course, still bot lane was going well, but the Shy picking up that similar CS lead plus the plates proving a little problematic. The melee into range discrepancy between the Azir and the Sylas, despite the early first blood, is still going the way of Rookie on this Azir. We've got Dragon up, and NIP, because they were contesting around the grubs, don't have a great reset timing to look to play for that one either. Shanji no TP, neither does the Shy, and that leaves this top side. Out the Shy to take here with the Demolish proc, you'd imagine.
Why were you picking this Yorick knowing the Shy does have this matchup? Shanji, he's such a comfort-based player, but this Yorick is such a black hole of pressure. This top lane matchup, we said, it will likely decide the outcome of this game. The Nidalee is ahead, probably close to 2,000 gold, 1.6k, and it'll start building off of that too. Shanji, you can't pick this knowing the Shy. It will just slam in that Nidalee. He's a player which needs comfort, but you can't lose this heavily at the cost of it.
See how the mid game plays out. Arla fell to a fairly similar discrepancy at one point and ended up becoming such a split push threat post one item that was able to come back even with a limited amount of grubs. See whether Shanji can do something similar here. They're looking to fight over this dragon. Mikey will back away. I say that. JJ Arctic assaulting forward onto Leaf, who does a decent job of running away with that passive movement speed.
And the
turns
shield.
around, opens the cut. Darla now potentially in danger to solve their lands. Mako body blocking for the team. Holds on to that fourth shot. Looks for a fire. Gets it onto a bit more damage into the root afterwards. And Rookie left about a third HP.
Yeah, Leaf completely happy with the fleet footwork and also the Karma shield as well. You sometimes forget the Karma's in the game, but I mean, it is also, you know, pretty good at finding shields.
A singular play.
It might even be 2 with Demolish. We'll see. 5 seconds left.
It is.
Shanji actually claims back a good amount of gold there. All right, that's nice. I mean, it's now close to the 1,000 rather than the 2. As the Shy left that to go wandering on the top side of the map. Talking about Arla, I actually can't remember the game he came back with on the York. What matchup was that into?
It was one where I was doing solo casting.
Well, no, but what matchup was it into? Because it's not...
It wasn't Nidalee.
That's the thing, because I actually don't think the Yorick has losing matchups that much besides the Nidalee. Which is a big thing, right? It's one thing, oh, you come back against a Renekton because you can split push back against him, blah, blah, blah. Doing it against a Nidalee is not easy to do. And I think that even though Shanji has some points of power, it's very likely that he's just going to get kited out by the Shy and chased down if he decides to run away from him.
Do a bit of researching, see what it was. It was into Scion.
Yeah, well, that says everything you need to, doesn't it? It's just...
It was versus BLG. It was the JDG win against BLG.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, the thing about something like the Scion is that you can just hit him for forever. Nidalee, you're actually very lucky to get to hit him at all. To hit them at all. Like, Shy, look at this. He just gets to sit all attack range. He has his own heals. You don't even get to keep your Maiden alive because the Shy, because, you know, the Nidalee is so good at killing single targets like that. It's not like the Maiden can micro to sidestep and stuff like that. This is not the kind of matchup you're expecting the Yorick to come back into the game against, really.
Pressure comes on in the Shy with this counter pick specifically into the Yorick alongside everything else. Like, feeling pretty good here. Another reset in from Yorick, who goes back for long swords. Just going to claim up on this wave. The Maiden at least back to full HP. Clear out this wave.
Yeah, when you go to base, you can heal up your Maiden by standing on the fountain. It does get healed by that, which is, you know, convenient. Just needs to not die so it goes on cooldown. NIP, 2 dragons, behind 1,000 gold. Yeah, the quickness on Doom is one of the better ults to use, but I'm just afraid that NIP are just losing out in terms of pressure across the map. The Yorick can't do anything against the Nidalee, and I don't think that gets better. The Azir's pushing in very nicely on the bot side. Went to the Leandries first for a bit of early HP, but going towards the Nash's Tooth. Zayak is fine holding the mid wave as well, even against the Jhin and the Karma at this point. They're not necessarily poking out. And it has been a 20 CS lead, which has stopped at that point. Teleporting to the top side, though, Doomby getting a 2v1 on the top side, I think makes a lot of sense. They will get, well, they didn't get the first turret that was already taken earlier, of course, but they get something on that top side to open up A lane.
Also the objective mark of strength here, assuming NIP can secure that. IG, though, looking to play for that mid-tier 1. Will likely go down there to smite. Leave and PP God coming across to try and claim the wave here at the very least. IG feel the need to retreat. Don't want to stick around too much under that turret. So the wave is clear, but half the HP bar gone. Shanji resets, claims that wave under turret. Lost about 2 or 3 minions there, but in the end, NIP happy enough to get something on the map there, where they were kind of being full court pressed.
Yeah, I think that's decent in terms of the trade. Hang on, that guy is actually, hang on, he's on vision there. Mako maybe knows it now. Gonna W away. Aki, does he want to flash for it? Nope, no he doesn't. Minute 30 until Dragon. NIP really want this Dragon. They really want this Dragon, because I think if they get towards Soul Point and Infernal, maybe you can play around Jhin crazy AD numbers, because of course he gets just way too much from that. Shani missed a kind of minion there, just want everyone to know that. I want everyone to be aware.
-1.
There was a -1 as he missed that minion. Damn.
So, it goes back, buys a BF, so we've got a minute until Dragon Force with the Yorick changes. Part of the aim of them was to make him a little bit more palatable in team. It's still not a great team fighter, but it's doable in a way it wasn't before.
Rich Tomato saying in chat, IG lacking engage. I do disagree with that. You do have Sejuani, you do have the sweep, and it's not that easy to stop that, and you have the Rakan as well. Yeah, you don't have the engage from something like a top laner, but I think they do actually have that. Now, the problem is, their engage is going to get very, very stumped if you get, well, partially stumped if you get the Mikhails coming through from the Karma, which is one of the better things for it. I think when you see these kind of
you know, stun reliant engaged champions or root reliant, and you pick an enchanter into it, you get huge value from that. Fourth shot from Lee gets the enchanter shield to move back. One of the reasons why Gen Zillion was so powerful back in 2021. Knockup goes on to Aki. Not sure that's a play they can really follow up on though. Armor Shield's getting good value for the disengage.
Well, topside, big chunk onto the Nidalee. Shanji suddenly winning out in that 1v1 sense. The ghouls flashing. Forwards are going to get the solo kill onto that Nidalee who's running away. Desperately getting hit by the Morning Mist though. Gets a Q, it's a solo kill for Shanji.
How the hell has Shanji gotten a solo kill in a matchup which the Shy was winning so heavily? That might actually be the floodgates being blown here. Shanji teleports now down to the bot side of the map. 5v4 for 25 seconds.
Need to see what was in Shanji's inventory. Was it a breakpoint in the items? What on earth happened? Either way, Dragon now surely secured. Soul point for NIP.
That's huge. How the hell does the Shy die in that moment? I mean, he's got himself the anti-heal of the Executioner's Calling. That's something, but it really felt like the Shy should have been running away with that matchup, and absolutely was. But we were very confidently saying before, this is not a matchup that the Yorick comes back against. We'll have to get ourselves a replay of that, because the Shy had flash, had himself enough items in inventory, was 1,000 gold ahead, and we'll get a replay of this. So, XP, relatively similar. Shy walks up, full wave, jumps once, doesn't flash out of the uses his W too early, gets caught by the cage after. The Shy misusing his flash and his W, he underestimates the Yorick. This should not happen. As soon as you get caught by that cage and you are out of W cooldown, you flash immediately. That is the way that you play against the Yorick as a ranged champion. You need to be inside that cage for as little as possible. The Shy, a crucial misstep, which might throw the series for IG.
Now at level 12 as well. He's got that Q maxed out. That means a lot more ghouls. You've gotten the Maiden to level to 2nd rank as well. These damage moments are very, very scary. And yes, you were behind in lane, but Yorick's still at 1.5 items. The levels have come on through, and suddenly Yorick feels a lot better about this game. Remember that Arla game? It wasn't looking pretty early on there either, and then suddenly the game just became about the Yorick.
And I do really want to stress this. This is not a game in which the Yorick should have been able to come back, and we did get a replay of some ults being traded in mid lane, and Gala, I guess, getting out of that alive, but this is not a matchup where the Yorick should be able to claw back in. You are very much countered by a Nidalee that can keep at range, kite you, and never really get stuck in that cage. The fact that the death came also at a time where NIP could snowball that into a Dragon and Soul point, that is even worse. It is not just a hard solo kill to give up, it's at the worst possible timing too.
Costs you so damn much, and the Yorick is in the game now. Should never really have had that happen. Now these ghouls keep piling on forwards, and I don't think this is going to enjoy that matchup either.
No, because you only have that one E if you get hit by the goop and the ghouls jump on you, and then you have to dash away, and then the procession hits you.
Goes here?
Yeah, the less we say about that, the better. Don't necessarily want a candle smelling like that. Yeah. Leave going towards the second item, Infinity Edge. He's going to be so powerful when that hits. And now the problem is, if Nidalee doesn't get an individual lead, what does Nidalee do? Because this is meant to be a side lane pick, which then can become very bulky backline diving assassin. It's very hard to play, but you need to play from ahead. You need to stat check people, you need to mechanically outplay. You want to be opening up extra angles by pushing in side lanes. If Yorick is suddenly into the game and gets towards, you know, a strong 2 items, NIP can contest that a lot better. It gives them the chance to use the Maokai to go off on one angle, Yorick come in from another. Atacon started up, NIP... I mean, if they trade 2 turrets to this, I think they're happy. It is the GA version. It will be GAs which last over towards the dragons. They'll need to be a little bit careful of that. The vision plant, not going to spot this out. Aki will walk up and see this go down. Bot lane, no, this is going to go. However, this is going to be 2 towers for NIP.
Yeah.
If they get the 2 towers, I think it's worth it. We'll see if they finish it off. Looks like they do. Yorick pushing on the other side of the map. 2 towers, golden pocket for NIP. The GA is now available for Invictus Gaming.
Alright, with this point as well, we'll start doing a lot of work to this turret. He might just stand here and Vision Dark Procession immediately prevent easy follow-up. There's the Shy who opts straight over it.
That's why the Nidalee is meant to be really good against the Yorick, by the way. Ahead in gold now, by the way. Teleplating from the... Hang on a second. He's going to go over trap if he shuffles in.
Thank you, President. Gonna look for that one. In we go, and PP God gets slided into the NBT.
Good kill. Uses that teleport for, and of course, PP God didn't have him a Chaos. He has himself the Redemption instead. Of course, a very powerful individual item. That actually might give up now the mid lane turret. See how much that leads to. That could be a mistake there from PP God. Good teleport from Rookie. Important play made by him and JJ.
Now they'll have a minute and a half on the Atacant, and Soul comes up in a minute. That overlap might be enough for IG to get some serious value there. Taking that dragon will buy them a lot of time.
Yeah. Shojin built up by Shanji, that is a huge spike for the Yorick. The thing that you have more cooldown on obviously all of your basic abilities, but then the amount of damage you get is kind of insane too. 40 seconds until Dragon. Of course, the GAs for IG are going to be very important. However, it's not necessarily an instant win. Remember, if you die with them now, it takes you about 15 seconds to come back. Still cheap, but hang on a second. Shy finds a bit of an angle onto Aki.
Back with the Bramble Smash. Stolen ult. Turns into that Glaive Expression on JJ, who may not be asked to pass go. Blown up. 20 seconds until Dragon. He's going to be dead for 15 of them.
Certainly, the Shy now finds Derby in this pit too. He'll have to jump out potentially. Maker could look for an engage. IG, you can't be dying right now, even with the withdrawals.
My days. There comes the ult. They're going to keep jumping for a bit more. The Shy's Mikhail's out to safety. Grand Entrance with Aki in danger, who might well be dying. Redemption heal! Keeps Aki alive for a second or two. The Shy kills him though nonetheless. Got a GA to work with those withdrawals, but they've lost the smite. Gala now in danger. Up into the sky he goes, but not down like the wounded bird. He stays up. The wing's still just about in functional while Rookie is in mid lane.
Biggest thing here is that Aki actually dies. Jeje back out on the map, so the NIP can't actually go for the dragon. They would have loved to do that, but Aki dying means they can't take the smite onto the dragon. Inner turret now taken by Rookie. And NIP at the start of this, I was thinking, wow, incredible. They get the withdrawal off of Jeje, they can start going towards the dragon, but they go way too far after.
Cost them too much. Can't quite secure what they were hoping for. Tier 2 for Dragon Falls and IG. Into the game with a solid gold lead now. A little bit of an overplay there. This Rookie Azir, 1400 gold, might be taking over from where the mid lead was supposed to start off. Could be a very potent mid to late game player. Let's have a look at this again, because initially it's Aki getting caught, and they turn it around onto IG.
I mean, you don't have Gala there and you don't have Rookie there, so your damage is just not present. The Shy has some, but you're not actually a proper DPS carry. You maybe assassinate one person, probably not the Maokai that either, in that time span. This bit is fine. Again, this is okay. I think even the bit after this, when you throw the mark out, is maybe alright, but as soon as you get to this point, when Gala comes into the play, you have made a huge mistake. You get CC'd up in front of that Zai, who gets a huge amount of value. You said, hey, eventually Gala will get good value at the late game. Just expect it to be happening in this fashion. And this is a bit of a throw from NIP. I feel like they should have been able to get the Infernal Soul off of this. Instead, it's delayed. Dragon is killed by IG in the replay. And we wait another couple of minutes until NIP have another chance.
It's a flash off Gala, off the Shy. Maybe you can punish without those two. And the flash being down, particularly for the Shy, into Shanji at this point. If you do misuse that W again, this Yorick isn't getting any less scary in a side lane.
Back out onto the map. These games, all three of them, have not been clean. I think the macro and the decision making has been suspect. Don't even think the team fighting's even been that clean either. This is the kind of series which does highlight one of our worries coming into it, which is these are maybe our silliest teams up in the LPL. A little bit hard to predict. Some great players, but often determined around comfort or certain compositions. Dermby's now behind in gold significantly. He's been dropping side lane farm to give it over to Shanji, because Shanji's been given all the side lane farm, really. Whereas IG, they've been more confidently able to pick up 3 lanes of farm. They are down a little bit in that AD carry role that has stayed from the early game, but I guess it's not gotten completely out of control. How much can Leave do? It's not necessarily been on him to carry this so far. How much can he realistically do?
Oh, they're slowed down by that captive audience. Won't get rooted up there. Those are often scarier than you think they are. Those slows can set up things like those deadly flourishes very cleanly. Baron started. IG want to press while they have an advantage.
They want to make sure that Shanji doesn't just get a free side and bot side. Dermby is on top side. This is going down. Well, what is the HP? If it's on half HP, it's a late teleport. Are they just going for the steal?
Well, be looking for Dermby, looks to get on in, can steal the quickness, gets a big old stun in the backline. Baron taken, so they can win out the fight perhaps afterwards. The Shy gets out of the dark possession. The curtains are still being called, but I don't think IG are willing to take a bow quite yet. Shanji throws down the last right. Deadly Flourish just wide. Morning Mist also wide. And IG get out with everyone on the Barons right now as NIP can't find any kills.
NIP just slow on the teleport. Of course IG are going to try and force the teleport out of the split pusher, so what this ends up being is a Baron for an inner turret, which is absolutely not worth it. Actually, that's different. They do somehow take the inhibitor turret. All this happened, I suppose he did manage to get an extra wave on there. They get 2 turrets for the Baron. That is worth it for IG.
better than it could have been. IG now, though, will have the Baron leading into the Dragon
Yes.
fight, and that could be pretty huge here. If they construct pressures with these tier 2s themselves, they've got a tier 3 in mid lane they can also run at pretty free.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You get the Baron riding straight into the Dragon, which NIP would like to use to win the game. Now, IG, we'll see how much they can do with this. Of course, Shanji, once again, reclaims a gold lead. 3 items now on the Yorick. I just don't see how the Yorick team fights. Very hard to team fight as Yorick into Azir and into Xayah. You're very rarely able to actually walk up and do damage to them, and that's before you mention the fact that, you know, the Rakan can kind of disengage for them so easily too. Shanji's value is in split pushing and map pressure. Giving a load of gold to him doesn't actually help your team fight out that much compared to it would have done with a Sylas or something like that.
Got a Sterex now at least, so a little bit more ability to keep it. Not like the whole breaker angle, but a flash on board from Aki. After the ult's already come on down, Rookie goes golden. Still going to look to get him. They mistime the deadly flourish, and he gets to shuffle it away to safety.
And even if that did happen, there's still a Mikhail's available for Mako. It's still very unlikely to happen. And by the way, Mako just tanks up the stolen Sejuani ultimate. NIP swing and a miss on the engage.
Looking for that one very aggressively. They'll go back to there at the wave in mid lane. That does leave IG with health balls a little bit worse for wear, but nothing too unmanageable to take for tier 2 here.
So easy take. Minute until that dragon. Push in a little bit longer, go for a quick reset, and then go towards the dragon in force. Pushing up that mid and bot lane means it's much harder for NIP to claim vision around that area, and a struggle for them to get in with the right angle.
Third item's just done for AD carries coming into what could be our pivotal fight. Bloodthirster on the side of Gala, survivability, whereas the Lord Dominic's Regards just got them the lead, who wants to send a heavy message.
Rookie huge item too, because he used that stasis at the stopwatch before the Seekers, goes back, buys a Zhonya's, instantly comes off of cooldown, so he has that stasis again. I can use it potentially for a big flash shuffle. I mean, basically, all of our important summoners are up in terms of carries. You have all of the flashes available. Good damage on Squirty there, actually. Needs to be a little bit careful. Believe, I mean, he's done a lot of hyper carrying before. Not really had the easiest game here so far. Not actually able to hit the targets he's had to, needed to.
Do NIP even want to contest this dragon? You don't have to. It'd only be second dragon. For Soul, significant win condition for them. But you fumble this with where the waves are, and the game is over.
And okay, you're bringing a good point there in terms of the Maiden micro. Yeah, and the friend of mine who I duoed with for years is a good Yorick one trick. So he's spoken to me many years as Music Man down about the pains of Yorick micro on the Maiden, and it feels like Shanji hasn't really managed to get the value he wanted to. Dermby's on a side lane now. He does have the teleport. Aki could get a good flanking ult here. Do we have a teleport? Yes, we do. Here comes Dermby.
Curtains are called, looking for significant amount of damage. Dermby comes along, looking to steal a big ultimate. Rookie down to half HP as that shot did land. Stolen. Ult not coming on through. That was actually the abduct got baited by the chains.
NIP, that's their engage. That is their engage. They have a Maokai ult, and that's kind of it. Maybe a Jin W. But you have a cleanse and you have the Mikhails on the other side. They blow the cooldowns, but nothing else. IG now don't have to worry about that teleport coming from Dermby, and of course the Maokai ult is also down. That Mikhail's so important for the side of Mako.
Very wary there with the quick on top of Dermby. There's a wave top side that NIP was threatening. 22 minutes until the Barons. That's not up and available to be taken. Here's a contest over IG's blue side jungle.
Rookie has flash, has Zhonya's. Wonder if he can make a big play at some point. Obviously, he's more like the backline DPS right now. Realistically, did. NIP, hang on a second, go straight in.
Oh boy, the Shy just about surviving the deadly forest, just out of range. They still get the root, and that means a kill coming on forwards. The feathers come up, he can get the root onto Dermby, who stays alive, despite the Glacier Prison and the Feather Storm going down.
Ow, the Shy gets caught there. It's beyond me. Uses the flash. Dermby manages to set up a play. We said, well, that's their engage using the Maokai ult and then maybe a Jin W. Of course, Dermby can occasionally do something like that too. Even down 2.5k. He's always been a person that can drop waves and get value elsewhere. Does it there. But how the hell does the Shy get caught like this? Trying to jump forwards onto lead. He doesn't have the vision either side of mid lane. He just jumps way too far forwards. He almost throws this game there, by the way. Because if you end up dying there, you end up getting, and someone else dies with you, you end up getting Shanji walking down your base with a 3-item Yorick who just slaughters your turrets.
Flash on Dermby to flash on the Shy. Mako is the one who died, and now there's Jin nearly at what will likely be a rapid fire cannon to try and threaten what is on the whole a slightly longer range composition. I say that slightly, it is just longer range. You've got 3 melees topside, so what am I talking about?
Yep. Now Jin can sometimes contest that, but it's one man against a cougar, a bird dude, another bird person. Yeah.
Lots of birds.
How that happen? Oh, the Shy, you have no flash.
It's over the wall, but he's got to focus. Resolve on top of him. Jin pops the Nidalee in the head.
The Shy's late game has been so questionable here in the LPL Ascent stage, and that might just be the opening which NIP need. If Yorick is here and he just turns up now, this is a dead turret. So easy for them. 20 seconds on Baron, and the Shy gets picked in the same spot twice over.
Jin's playing Counter-Strike, finds the headshot, and once the dome will open the accounts in this mid lane, just ahead of the Baron.
I can't believe the Shy's done this. The Shy's late game has been so poor in the last few series. A player known for his late game parry potential walks up into the mid lane again. I guess he walks over a trap and gets W'd. Had no flash from that last play. That could be so important. Maokai used to disengage. Baron taken. Can IG wave clear through this? And before we said incredibly important that IG get themselves the Baron to go into the Infernal Dragon spawn. Well, NIP are the ones with the actual soul point. They have the Baron now with the Yorick pushing in. Nidalee is not a good wave clear. Azir is, Xayah is. You can't clear 3 lanes at once.
Uh-oh, Aki just got stunned up here. That could be problematic. He might just be asked to die. They're TPing in. They are flash away from Aki. He's got Doomby around, but now Mako's potentially in danger. Needs to beware. Quickness comes on down. The Glacial Prison after, and Aki's trying to bounce around. Does his best to immune some stuff with the Twisted Advance. The TP's come flying on through, and Aki dies on a late recall.
Okay, who's throwing harder, the Shy or Aki? Aki might have just stunted the Baron fight. And now, of course, he's going to be dead until the setup of that Infernal Dragon. Both teams really struggling to make things clean in the late game.
How on earth did he get picked off there? A lot of flashes blown to make it happen, but still, job done.
And actually a big thing, you've also used your teleports too. Shanji could potentially just sit in a side lane now with, of course, a huge amount of late game items.
Oh yeah.
And do something with that. You've got 2 minutes left of the Baron, 30 seconds till Dragon comes up. Of course, Aki not being there means that it might be unlikely to want to sit around and fight. Fumbles in late game from both teams, you hate to see it.
Really problematic. I want to see how on earth that happened. Why was Aki so late on hitting the back button? Shield perhaps the solo laners who were going towards that top side. Either way, Punish comes on through. NIP in the mid lane trying to fight for control with the Yorick and the Baron. Going to be hard to beat that. Curtis Accord looking to get some chunks in before the Dragon spawns.
It's not blind. Great. Oh, that's actually okay. Getting some damage onto Rookie there. You do have the Nidalee heals to help you a little bit. Of course, almost towards max level. Shanji staying in the mid lane. Maybe NIP give this up and try and look for an inhibitor. What's Shanji doing? Does he teleport? Does he stay?
I think they're trying to deny the resets. The inhibitor. They've got Maokai ult to roll with. Doembi throwing down the quickness, trying to get onto the Shy, misses the abduct. The Shy now beginning to hop away a bit further. Still looking for more, lands another one. That'll get the knock-up after the chain lash afterwards. IG now trying to fend this defensively. They get the Glacial Prison route.
Towers down.
Route as well, but Kale down. Deadly Flourish still lands, inhibitor under siege, and they will bring down the Shy.
Azir went towards mid lane to try and wave clear, but it's not in time to save the Baron. There's still a minute left off the Baron, by the way. Inhibitor goes down, but without the Shy, again getting picked off. NIP might have just won the macro. It might be a Dragon for Nexus trade.
Blue Peter style, they go back to the inhibitor. They prepared earlier. 2 inhibitors down. Glacial Prison now stolen. Doembi looks for an angle.
Oh!
Immediately cleanses away to safety. Has got the flash to work with. Redemption comes on down. Will heal them back up. Nexus turret number 1 falls. And IG on the brink. 4v5. Must stop this. Doembi healing up best he can with the Oblivion Orb. Does a great job of preventing the healing. Has got a TP to come back on and should he so wish. Maiden likely going to fall, and NIP won't stick around quite yet. TP back on in. They are going to go again. They got the TP on Yorick to keep on going. 17 seconds on the Shy. They throw up the Sun Disc, looking to find an angle. Doembi gets a shield from the Karma. Continue to play. Rookie down to 20% HP. And the curtains have been called, doing their best to hold on down as the shuffle back onto JJ. Doing the work is Mako with the quickness, buying time. Doembi survives.
Tower's gone.
As the towers are gone. Onto the Nexus we go. Gotta go over the air, putting the feathers down. Doing his very best to hold on to this game. Glacial Prison well wide, but NIP needs a retreat. Mako goes grand entrancing and battle dancing forwards. And IG hold the line. 2 kills as their Nexus turrets fall.
Thought IG might have thrown it around the Dragon. The Shy, if he hits a spear, could end up to another kill. He's still going to chase down. This Karma could actually be chased. He needs to be very careful, this PP God. NIP lose 2, and it's their carries as well in Doembi and Leave. Problem now, IG have a bare Nexus. Yes, yeah, Nexus turrets now do respawn over time. But if Shanji gets an angle towards that, he will absolutely slaughter the Nexus. He is so strong at killing that. It is a bare Nexus. And IG are lucky there are no globals up to threaten it.
Double TP wasn't quite enough, and they tried to jump on a JJ and can't quite secure it. Either way, NIP now in a very dangerous position for this game. They've got a Chem Punk chainsaw onto this Yorick who wants to rip and tear until this one is all done.
I think IG obviously get away with one a little bit there. 3 Infernal Dragons onto the Azir, who's getting towards late game, and onto the Xayah as well. Definitely nothing to sniff at. I think Doembi messed up a little bit, actually, when it came through to that Nexus finale. Had the flash, stole that ult onto the Azir, gets hit by a Xayah root, I think unexpectedly for him, and can't get himself a big moment onto big carries of IG. So close to opening up that game. NIP, of course, they couldn't stick around to fight if they end up all dying. We are now led into the game. It's a one-team fight game. I think it does get down to that point. NIP, smoke and mirrors mode, very much available to them now. But on the other side, Rookie picks up a Void Staff. This is a late game Azir with 3 Infernal Dragons.
Lead, of course, with 4.5 items himself is no slouch. This Yorick is pretty damn terrifying, significantly ahead of the Nidalee now, and will continue to be very, very dangerous in a 1vx scenario.
That Winged Moonplate, given the move speed, might be very, very important if he starts to walk towards the Nexus. Has Flash. How quick would he kill it? He's probably going towards a Hullbreaker last, I'd imagine. We'll see what he ends up going towards that completely. Walking down that mid lane. Shy trying to clear out that bot side. Minute 30 until the last dragon, and that will be probably last dragon of the game. It'll be Infernal Soul for either team. Lot of gold differential in the mid lane. Doomby giving up farm, as we said, really over towards that top lane matchup, saying, look, I've got the items I need. Is that arguable? Yeah, it is actually a little bit. Having more damage on the Silas could have been so crucial at this point. A lot of traps coming through. Of course, level 70 on a leave means you've almost maxed out that ability just yet. Whole team of NIP basically on a vision ward there, though.
How many traps coming on down? IG do not want to face check through that. The CC combo is very nasty. There's equipment stolen. Been one of the more potent options for Doomby to steal.
Baron in 10 seconds. Dude, IG want to go into all of this fog of war. That's so scary. Jed not even that tanky and misses the ult.
Oh no, now the Sejuani flashing away for Court of the Dark procession. Welcome to your last rite. It's a funeral, and we're here to celebrate the life and death of one of these teams.
Rookie?
They go to the backup, but Mako is dead. Rookie trying to find Angogala up into the air, but might be going 6 feet under. The Shy is gone. Leave continues to haunt the backline. Rookie trying to ult the wave, but there's nothing to be done. Look where Doomby is. He's running at the bare Nexus, and there's nothing left for Invictus Gaming, whose name proves to be a deadly lie today.
The ninjas use smoke and mirrors, the tools of their trade, and Invictus Gaming are going to fall, even though they've had such good results recently against top esports. The Nexus turrets have respawned, but they're not going to live for long.
There's a spectator bug there, not showing exactly what HP they're on. They're never as strong as the base ones. The NIP here, they've done the hard work. 3 40-minute games, back and forth until it finally swings. The pendulum of fate is NIP's. They win 2-1. Elation on their faces. They know what it means.
Here in Shenzhen, the home team wins. Invictus Gaming, the only team to beat top esports, lose to NIP in only their 3rd series in the Ascent stage. I have to say, I'd cashed out a lot of my belief on NIP. Even after their first 2 series, they were schooled by JDG. And they've shown some weak form in top and jungle roles before this, but they walk away with a victory against Invictus Gaming. And that might just set them up for something special here in Group Ascend if they carry on this.
What a great game from Leave, and Shanji on that Yorick, despite a rough laning phase into a very heavy counter matchup, comes back and becomes such a problem in the mid and late stages. They do it. It's not clean. I'm sure there's more to work on, but we'll give some props where it's due.
I can't believe that IG have looked so shaky today. I mean, the game 1, even the game which they won, was not well played by them, I don't think, in a lot of ways. Game 2, a lot of bad builds, a lot of bad team fighting, bad runes from the Shy. And game 3, well. The Shy getting caught multiple times in late game, even with Aki returning the favor, couldn't walk away with a victory there. I think IG will have to return to the drawing board a little bit. That is quite the loss for them.
That, again, I am seeing more and more often. IG, great individual players, but the teamwork, the cohesion in team fights in particular, the post 20-minute mark has been such a pain point for this team.
And that'll do us for today's games. We have been live for almost 6 hours. We've been doing this for 2 weeks solid. Woo! We're not paid to do this.
Nope.
So if you're watching us, your support is the only thing which gets us by. Thank you so much for watching these games, choosing to watch them over here, whether that is on Onivia and the Restream, or of course on my own channels here with Sam over on Nymaera. Yeah, of course, there is no official broadcast anymore. If you're watching the LPL, if you're watching teams like NIP and IG, Top Esports, Anyone's Legend, these teams which are hot in the moment,
it's very important that you're doing so, whether it is us or someone else. If anyone's streaming LPL right now, you have to know that they're not getting paid for it. They're doing it off their own back, and they're doing it so you can enjoy it and so you can watch these teams. And if you're choosing it to watch with us, obviously that's very flattering to us. Sam, what are your plans
I am not
today?
streaming because I am on a Charity Commander stream
Thank
helping
you, fam.
out as we get the community subs. Thank you very much. I am helping out on a Charity Commander stream helping out with autism in the UK with Brackish Brit. So I'll be playing Commander. But I need to go sort out my deck for this evening, so I actually need to go do. So I'm going to leave and get that all sorted.
Awesome.
I've got a Galadriel deck to revamp, ready for the competition.
That'll do it for our games today, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching on YouTube, we'll leave you here. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, rather, we'll find someone to raid you over to. But for those on YouTube, we'll see you. Auf Wiedersehen, and we'll see you next time.